Morning po.
Good morning, sir.
Paki-open na po yung ating mga camera. Good morning po, Sir Arman.
Good morning, sir.
Po, wala pa po.
Set up ko kanina yung aking mic kasi tinanggal.
Yes, sir. Then po, bali wala pa po, sir, yung iba nating participants. Medyo malilate daw po sila.
Okay, sir.
Siguro po pwede nating start dito, sir, sa attendance po muna ako.
Sige, sir.
Andito na po ba si Sir John Michael Lim? Wala pa, sir. Si Sir Jesus Agbuya.
Sir.
Yun. Sir Jetro.
Yes, sir. Sisend ko na po, sir, ngayon yung picture po.
Okay po, okay po. Si Sir John Carlo. Parang ito si Sir yung malilate daw. Tsaka si Ma'am Cleope pala, malilate din. Sir Mark Joseph. Sir Mark Joseph, pa-open nga po yung camera niyo, sir. Mukhang may inaayos pa si Sir. Si Sir Bon.
Good morning po.
Yan, sir, last day natin ngayon, sir. Bali, 10 days din yata tayo nag-training, sir, no?
Oo nga, sir. Kinaya po.
Ayun, andyan na si Sir, John Michael. Pahabol pa. So, ayun po, habang hinihintay po siguro natin yung iba, pwede po ba tayong sharing dun sa mga natutunan na natin dun sa last 4 days po natin ng training? Hello, Sir John Michael. Good morning po. Medyo hindi po ata okay yung mic niyo, sir.
Sir John Michael, negative po tayo sa output ng ating mic. Hindi po namin marinig.
Yan, siguro, sir, mahina yung signal pa rin niya.
Okay.
So, paano po, sir? Pwede tayo mag-start kay Sir Jetro.
Yes po.
Sir,
Good morning po sa ating lahat. Sharing po sa natutunan po for the whole seminar po, sir. Siguro po, sir, itong COSH parang naging review rin po dun sa unang seminar training na na-attendan ko last 2 years ago na Bosch. So, nag-COSH po ako ngayon para po sa kailangan ko po for requirements sa pickup, pero nakapag-orientation po ako last week para po sa mga under ko po na tao. Safety orientation lang po. About sa unsafe act, unsafe condition, tapos act of God, tapos yung mga safety sa tools, tsaka mga heavy equipment. Ayun po, medyo nagkaroon po ako ng idea sa construction. Most likely po kasi sa ano po ako sa mechanical part lang po.
Okay. Sir, Sir
Diba?
Jetro, licensed engineer po ba tayo?
Yes po sir, licensed mechanical engineer po.
Oh, sige sir, dagdag na rin ko sa reason kung bakit na rin siguro tayo nag-COSH is pwede itong gamitin sa CPD points niyo pag magre-renew kayo ng license. You could use this training also. Ilan credit points? Yun lang sir, hindi ko alam. Hindi natin mapangunahan si PRC, but engineers uses COSH and BOSH trainings for CPD points.
Thank you po sa info na yan sir.
Sige sir, balikan po natin siguro si Sir John Michael kanina. Medyo may problem sa mic. Mukhang nakabalik na siya. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Dinig niyo po ba ako?
Loud and clear, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, sir. Yung natutunan ko, marami. Tulad ni Sir Jetro, dati nakapag-boss na po ako 5 years ago. No?
Wow.
So, ngayon, ang dadaming subjects na wala sa Bosch. No? So, bagong-bago, especially dun sa construction, scaffoldings. Yun po. Particularly related sa construction. Hindi naman ako sa construction, nasa building administration ako eh. Building administration office ako. So, building admin kami. Pero galing ako sa construction dati. Pero siguro 5 taon na galing ako doon. So anyway, so marami pong wala sa Bosch dito.
Okay, to add lang sir if kung nakapag-boss tayo ng 2019, around February 2019 onwards, okay po tayo. Pero before that, may karagdagan po kasi tayong Department Order 198-18. Okay? So yung Bosch COSH na trainings natin, valid pa rin po yun. Wala tayong problem. Wala nang expiration yung Bosch COSH training natin. Pero ang pinagkaiba ng training ng 2019 is may penalties na po. Okay? Kasi sabi, kailangan magsuot ng hard hat, mag-provide ng PPEs free of charge para sa ating mga workers. What if kung i-charge ko sa worker ko? Walang na-discuss before. Ngayon meron na. 50,000 per day po yun. So yan, pag di-discuss natin ngayong day 5 din yan. Yung mga karagdagan na info ng ganun, sir. Yung mga penalties. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
11058, sir, no?
11058 yan. Heads up na lang din. Ang 11058 po ay yung batas. Pero hindi kagad natin masunod yun dahil wala pa siyang guidelines. Okay. Basta may violation daw, may penalty. Ano ngayon yung mga violations at magkano talaga yung exact na penalty? Diyan po lumalabas yung department order ngayon ni Dole. Batas pa lang po yung RA 11058, pero kailangan pa rin niya po ng guidelines or implementing rules and regulations. Later po, madidiscuss natin yan. And kung may concerns tayo, may hindi malinaw, you could ask further. Okay? Thank you, Sir Michael.
Thank you rin, sir.
Could I call si Sir Von Cedric?
Yes, sir. Good morning po.
Yes, sir. Tanong ko lang 10 days? Bakit 10 days? Nag-boss ba?
Bali, the past days po, nag-COSH po ako. Di ba po, medyo naputol yung COSH, then nadugsungan ng BOSH. Then now po is yung last day ng COSH.
Okay.
So,
So,
straight po na 10 days training.
so last week, sir, baka kasama ko kayo nung
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Monday yata.
Opo, kasama po tayo, sir.
Okay. Good to see you, sir. Kasi pati si Mark Joseph Mendoza, parang familiar sila eh.
Yes, sir. Kami yung magkakasama nun, sir. Yun, sir. Bali, yung natutunan ko dito sa COSH is specific lang, sir. Talaga siya sa construction. Wala naman silang masyadong pinagkaiba ng Bosch kung sa safety. Yun nga lang, ang sa COSH is specific para sa construction. Then yung mga equipment na discuss dito, ano pa? Ayun yung parang wala ako nakitang ano sir, tungkol dun sa JHA, yung job hazard analysis sa Bosch. Then dito parang na specify sa COSH training.
Okay, parang nag-concentrate din sa job hazard analysis. Okay. Sige, thank you, Sir Von. Could I call Sir Mark Joseph Mendoza?
Hello sir, good morning po sa ating lahat. And ayun, sharing po is thankful po ako at nakasali po ako rito sa COSH and COSH training na ito. Gaya rin po ng sinabi ni Sir Bon na marami po akong natutunan sa construction na wala sa Bosch. And to be specific, wala nga po talaga ako sa construction, nasa distribution po ako na utility. So, mga bago po sa akin lahat yung parang about sa construction. But then again, marami po akong natutunan like yung mga unsafe condition, unsafe acts, yung hierarchy of controls, yung hierarchy po natin, then yun nga rin po yung JSA po natin. So, sana magamit ko po sa mga iba pa pong kukunin ko or iti-take ko. And yun, thank you po.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think si Sir Mark Joseph is engineer, tama, sir?
Yes, sir. Electrical engineer po, sir.
Yes, sir. Kasi last time ina-address kita, sir, as Engineer Mark. So parang naalala ko, teka, baka ito yung last Monday, si Sir Mark Joseph Mendoza. Okay, parehas tayo na industry yata, yun yung recollection ko eh. Electrical tayo, sir. Electrical industry.
Grabe.
Okay, so, let's call si Sir JB Agbuya. Sir, good morning.
Good morning po, sir.
Yan, sige sir. Would you share so far
Marami
experience and learning sa ating COSH training?
naman po, sir, lalo na sa mga job hazard, saka sa mga safety, mga PPE. Magamit ko rin kasi, sir, talagang nakatulong din yung mga natutunan ko.
Okay, thank you sir. JB Agbuya. So later, i-discuss din po natin yung some legal terms, guidelines pertaining po sa implementation ng OSH. Hindi lang yung PPE daw ay free of charge. So what if kung nagka-problem, nasira, nawala ni Sir, anong gagawin ngayon natin, di ba? Magkaka-problem tayo doon. How do we handle such situations? Free of charge pa rin po ba? So we would go kay labor code ngayon. Okay? Sige po, later yan. Thank you, Sir JB, again, ha. Let's call si Ma'am Cleofe. Tama po ba pronunciation ko?
Hi po, good morning. Sorry po na late. Ano po sa yung question?
So ano lang na ma'am, sharing sa inyong training experience, yung mga learnings natin. So ano yung tumatak sa isip po natin during the past 5 days? Yung iba kasi po nag-bosh din, kaya 10 days sila.
Okay.
So far ma'am, what topic or experience that stuck to your mind?
Ay, opo. Sa totoo lang po, honestly, yung reason po ng nag-enroll po kami dito is because sa certificate lang. Pero unexpectedly, ang dami ko pong natutunan. Tapos, minsan po pag andyan ako sa site, ini-implement ko na rin po siya like yung sa unsafe act, tapos unsafe conditions, tapos yung mga hazardos, tapos yung scaffoldings. Sobrang dami po ako natutunan doon and I'm making sure na ma-implement yun sa site namin.
Okay, good to hear, ma'am. Nabanggit ko rin to nung nag-share si Sir Jethro for Sir Mark Joseph na rin and other engineers. Pwede po natin gamitin itong ating COSH training for CPD points natin pag magre-renew ng license. For info. Siguro wala na ibang participants. Sir Louis.
Sir, wala po yung bali dalawa.
Okay. Sige sir, just give us the signal kung mag-start. But for now, let's start the day, our formal day, with a prayer. So let's pray. In the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, thank you for this day, for giving us life. Lord, thank you for the technology na meron po kami ngayon to attend the Day 5 COSH training. Lord, thank you for the breakfast. Thank you for our loved ones po na kasama po namin. Lord, we ask for your guidance throughout the day. May this day, may our activities, our actions glorify your name. Please give us the strength, the endurance, the knowledge, the skills throughout the day, Lord. Lord, we ask for your healing hand po. Please heal yung mga, not only the COVID patients, but others po na in pain. Lord, please guide and protect also our co-workers and our frontliners po na gumagawa po ngayon sa araw ng linggo. This we all ask po in Jesus' name. Amen. And Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay, so wala pa rin nadagdag. Let me introduce myself. Siguro yung iba, yan, sila Sir Mark, sila Sir Von. I think si Sir JB. Nakasama rin po ba kayo ng Bosch? No.
Hindi po, sir.
Okay, sige. So si Sir Von, tsaka si Sir Mark Joseph, si engineer.
Sir, may bagong dating po tayo si Sir Giancarlo.
Ayun, si Sir Giancarlo Pelaez.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yan. So far, wala naman kayong na-miss, sir, except for introduction, tapos we already have our prayers. Just like other participants, could I ask for your sharing, inputs po, experience and learning dito sa ating COSH? Kasi pang last day na po natin to. So far, ano po yung na-experience, share your experience, learnings for day 1 hanggang day 4 ng inyong COSH. Go ahead, sir. Sir Giancarlo. Naka-mute kayo, sir.
Hello, sir. Ano po ulit, sir?
Okay, sharing nyo, sir, ng experience and learnings.
Yung ano, sir, yung mga unsafe acts, saka unsafe condition. Tapos yung mga PPE, yung mga harness, yung paano paggamit ng harness, tapos yung mga safety ladder, pati na rin yung kahapon na safety role ng officer.
Okay.
Yun, sir.
Role of safety officer, which is sa rule 1030 and 1040 po natin. Sige. We're still waiting for the others. Let me just introduce myself. Yung dalawa, kilala na po ako. Magkakilala na kami. Ayaw mag-open. Sige, yan. Okay, good. Mag-open siya. Okay. Yung Monday, yung boss training, meron akong specific rule pag nag-present po ako. Please confirm lang po sa ating chat box. Yan. I need you to confirm kung nakikita po ba yung ating presentation. Yes or no lang po, Y or N. This is for me to know na na-share ko nga at the same time kung nandyan pa kayo. Okay. Sige, thank you for confirming. So my name po is Armand Dominic Insingapan. Ang mobile number ko, sorry, wala dyan. You could write this down na lang po. 0909 07 22745. Okay, again, 0909 07 22745. I think this is TNT. Issue lang po sa amin. So if you have questions, clarifications, or nagkaroon kayo ng problem sa site, you need help, sige, why not? Open naman po tayo. So I am a DOLE accredited COSH practitioner since 2016. Ang expertise po is power plant operations. Pero nag-stay din po tayo, I think 5 years sa construction before tayo mag-shift sa power plant operations noong 2010. Yan. Since power industry po tayo, we also have a certification sa Department of Energy. Lahat po ng safety officer concerned with energy, fuel, gas, yan, kailangan din po ng safety officer's permit. Okay? May qualifications din po before nila mabigyan ng permit, just like sa DOLE, yung mga accreditations. Currently, the head ng plant, safety and health sa 200 megawatts Subic Solar Power Plant. And senior officer po for safety sa dalawang sister companies po namin. So more on renewable energies kami. Our two sister companies, yung Mindoro Geothermal and Biliran Geothermal. I stayed din po sa Biliran Geothermal for 2 years, 2 years. And visiting Mindoro Geothermal. 2016, we received the Outstanding Safety Professional Award given by the Safety and Health Station of the Philippines. The following year, 2017, we received the similar award. Sorry, naglulo ko yung camera. Outstanding Safety Professional Award din po given by the same bodies. 2018, we received the Hall of Famer Award for achieving 3 straight years na outstanding safety tayo. And noong 2021, December 2, we were awarded as the Golden Awardee because of for the 5th straight years na kasama tayo sa roster ng mga awardees. Okay? So today we would be discussing yung mga OSH legislations. Although sa program nakalagay po, we would be discussing DO13 at DO1 and 8-18. Nag-plus na lang po tayo. Kailangan natin malaman ano ba yung history ng ating OSH standards. So we would be going back sa labor code. At the same time, pahapyawan natin yung OSH standards, yung yellow book po natin. Kasi doon magugat para malaman natin yung difference. Bakit may DO13? Ano yung in-update ngayon sa DO1 and 8-18? So we need to know the background of our OSH. Okay? Then after that, after yung mga OSH legislations, Yellow Book, DO13, DO1 and 8-18, tackle po natin yung Employees Compensation Program. Ano po ba yung matatanggap ng isang injured or may sakit na worker because of his or her trabaho, of her work, occupation? Ito po ay matatanggap from the government, hindi from the company. Kasi depende po sa presentation of facts kung may liability nga si company. Magbibigay ba siya o hindi? That is situational. But for the government, meron tayo, magsasite tayo ng instances kung saan po pwedeng makakuha yung worker, regardless of kung anong industry po siya. Okay? Then after the ECP, I think this is lunchtime na, i-discuss po natin yung emergency management. Okay? Paano ba tayo mag-handle ng isang emergency sa site? Followed by yung trainers of trainers. Okay, paano tayo magsalita? Ano yung anticipate natin pag magko-conduct tayo ng in-house trainings? Kasi after this po, pag SO2 na po kayo, pagbalik nyo sa site, you are required to conduct 8 hours workers mandatory training. Okay? Kayo po ang magsasalita sa harap ng mga workers natin. May mga topics po, modules required si DOLE. Makikita natin sa DOLE website. You are required. And of course, kailangan recorded. Papasa po kasi yan kay DOLE. Then last po natin, OSH program or CSHP, Construction Occupational Safety and Health Program. What are the parts? Hindi yung, ano yung ilalagay sir Ano lang po yung parts? Kasi yung content po niyan, depende sa organization ninyo. Kung ano yung resources ninyo. Okay? Clear po tayo? Ano po yung section ng OSH program? Okay? Sir Louis, could we start?
Okay po sir, pwede na po.
Okay, thank you sir. Nasa na? Okay, let's go sa course program. Kailan po natin mag-open. Yan. Medyo slow ngayon ah. Okay, please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? OSH legislation. Sir John, tama po. 0909072274. 745. Dalawa yung 4 nyo, sir. Ah. Isang 4 lang yun. Okay, thank you for confirming. Ulitin ko ha, 0909072275. Sumobra yung 4 nyo, sir. Okay, sige. Let's discuss OSH legislation. So far, alam nyo na po yung mga basic natin pagdating sa scaffolding, sa heavy equipments. Ngayon, ano po ba yung pinag-uugatan ng ating mga OSH standards? This gives strength din kay safety officer. Bakit? Yung ini-enforce po ninyo, yung mga decision making ninyo, nakaugat po yan sa ating batas. Okay? So saan nagmula ang OSH standards? Sa PD 442, Presidential Decree 442. Ano po ba yan? Labor Code of the Philippines. So mabigat. This was enacted noong 1974. Okay, before 1974, meron tayong Industrial Revolution wherein nagbo-boom yung ating economy. Pero kailangan maraming workers. 8 hours, wala pang 8 hours, 8 hours yan. Basta kailangan ng company, trabaho kayo. Mag-manufacture, mag-produce, mag-construct po kayo. So, naabuso ngayon yung ating mga manggagawa. Kaya noong 1974, nilabas nga ang Labor Code. This is to protect the labor from yung mga abuses. Binigyan kayo ng trabaho, may trabaho, ngayon ayaw nyo mong gumawa. Okay? So ngayon, meron kayong limits na. Hindi dahil empleyado sila, pwede silang abusuhin. Next, promote employment and human resources development. Hindi yung malapit lang kay boss, sila lang yung may career advancement. Sila lang yung binibigyan ng training. Ngayon, kailangan pantay-pantay na po yan. Ensure industrial peace. Ang law policies, department orders po, patas po yan. Hindi po pwedeng one-sided. Puro worker lang yung iniisip ni Dole, yung iniisip ng batas. Hindi po. Kailangan balance. Kung may responsibility po si employer, may responsibility din po si worker natin. Hindi po pwedeng bigay lang tayo ng bigay kay worker. Sir, what if kung yung PPE po nila ay inaabuso naman? Okay, inuupuan yung hard hat. Ginagawang tsinelas yung safety shoes. Binibigay yung safety shades, safety goggles kay kapatid. Okay, tas hihingi kay company. So, paano yan? May pataw din po, may sanctions din dapat kay worker. Sa labor code nakikita yan. Okay? Nakasira ng tester, nakasira ng handrails, nawala niya. So, paano yan, sir? Nakikita natin sa labor code. Sa labor code, we have Book 4. Title 1, Chapter 1, yan po yung mga medical and dental services na dapat natatanggap ng mga workers. And nandyan po yung Chapter 2, Occupational Safety. Yan na po yung ating mga measures, mitigating controls. Dito po, this give birth to our OSH standards, yung yellow book natin. Okay? Let me just note, sa Chapter 2, yan, sabi nga natin kanina. Chapter 2, Occupational Safety. Chapter 2, Article 162 of PD 442. The Secretary of Labor shall, by appropriate order, set and enforce mandatory occupational safety and health standards to eliminate or reduce OSH standards in all workplaces and institute new and updated existing programs to ensure safe and healthful working conditions of all places of employment. So, si DOLE secretary lang po ang pwedeng mag-enforce. Sir, yung let's say PCAB, gusto nilang magbigay ng panibagong standard sa construction. Pwede po ba yon? They need to go to Secretary of Labor natin. Hindi basta-basta maglalagay ng standards for construction or In this matter, occupational safety and health as a whole. Department of Energy, meron po kaming COSH standards din na sinusunod. Pero dapat, okay po yan kay Secretary of Labor. Okay, clear tayo ha? Next, Article 128. Hindi ko na po babasahin, mahaba kanina mahaba. Okay, si Secretary of Labor o yung kanyang mga representative, yung mga DOLE inspectors natin, dapat may access po sila sa loob nating job site. Hindi dumating si DOLE, ayaw natin papasokin. May tinatago siguro or purely ayaw natin. Okay? Kasi very busy ngayon. Hindi po. They have the right to enter our establishment. Okay? Plus, yung mga documents, they could ask for it. Example, accident records. Bigay natin. Next, sir, nasaan po ba yung payroll ninyo? Babayaran po ba yung SSS? Nabigay po ba yung 13-month? So you need to call HR. Ma'am, nandito po si Dole. Kailangan po yung documents natin regarding payroll. May access din po sila dyan. This is rooted sa Article 128 ng Labor Code natin. Nasa batas po sila. Also, visitorial enforcement power pa rin, 128. Just in case sa kanilang inspection, may paglabag or may imminent danger, they have the right to stop work or suspend the operations. Okay, pwede pala yun, sir, kahit private establishment. Yes po. Okay, so paano kaya yung magiging payment, sir? Kasi apektado kami. Example, si Engineer Mark Joseph, pinastop yung kanyang workplace. Meron kasing imminent danger. Hindi sumusunod sa scaffolding standards, pinastop ni Dole. Paano yung magiging sahod natin? Okay? So, sabi nga natin sa labor code. Ano bang sinasabi ni labor code? Pag nagkaroon pa ng stoppage of work because of the employer's negligence, kapabayaan po ni employer, paid po, compensable time po yung suspended na pasok ng mga employees niya. Clear po tayo ha? Pag party at fault sa employer, bayad po yung araw. Pero kung stop work because of force majeure, ano yung force majeure? Unavoidable, acts of nature, bagyo, lindol, yan, tsunami, okay, COVID-19, hindi naman kasalanan ni employer yon. So yun, hindi po yun compensable time. Okay, clear po tayo? Sige. Next, paano po ba yung proseso ng DOLE kung magpapa-stop work po sila? Meron silang Department Order 183. So ano naman yun? Pag pumunta po si labor inspector, may nakitang imminent danger, gagawa po ng notice of result. Ibibigay sa inyo yan. At the same time, gagawa rin sila ng recommendation for work stoppage order. Pag na-receive po yan ng regional office, magpapadala sila ng isang person ulit to validate yung grounds for WSO, work stoppage order. Kung valid, stop work na po tayo. Okay? Next, kailan kami magbubukas ulit, sir? Just wait for 24 to 72 hours. Papatawag si Dole ng mandatory conference. So, attend kayo. Attend yung management. And that's your opportunity to explain na, sir, wala na po yung nakita ninyong imminent danger or yung mga non-compliances. Na-comply na po namin yan. Ito po yung mga documents. Okay? If they're satisfied, lift nila yung WSO. If not, tuloy pa rin. Okay? Clear po tayo? So, hindi basta pupunta si Dole o stop work, di po. Dapat may notice of result, may bibigay sa inyo at the same time, may WSO recommendation sa regional office. Next. Ito po yung evolution ng ating COSH laws and issuances. 1974, PD 442, Labor Code. After 4 years, kasi kailangan nilang mangalap ng mga measurements, standards, scientific studies. Yan. Lumabas po yung ating Yellow Book, 1978. Then after 20 years po, wala dito. After 20 years, doon naman po lumabas yung DO13. Ito po ay for general industry lang ha. Pero kay construction, may special po tayo, DO13 noong 1998. Next, after 20 years ulit, nakikita kasi natin maraming paglabag. It is because may standard naman. wala kasing penalty. Kung penalty man, medyo malabo, madaling takasan. Example, sa pickup, pag nagkaroon daw ng violation, pwedeng matanggalan ng lisensya. Ang magiging argument naman ni contractor, sir, nag-charge lang kami ng 3 taon sa kanilang PPEs kasi wala na kaming budget. Tanggal ka agad lisensya. So parang unfair naman daw. Okay? O sige, ganyan pala. O sige, naglabas ngayon si Dole ng kanyang DO-198-18. Okay? Following the Republic Act 11058. Okay, ito na. Okay. Nag-charge ka ng hard hat, ito po yung inyong penalty. Specified na po. Okay? Sige, let's talk about yung yellow book briefly para alam niyo yung pinag-ugatan ng standard. Types of rules natin. Administrative, meron tayong from Rule 1000 hanggang Rule 1050. 1050, reporting yan. Technical, if you want to know yung specifics ng inyong workplace, safe workplace requirements, Rule 1060 yan. Per person, ano yung kailangang space? Okay, gaano kalaki? Rule 1060. Handrail, gaano ba kataas yan, sir? Rule 1060. Kung scaffold, Rule 14.14.10 yan. Yung butas po, maliit naman, sir, kailangan pa bang takpan? Tingnan natin sa Rule 1060. Yung exact measurement kung kailan kukuberan yung floor or wall openings natin. Okay? Hanggang Rule 1940. 1940, fire safety. Gaano kataas yung fire extinguisher from the floor? Okay? Ilang beses tayo magpa-fire drill? Makikita natin yan sa 1940. While sa medical, nag-iisa lang. Rule 1960. Ano ang requirements para maging first aider, occupational nurse, doctor, and dentist. Hindi lang po license or certificate. May training requirements pa rin. Let us emphasize yung duties of employer. Okay? Provide a place of employment free from hazardous condition. Nakasaad yan doon. Give complete job safety instruction to all workers. Nabanggit nga kanina yung job hazard analysis. Ngayon daw, mas lalong diniscuss yung job hazard analysis. This is in compliance with Yellow Book. 1978 pa pala yan. Wala kayong job hazard analysis site, how do you comply with this one? Give complete job safety instructions. Sir, meron kaming work order. Sige, okay. That is job instruction. How about job safety? You identify the hazard, then you provide mitigating controls. Okay? And comply with the requirements of kung ano man yung standards na pinapatupad ni Dole. And use only approved PPEs, devices, and equipment. When we say approved, dapat may test certificate yan from COSH Center. Bibili kayo sa hardware ng hard hat. Hindi natin masabi kung substandard as for the test result. Okay? COSH Center test result. So far, wala tayong question. If you have questions, by the way, i-type natin sa chat box habang nagdi-discuss. Or after ng presentation, pwede nating mag-raise ng hand. Okay? Let me just give a side-by-side comparison. Ito yung nabasa natin kanina. Hindi po pwedeng, sabi ko nga, patas. Hindi po pwedeng puro worker lang tayo. Dapat balance. So ito naman yung duties ni worker. Kung kanina, si company daw magbigay na should provide a place of employment free from hazardous conditions. Kay worker, dapat makipag-cooperate sila. Hindi pa pwedeng company o ensure mo na ligtas kami then do whatever they want. So kailangan din sumunod din po nila. Okay, makipag-cooperate. Next, report any work hazard in the workplace. This is very sad kasi hindi alam ni worker to. May delikado sa kanilang lugar, ila-live stream na lang. Okay, ito po yung condition namin sa aming site. Ang tanong, na-report na po ba natin kay management, kay safety officer, kay engineer? Okay, hindi po yung live stream lang tayo ng live stream. You need to report any work hazard in the workplace. Pwede kayong baliktarin ni company, yung mga workers na gumagawa nun. Sir, we are aware naman po na delikado yung construction site, but of course, iba-iba yung lugar. And we we encourage our workers po na mag-report ng kahit anong hazard. Okay? Pwede yung sagutin, sir, according po kasi sa Rule 1978 standard natin, workers should also report, okay, nung hazard. Hindi naman po lahat yan nakikita ng ating management. Okay? So, pwede silang balik na rin. Mas papasama ngayon si worker. So, dapat report first before going through social media. Next, nagbigay ng complete job safety instruction si company. Si worker, kailangan sumunod naman. Okay, if you have 10 steps dun sa inyong job hazard analysis, sundin lahat po yun. Otherwise, may non-compliance kay worker. Pag na-aksidente yan, walang pananagutan si company kasi party at fault si worker. Plus, wala rin po siyang matatanggap na government assistance. Okay? Kasi negligence po yun ni worker. Next, use only approved PPEs. Duties po ni employer. Ngayon, si worker. Make proper use of all safeguards and safety devices. Eh, sir, what if hindi nila ginawa yon? Nasira yung inyong hard hat. Tinupuan. Wala yung goggles o yung safety shoes. Binigay kasi kay bayaw. So, paano po yan? They need to pay. They need to provide for their own PPEs. Later, madidiscuss natin kung anong article yan. Madidiscuss kung yung article 114, yung nilalaman nun. Okay? Yan, ito rin po yung kanina. Okay? Now, let's go sa mga rules ni Yellow Book. Yung may impact sa ating site kagad. Okay? Marami pong rules, pero limited time lang kung ano po yung in general applicable. Rule 1030. Okay, I think this is discussed already sa role of safety officer sa inyo. You're familiar. If you could recall, advise the employer, supervisor, and workers on occupational safety and health. Investigate accidents. Hindi ko na po i-discuss further. I would assume tapos na to sa role of safety officer. Day 1 ninyo. Coordinate safety training programs. Conduct safety and health inspections, and we act as secretary ng Health and Safety Committee. We also maintain accident record system. Next, that is Rule 1030, yung role ni safety officer. Ngayon po, ano naman yung Rule 1040, yung sumunod sa Yellow Book, that is the Health and Safety Committee. Okay, baka na-discuss nyo na to sa role of safety officer. Diniscuss nyo lang po ano yung trabaho ni safety officer doon, which is secretary. Pero as a whole, ano ang Health and Safety Committee? Group of employees and management. So yung client, yung owner, or yung kanilang representative dapat kasama po doon. Okay? Sila yung chairperson. That plans and develops policies in all matters pertaining to safety and health in the workplace. The question is, kailan po ba dapat kami may Health and Safety Committee? When to organize? Within 1 month from the date the business starts operating, and magre-reorganize po yan every year. Here's the question, sir. Ang company namin since 1970s pa. So pwede na po ba yun? Meron kaming Health and Safety Committee sa aming head office. Hindi po. Once na nag-establish kayo ng panibagong construction site, kailangan meron kayong Health and Safety Committee. Within 1 month, pag-establish nyo ng construction site. Example, nagkaroon kayo ng construction sa Pampanga. So within 1 month, after nyo mag-mobilize doon, mayroon na kayong Health and Safety Committee. Next, sir, by the way, kung may magtatanong, what if kung di kami nakapag-organize, sir? That is 40,000 pesos na penalty. 40 mil. Okay? Per day po yun. Next, composition. So, depende po kung low, medium, or high risk tayo. Pero, ang common po is ang chairperson, siya dapat po ang highest official na nasa site. Hindi si safety officer. Members, department heads, supervisors, foreman, workers, company physician, nurse, first aider, and our secretary. si safety officer. Later po sa DO 198-18, malalaman natin kung ano po yung dapat na composition for low, medium, or high risk. This is just in general. Okay? Ngayon, meron po tayong Safety and Health Committee sa ating job site. Kahit isang taon na yan, meron kayo sa job site, hindi kayo nagpapasa kay DOLE ng report on health and safety organization, hindi po valid yun. Okay? If it's not written, it doesn't exist. So, dapat alam ni DOLE. Clear po tayo, ha? So, ano ba itong RSO, or Report on Health and Safety Organization? Pag nagkakaroon ng Health and Safety Committee, pasa, bago. Okay? Bago pa lang. Nag-reorganize kayo, pasa ulit kayo. Sir, 4 months pa lang kami. Kaso nag-resign yung nurse, nag-resign yung safety officer, kaya may bago kami. Do we need to submit? Yes po, kahit 4 months lang yan. Okay? Basta may bago, may reorganize po yung inyong committee, you need to pass this. Straightforward naman, name of establishment, address, business, ilan ng male, ilan ng female, policy and programs ninyo sa OSH, who are your committee members, technical information, and signed by the highest official or general manager, construction manager. Magtataka lang po kayo dun sa type. Yung first B, may type po yata sila, A, B, B eh. Okay? Yung first B, type nakalagay. So ilalagay po natin kung low, medium, or high risk establishment tayo. Before, type A, B, C, D, and E based sa number of workers. Ngayon po, meron na lang tayong low, medium, at high risk establishment. So construction, saan tayo involved? Sa high risk po tayo. High risk establishment. Okay? Bakit kaya high risk? Meron kayong excavation, working at heights, electrical, hot works, heavy equipment. Those are high risk activities. What are the duties ng Health and Safety Committee? We plan and develop accident prevention programs. Ibig sabihin, hindi lang si safety officer dapat ang gumagawa ng mga programs natin, ng mga policy sa site. Dapat dumaan po yan sa Health and Safety Committee. Kung sa government natin, dapat meron kayong Congress or Senate. Hindi may naisip lang si safety officer na policy, o gawan ko nga to, tapos papirma. Hindi po. I-discuss yan sa Health and Safety Committee. Inspect workplace to detect unsafe conditions. Kaya kung may meeting, meron pong walkthrough yan. Okay? Hindi lang si safety officer. Review reports related to safety and health. Hindi po pwedeng lumabas ang isang document, ang report, habang di dumadaan yan kay committee. Clear po tayo, ha? Sir, pati ba yung monthly reports namin kailangan dumaan sa committee? Yes po. Yan. Let me just show you this one, yung summarize lang. Under Rule 1040, ano yung mga documents na kailangan natin submit? DOLE/BWC/IP-5. Ito po yung report on health and safety organization. Yung kanina, naka-screenshot po na form. Yan po yun. Sasubmit po yan sa regional office natin or copy furnish yung Bureau of Working Conditions. But because of COVID, pwede po online. Okay? We need to ask lang kung ano yung email address ng nearest DOLE office. Kailan po magsasubmit? Sabi natin kanina, within 1 month after natin mag-organize. Sir, sabi kanina, yearly magre-reorganize. So, yearly ang submission? Yes po. Okay? Next, we have the minutes of the meeting. Wala pong form number or form code yan kay DOLE. Kasi kung ano po yung gusto ninyong template, pwede po yan. Okay? You have the freedom to formulate your own minutes of the meeting format. Ganun din po ang submission niya, 2 copies, pero ngayon pwedeng online. Kailan po sinasubmit yan? At least on a quarterly basis sa ibang industry except construction. Si construction, monthly po ang submission kay DOLE. Okay? Monthly. What if kung hindi kami nag-submit, sir? 30,000 po yan. Next, Rule 1050. Tapos na tayo kay 1030, 1040, ngayon 1050 naman. So under Rule 1050, notification and keeping of accidents and or occupational illness, the employer shall maintain and keep an accident or illness records which shall be open at all times for inspection to authorized personnel. So dapat daw po meron tayong records. And dapat po makita, ipapakita natin yan sa DOLE inspecting personnel. Okay. Sounds familiar? Ito kasi po yung nasa Article 128 ng Labor Code. They have the rights sa ating mga records. Anong i-record natin? All work accident illnesses resulting to disabling injuries. Pwede na rin po ipati first aid cases natin kasi meron din tayo annual medical report. Okay, ano ba yung mga disabling injuries? Let's see if you could recall. We have the permanent total disability. Ano po yung permanent total disability? Permanent. Naputol o nawala yung function niya. Hindi nagagaling. Total meaning 2 or more body part or body function na nawala. Dalawa. Example, both eyes. Permanent total yan. One arm and one leg. Let's say nagkaroon ng stroke related sa kanyang trabaho. One arm, one leg ang nawala ng function. Permanent total po yun. What if kung one body part lang po? One eye, one arm, or one leg? That is permanent partial disability naman. Okay? And meron tayong temporary total. Temporary, ibig sabihin, pwedeng gumaling. Pero total, hindi siya nakapasok. Sample, fracture. Nabalian ng buto. Okay? Gagaling naman yun. Pero hindi siya makaka-report back to work. So, temporary total disability ang case na yun. Aside from that, you need to report fatality. Yung disabling cases nga, report mo what more yung fatality. Okay? That should be reported within 24 hours kay DOLE, pag construction industry. Next, may sinasubmit din po tayong annual report kay DOLE. We need to compute for the frequency rate. How to compute? We write down kung ilan ang number of disabling injuries or illnesses, kasama yung death, fatality. We multiply it by 1 million. Then divide by the employee's hours of exposure. Again, disabling injuries, illnesses, yung ilang cases yan. Per year to, multiplied by 1 million, divided by the employee's hours of exposure. Next, we have the severity rate naman. Severity rate, total days lost. Sa Rule 1050 po, may charges days kung ilang days or months or years. Okay? Example, nagkaroon na putol yung kamay. So, ilan po yung ilang months ang i-charge natin? Nasa yellow book natin. Fatality, may namatay. Ilang days po yon sa ating yellow book, 6,000 days po ang ilalagay. Okay? So, visit na lang po natin yung yellow book for the complete charges. Multiply by 1 million pa rin. Saan ba yan nakukuha yung 1 million? Constant yan, sir. Pero paano nakuha? Trivia na lang. Dun sa gusto maging COSH practitioner. Sa panel interview, tinatanong to eh. Okay, paano nakuha yung 1 million? That is multiplying the industry. Worker per industry daw ay 500. Okay, in general, mga nasa 500 daw, 500 workers per industry. They are working 40 hours a week. So 500 times 40. And they are also working 50 weeks a year. 500 workers, multiplied by 40 weeks, 40 hours per week, multiplied by 50 weeks a year. Okay? So kung titingnan natin, parang sinamarize yung working hours per industry. Kaya nakuha po yung 1 million. Okay? And divide pa rin po ng employee hours of exposure. Okay, ano ba yung employees hours of exposure? Man-hour natin. Okay, man-hour. Ilang hours nagtrabaho lahat ng worker natin for today? Yesterday. Ngayon, the whole year po ang kailangan. Sir, how do we treat yung mga on standby po? Kailangan nila mag-monitor sa site. So as long ganun ang kanilang status, naka-in po yun. Okay? Pasok yun sa employees hours of exposure. Next, ano po yung sinasubmit? Frequency rate, severity rate daw. So we have the AEDR, or Annual Work Accident Illness Exposure Data Report. Okay, 1 page lang po yan. Straightforward din. Name of establishment, walang pangalan. Nature of business, address, exposure date, January to December. Palitan na lang po natin. Example, 2021. Okay? So, ang reporting po niya dapat nakapag-submit na kayo ng January, 2022. Exposure data, ilang workers, ilang hours sila nagtrabaho for the whole year, ilan ang disabling injuries, ilan ang non-disabling, or kahit yung first 8 cases, ilan ang lumabas na frequency rate, ilang lumabas na severity rate. Okay? So yung mga data dito, yan din po yung nandito. Total days loss, employee hours of exposure, number of disabling injuries. Okay? Nandito po yan, injury summary. So clear tayo, so far. Let me see the chat box. Okay, walang question. Ngayon, ito po yung reportings natin. Yung WAIR, ano yung WAIR? That is the Work Accident Illness Report. Okay, nagkaroon po ng aksidente. You need to submit a report kay DOLE. So meron na po tayong form. DOLE/BWC/IP-5. Okay? So, sir, meron kaming format. Sige, pwede nyo ipasa yan kay DOLE. At the same time, ipasa nyo rin itong WAIR. Ito yung standard format. 2 copies pa rin po. Regional Office, furnish ang BWC, Bureau of Working Conditions. Pero ngayong COVID, email po pwede. Kailan po nasasubmit yan? 20th day of the month. Okay? Basta po hindi disabling at saka fatality. Kasi disabling, fatality within 24 hours. Kung first 8 cases lang po yan, 20th day of the month. Aksidente ng Feb 18, di Feb 20 pa ang reporting. Nagkaroon ng aksidente ng Feb 25. So, ang reporting yan sa March 20 na. Okay? Next, yung frequency rate, severity rate computation, AEDR. Kailan po isasubmit? On or before the end po ng January of the following year. Data natin, January to December 2021. So, ang report ng AEDR, January, last day ng January 2022. Kailangan po nakapag-submit na tayo. Otherwise, meron tayong 30,000 pesos na penalty. Next. Yan. Tapos na tayo sa 10:30, 10:40, 10:50, 10:60 na. Okay? So dito po, very technical, pero i-summarize ko na lang. Building premises shall have adequate fire, emergency, and danger signs, and safety instruction of standard colors and sizes visible at all times. Okay? Ibig sabihin, organize. Handrail within the standard, scaffolding. Ladder, gano'ng kataas yung ladder steps? Roll 1060 yan. Gano'ng kaluwag or gano'ng kasikip? Allowed ang isang worker nasa 1060 po yan. Nakalagay din po dyan yung standard color and size visible at all times ng signage. May formula po. Go visit na lang po yung rule 1060 natin. But for the standard color, let me see sa chat box kung alam na yung standard color. Chat box po baka naantok na eh. Sige, magpaano tayo? Question. Sige, anong color po if we are referring kay danger? Danger, what color ng ating signage?
Pula, sir. Pula.
Sige po, sa chat box para alam natin. Alam natin kung sino nagpa-participate pa. Yan, red. Red. Red is used for, sabi nga natin, danger, stop. Yan, red din po yan. For firefighting equipments, fire hoses, fire cabinets, red po yan. What about yung mga safety reminders natin? Safety notice board, first aid station. You could not use Red Cross logo. Hindi tayo Philippine National Red Cross. Dapat anong kulay po ng cross if we want to emphasize na yun ang ating first aid station sa ating job site. What color? Type natin sa chat box. Okay, what color? Safety reminders, safety bulletin, first aid station. Yan, good. This is green. Okay, very good. Green po yan. Nagre-review lang tayo yung day 1 ninyo, I think nakuha na to. Okay, next po. What color is for physical hazard sa site? Mababa yung head clearance. Uneven yung surface, pwede tayong matisod. Madulas, dahil may oil, may tubig. Pwede tayong mabangga. Kasi may poste nakalagay dyan. So what color yung ating signage? Okay. So good. Yellow, the color of caution. Okay. For physical hazard lang po yan. What if meron po tayong radiation sa site? May radioactive materials. What color? What color? Okay. So the answer po ay purple in tandem with yellow. Purple. Alam po natin, imminent danger yan, sir. Dapat red, hindi po. Pag radiation, special condition po yan. Delikadong delikado yan. Okay, dapat clearly identified na, oops, danger because of radiation, purple. Hindi po pwedeng red. Bakit kaya nakalagay danger? Pwedeng electrical. Yan. Okay? Pero pag radiation, purple talaga. Kitang-kita. Okay, it's purple. Ngayon po, what if yung mga moving parts ng ating machines? Moving parts na pwedeng sumabit, maipit yung ating mga workers. What color? What color po? Yung color na mini-mention natin, this is as per Rule 1060. Okay, the answer po ay orange. Orange po tayo. Kasi ang yellow, sabi natin, physical hazard lang po. Pwede kang mauntog, matisod, madulas, bunggo. Pero yung maipit because of moving parts, orange po yan. Okay? Of course, pwede nating in tandem yan with yung black stripes, yung zebra stripes daw. Next, color for housekeeping and traffic. Housekeeping and traffic. May traffic rules tayo. O yan. Anong color ng ating signage? May housekeeping rules tayo. Ito rin ang color niyan. How about the others? Okay. Ito naman ang advantage ng on-time participants. Bibilangin ko lang kung ilan yung magchat-chat. Okay? Malalaman ko kaagad. So the answer po is white. Tama si Sir Von Cedric. Okay? It's white. You could not use red, yellow, and orange. Now, mention na natin yun. Okay? So white po yan. Of course, in tandem with black. Puti na yung pader mo. Puti pa yung signage mo. Hindi mapapansin. Okay? So white po yan. Example, you want to delineate saan dadaan yung mga tao, saan dadaan yung heavy equipment, you put a white straight line. Okay? You want to make a signage na dito po yung basurahan. So white signage, ang lettering niya ay black. Clear po tayo Housekeeping and traffic, white. Now let's go sa areas, equipments, devices na under repair. Anong kulay po ng signage natin? Sira yung elevator, ito yung signage niya. Parado yung CR, kailangan i-maintenance, ito yung kulay niya. Sira yung heavy equipment, ito yung kanyang kulay ng signage. Anong kulay yun? What color? Okay, the answer po is blue. Blue. Okay. Under maintenance, color blue yung kanyang font size. It's funny kasi may nakikita tayo sa mga road constructions. Caution, road under repair. So it should be blue. Nagiging caution lang yan pag merong lubak. Okay? Nagiging red po yan kung may possibility silang mahulog. But to inform them na meron tayong road repairs, blue po yun. Okay? Clear tayo? Makikita natin yan sa mismong Rule 1060 ng Yellow Book. Later, if we have time, ipakita natin yan mismo dun sa Yellow Book na yan. Kasi baka yung iba sticker sa inyo, blue, green, purple, tama kaya yun? Sige, mamaya, pakita natin yan mismo sa Yellow Book. Okay? But for now, let's go kay Rule 1070 naman. Rule 1070. So, any harmful chemicals na pwedeng mag-cause ng diseases, cancer, toxics, yung mga threshold limit makikita natin kay Rule 1070. Example, carbon monoxide hanggang 50 parts per million. Okay, for an 8-hour shift. Noise, yan. Pwedeng mag-cause din ng harm yan. Mabibingi tayo pag masyadong maingay. 90 decibel yan, sir. Okay. H2S, hydrogen sulfide, 10 parts per million. So anong reference po natin? Rule 1070. Okay, clear po tayo. Basta threshold limit ng chemicals, physical hazards, 1070 tayo. Okay? May complete list po. Mahaba yan. Ilang pages. Chemicals and their threshold limits. Next, 1080. Rule 1080. Na-discuss na sa inyo. This is the personal protective equipment. Hindi natin isa-isahin kung ano yung mga PPEs na yan. Basta po, according kay Rule 1080, all personal protective equipment shall be of the approved design and construction appropriate for the exposure of the work to be performed. Okay? Welding nga, pero ang binigay na gloves ay cotton gloves. So, hindi po yan appropriate. May violation kayo kay 1080. No person shall be subjected or exposed to a hazardous environmental condition without protection. Meaning, lahat po ng tao. Kasi hodang bisita yan, si boss, yung client po natin, kailangan pa rin po magsuot ng PPE. Note ko na lang dito, hindi ko na babasahin. Pero ang essence po niyan, the employer should provide PPEs free of charge. Okay? Para sa kanyang mga workers. The company employer shall at his own expense furnish his workers with protective equipment. Okay, clear tayo ha? Na-discuss na po yun sa inyo. However, let me just note, yan, pwede pa rin pong may deductions. For the loss or damage of PPEs, basta po because of negligence, ha? May kapabayaan sa part ni worker, pwede po rin siyang i-charge. This is according kay Article 114, Book 3, Labor Code of the Philippines, and the Section 14, Rule 8, Book 3 ng Omnibus Rules Implementing the Labor Code. Since we mentioned the Labor Code, hindi lang po to sa PPE, kahit sa other equipment sa site. Nasira, nawala yung tester, yung hand drill, yung grinder. So basta may negligence po si worker, pwede pong i-charge sa kanila. Okay? Ngayon sir, ano ba yung Article 114 na yan? It has 4 conditions. Please write it down na lang as we discuss. Wala yan sa slide natin. Article 114, first, in order maging lawful po yung deduction, number 1, kailangan makapag-establish tayo ng negligence. Okay? Negligence. Meaning, you could not charge a person, a worker, if nasira yung kanyang hard hat because inupuan niya kung walang instruction na bawal upuan yung hard hat. Sir, common sense yun. Hindi. We need to establish it. Okay? So, dapat meron tayong orientation kay worker on how to care and how to use for the PPEs. Okay? Let's say, sige, sir, clear po. Na-orient naman sila on how to use the PPE properly. Pero inupuan pa rin po niya yung hard hat. Ginawa niyang tsinelas yung sapatos. Okay, yung safety shoes. Hindi maayos. So clearly, may negligence. The second condition, 4 po to ha. The second one po is, kailangan meron po kayong due process. Okay? May opportunity to explain yung worker natin on why not sila dapat i-charge. Okay? Example, nawala yung hard hat. Negligence yun. Number 2, ang explanation niya pala ay hiniram ni Engineer Mark Joseph yung kanyang hard hat. Pero hindi na binalik sa kanya. Okay? So, may due process pa rin. Hindi basta-basta nag-deduct. Okay? Hindi pala niya kapabayaan yan. Kapabayaan ng engineer. Okay? Clear po tayo ha? Next, number 3. Ano yung third po natin? Kung magkano lang po yung item, yun lang yung babayaran niya. Excluded, hindi dapat kasama po yung, sir, delivery charge. Sir, nag-diesel, nag-tollgate po nung binili yung kanyang PPEs. So, naglagay po kami ng interest. Hindi po. Kung magkano lang yung item. Example, safety shoes, 2.5. Yun lang dapat po yung babayaran. Okay? The fourth one is, magkano po ang ibabawas sa kanyang sahod. Dito tayo nagkakaroon ng problem. Bakit? 2.5 yung PPE, sir. E di pag sahod niya ng weekly, charge ka agad 2.5? Hindi po. Magkakaroon kayo ng violation under Labor Code. Ano yung fourth? Hindi pwedeng mag-exceed ng 20%. Okay? Ng kanyang weekly salary. Example, ang weekly salary po niya is 5,000. Ang PPE ay 2,500. Pag chinarge po natin yan sa weekly salary niya, magkano po, ilang percent po yun? Yung 2,500 sa 5,000, that is 50%. So may violation tayo kay Labor Code Article 114. Dapat po 20% lang ng kanyang weekly salary. Ibig sabihin, charge lang siya sa first week, 1,000. Yun yung 20% ng 5,000 eh. Second week, 1,000, and the third week is 500. Clear po tayo? Those are the 4 conditions ng Article 114. Negligence, established. Due process, actual price, 20%. Next, we jump kay Rule 1960. Kasi yung iba po, very specific na sa mga industry regarding electrical, regarding boiler. Yan. So, 1960 na kagad tayo. Nag-iisang rule for occupational safety and health services. Coverage po, lahat po ng establishment, whether for profit or not, government or yung kanyang political subdivision, private, kasama na rin po dito. Okay? So let me just note this one. Occupational illness. Could I ask someone to read si Sir John Carlo Pilaes? Sir, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Yan, sir. Could you read? Ano po yung occupational illness?
The fact that disease occurs among a group of exposed person with the frequency above the average morbidity of the rest of the population.
Okay, that is according kay
ILO 2010.
Okay, International Labor Organization 2010, the labor arm of UN. Okay, bakit kaya pinabasa natin to? It's because minsan umaabuso yung ating mga workers. Okay, meron silang maintenance. Meron silang nagkasipon, nagkatrangkaso, masakit ang ngipin, hihingi ngayon ng gamot sa clinic natin. Mauubos nga naman yung gamot kung lahat ng maintenance ni worker kinukuha dun sa clinic. Ubos ang budget. So, we only cater yung mga occupational illness. When we say occupational illness, nabasa nga yan ni Sir. Let me just explain it. For example, nakikita po ba ako sa camera? Tingnan mo na yung camera, wag yung slide. Ha? This is the workplace. This is the environment. Sabi po dito, masasabi lang na may occupational illness if yan, above the average morbidity for the of the rest ng population. Example, sipon. Ngayon po, nagkakaroon ng sipon. Kasi may amihan pa. Marami nagkakasipon sa site, marami ding nagkakasipon sa community. Okay? Sa labas ng site. So, occupational illness po ba yung sipon? The answer is no. Bakit? Parehas lang po sila ng morbidity. Ang sabi ng ILO, kailangan above. Okay? Ng the rest of the population. Meaning, nagkakaroon ng maraming nagtatain sa site. Pero sa community, wala naman. Ayan, may occupational illness tayo. Nagkakaroon ng flu, lagnat sa labas, sa construction site, compared po sa labas, mababa lang. Occupational illness yan. Pero kung marami nagkakatrangkaso na sa site, marami rin nagkakatrangkaso sa community, hindi po yan occupational illness. That is probably an endemic na po. Okay? Probably, sa bahay nila nakuha yung sickness sa kanilang pagbiyahe. Yan. Kaya hindi po pwedeng lahat na lang ng sakit i-charge natin kay company. Kawawa rin naman yung ating company. Hindi ako pro-company but I just want to make sure na walang na-abuse. Na worker, wala rin na-abuse na company. Kasi both kailangan yan. Kung malugi yung company, walang sa worker. Kung wala si worker, wala rin product company. Okay? I hope that is clear. Yung occupational illness natin. Next, we have Rule 1963. This is the sub-rule ni Rule 1960. Okay, under pa rin to. Hindi ko na po babasahin na para mas mabilis. Ang ibig sabihin po ng Rule 1963, yung sa mga emergency health services, if our company Marami na po tayong worker, more than 100. Okay? You need to establish clinic. More than 1,000, kailangan meron tayong hospital. The problem is, sir, maliit yung space namin. Sir, wala yan sa budget. Magtayo ng mini hospital sa loob naming establishment. So, pwede natin i-cite to, Rule 1963. We have the 525 rule. Ano ibig sabihin nun? If our area is within 5 kilometers sa nearest na hospital or emergency clinic, or ang kanyang travel time ay less than 25 minutes, pwede po magkaroon tayo ng Memorandum of Understanding, Memorandum of Agreement na lang. Okay, clear po tayo ha? 5 to 5. Within 5 kilometers o ang kanyang travel time is less than 25 minutes, pwede pong MOA or MOU na lang. You don't need to establish a hospital. Clear po tayo ha? Pag more than that, you need to establish. Kailangan meron tayo sa site kasi masyadong malayo na yan. The worker could die. Okay, clear po tayo? Next. Ito pala. For the purpose of this rule, the employer shall enter into a written contract with the hospital or dental clinic. Okay? Pag-emphasize natin yung 525. Next po. Okay na tayo sa clinic, sa hospital. Ngayon, yung gamot. Pag hiningian po tayo ni Dole o yung nag-i-inspect po sa atin, nasaan ang first aid po ninyo? Yung gamot ninyo sa site. Ano yung papakita? Yung in compliance with Table 47. Hindi yung isang parang manicure, pedicure set lang. Ganun lang kalaki. Hindi po. Meron po tayong minimum quantity ng medicines. Listed po yan sa Table 47. Number 2, di ka na po babasahin. Explain ko na lang. Since this is 1978 pa, baka may mga bagong gamot na. Okay, example, toothache drop. Masakit ang ngipin, pinapatakan pa noon. Sure, meron na tayong oral meds. Pwede ba yun i-substitute? The answer is yes. Okay, that is number 2. Next, number 3. Kung nabawasan po yung ating inventory, yung quantity, you need to replenish it ulit. Kagad. Okay, hindi po pwedeng sabihin kay Dole, safety, bakit isa na lang ang paracetamol? Ay sir, kasi last Monday po, may nanghingi sa atin. Nag-issue tayo ng 2 banig sa 3 worker. Hindi po. Kailangan ma-replenish kagad yan. Okay? Ano ba tong Table 47 na yan? In-screenshot ko lang po to. Isang page. I think 3 or 4 pages to. Isang page na lang po in-screenshot ko. You have the number of workers sa taas and the inventory po on your left. Example lang ha. I have 500 workers. 500 workers. Could I ask Sir Jetro, kung may 500 workers po ako, ilan cc or ml ang kailangan ko na topical antiseptic, yung linis ng sugat? Ilang cc or ml po? If I have 500 workers.
120 po.
Okay, very good, sir. Okay, tama si sir kasi yung 500 pasok yan sa range ng 200 to 600. So dapat may 120 cc or 120 ml po. Okay? And the rest you follow na lang po. Except for number 5. Wala na yatang mabibiling toothache drop. I don't know kung meron pa. So pwede na lang po yung. Okay? Clear tayo ha? Table 47. Meron pa po yan for supplies tulad ng mga bandages, tongue depressors. Meron din po yan yung equipments, stretchers. Yan. So tingnan na lang po natin completely sa table 47. Now let's go sa personal naman po. Okay, hindi naman meron kayong clinic, meron kayong first aid. Sinong gagamit? Sorry, ang gagamit si worker. Pero sino mag-administer? Yung ating occupational health personnel. Pag first aider, dapat able to read and write. And may training po siya sa Philippine National Red Cross. Sir, busy ngayon sa mga RT-PCR testing. BFP po, pwede na. Bureau of Fire Protection, you could request for a training and they could give certifications na rin. Okay? Recognize na po yun ni Doden. For our nurses, kung umabot po sa 50 workers, 51 pataas hanggang 99, you will be required to have a nurse. Kailangan po may license po siya. Meron siyang at least 50 hours na basic training sa occupational nursing. This is being conducted by the College of Public Health ng UP. Ano pa po ba yung institution na pwede silang magkumuha ng training? ONAP, Occupational Health Nurses Association of the Philippines. So it's not enough na meron tayong registered nurse. Kailangan may training po sila. Next, how about our doctors, whether part-time or full-time? Of course, kailangan may license. Next, dapat meron silang training course sa occupational medicine conducted by UP pa rin or ng PCOM. For our dentist, this is physician pa rin. Pag nag-exceed tayo ng 2,000 manggagawa, kailangan meron na po silang masteral sa occupational health or industrial health. Okay? For our dentists, part-time or full-time, license, of course, and dapat meron silang basic training in occupational dentistry conducted by the Bureau of Dental Health Services ng DOH. Ngayon, number 1 and number 2. Paano yan, sir? Bihira naman yung nurses, doctors, dentists na may ganong training. So number 1, binibigyan yung nurses, physicians, and dentists within 6 months after they are employed to secure those trainings. Yung number 2 naman po, that is for our first aiders. Okay, 6 months din po ang binibigyan. Sir, pwede po ba yung safety maging first aider? Foreman maging first aider? Worker, first aider? Pwede po yun. Wala tayong problem doon. May sinamit po ba? Yes. We have the AMR, Annual Medical Report. So that is DOLE /BWC, /OH-47.47A. Oh, nilo na. Ano po ba yung annual medical report na yan? It's a list ng mga occupational illnesses and symptoms. Tatali lang po nila. For the whole year, ilan na nagkasakit, sakit sa ulo, diarrhea, allergic reaction. Okay? I-fill up lang po nila. Kailan po isasubmit yan? On or before the last day of March. Okay? Ganun pa rin po, 2 copies. Pero because of COVID, through online. Ngayon, may questions po ba? Question. Sir, confirm ko lang po, yung first aider po, pwedeng mag-request ng training sa BFP? Yes po, pwede. Accredited na po ba yun ng DOLE instead sa Red Cross, as mentioned? Yes po. Hindi siya accredited, but recognized po ni DOLE. Yes, tama. Recognized po siya ni DOLE. Okay. Kasi ngayon, nahihirapan kumuha ng trainings because of COVID-19 response. So, pwede na po kay BFP. I think pre-COVID, 2020, early 2020 po, pwede na. So, yung ating mga nurses, may training din dapat. Worker, pwede maging first aider. Yes, sir. Yung engineer po ba, site engineer, pwede rin ba maging safety officer? The answer is yes. Okay, pwedeng dual function. Provided ang kanya magiging priority ay yung trabaho niya as safety officer. Okay, secondary na lang yung pagiging engineer. Sure, madedelay po ang aming project. So, if that would be the case, you need to hire a safety officer talaga. Okay, clear tayo so far? Sige, although ang break time po natin is 10 o'clock, pero I think exhausted na ang inyong attention span. Sige po. we could have a 15-minute break muna. Ang oras po natin ay 9:46. 9:46, be back by 10:01. Okay, 15 minutes lang po. Thank you. Meron pa po tayong 1.5 minutes sa ating break time. So kung kailangan pa po mag-CR, sige po mag-CR. Sa kalahating minuto na lang po. Okay, sige po. Let's resume our training. Please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba ang ating slide? Department Order 13, Series of 1998. Yes or no, Y or N? About the others, wala pa yata yung iba. Please confirm. Nakikita po ba? Si Sir John Michael. Nandyan po ba? Si Sir Von. Ayan, nakita ko na sa camera. At si Ma'am Cleofe. Ina-confirm sa ating chat box. Okay. So, si Sir John Michael, nandiyan na po ba? Sir John Michael? Sir John Michael. Sige, note natin. Wala pa si Sir John Michael. By the way, magkakaroon po tayo ng exam mamaya. Post-test examination. So if kung napapansin po na wala kayo, every time na matatawag po kayo, magde-deduct kami ng points. So later on, kausapin natin si admin or chat po natin sa total scores po ninyo, ma-minus ngayon natin kung ilang beses kayong tinawag pero hindi po tayo nag-respond. Okay? So kung kay Sir John Michael, meron pong problem ang kanyang camera or mic, meron po tayong chat box naman. Ganun din po sa iba. Kung nagkaka-problem tayo, please message us muna. So we would know your status. Sige, going back. Ano naman tong DO13? We mentioned earlier, PD 442, labor code. After 4 years, 1978, lumabas po yung ating yellow book. However, yung yellow book po, oonti pa lang po yung inputs pertaining sa standard sa construction industry. Napakaraming hazard ng construction, kaya the government or DOLE deem it, oops, parang kulang. Kailangan natin magdagdag, i-expand yung ating standard sa construction. Diyan po lumabas yung Department Order 13, 20 years after ng Yellow Book. Ano ba yung DO13? otherwise known as the guidelines governing occupational safety and health in the construction industry. So this is exclusively for construction lang. Sa DO13 po, nire-require magkaroon ng construction safety and health program before the start ng actual construction. Si Sir Jetro yata, parang boss to ng construction. Tama ba, sir? Since you are...
Sa Bosch po ako, sir, noong una.
sir, boss as in official ng isang construction company. Kasi sinesecure...
alam mo ako, sa supply po ako, parang ganun din. Well, supply po ako ng aircon, sir.
Okay. Sige, sir. So, official si Sir Jetro. Siguro yung iba rin naman dito. FYI, kailangan nyo po ng CSHP. Hindi tayo makapag-provide na, hindi kayo bibigyan ng building permit without a CSHP. This is required under DO13. May memo si DPWH noong 2011 requiring the CSHP. Next, under DO13, ganun pa rin. Ang PPEs, kailangan provided yan ni employer, free of charge kay employee. All other persons entering the construction site must wear the necessary protective equipment. Similar pa rin, Rule 1080. Next, sa CSHP po, yung equivalent cost ng mga provisions ng PPE, dapat naka-reflect po yan sa mismong total project cost. May sariling budget dapat si safety officer. Next, ang construction site po dapat merong safety officer or safety personnel. Main or general contractor shall have overall management and coordination of all safety and health officers or persons working sa loob ng construction site. Ibig sabihin, kahit marami po tayong subcons, trade na safety officer, ang pinaka-supervisor nila si general contractor safety officer. Okay? Clear po tayo dyan, ha? So, may say si GenCon sa safety officer ng subcon. Minsan kasi nag-aaway si engineer or project manager ng subcon kay Gen safety officer. Sir, GenCon safety, bakit naman ganon? Tao po namin si safety officer, yung kanilang safety officer. Bakit po ninyo sila binibigyan ng task, reporting, requirements? Hindi po ninyo sila empleyado, hindi po. Kailangan kasama, supervise ng GenCon si subcon safety officer. Clear po tayo? Next, if magkakaroon po tang additional na workers si subcon, kailangan sumabay po yung number of safety officers. May requirement po tayo. Number of workers, may number of safety officers din na required. Okay? Let me just share you with this one. Number of workers, 1 to 50. Ang required ng safety officer, 1 part-time safety man. Ito pong number of workers, pwede po nating i-discard na. I'm just showing you this one. Baka mamaya, you are requiring full-time safety officer as per requirement ni DO 198-18. Pero ipakita sa inyo ni company, teka, DO 30, no? Ito, safety officer, part-time lang ang kailangan. Again, this one is obsolete. Na-supersede ito ng DO 198-18. Ang valid na lang po rito, ang susundin na lang po natin ay yung nasa pinakababa. Okay, could I call Ma'am Cleofe? Ma'am Maria Cleofe.
Yes po.
Yes, ma'am. Could you read yung last row?
1 safety man for every 10 units of heavy equipment.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So as read by Ma'am Cleofe, isang safety officer or safety man for every 10 units ng heavy equipment or fraction po nun. Okay? Mapa, isa, dalawa, tatlo, basta po within 10, isang safety officer ang required. Ngayon, sir, if I have 50 units ng heavy equipments, backhoe, excavator, dump trucks, cranes, payloaders, heavy equipment yon. Kailangan mag-provide kayo ng isang safety officer for 10 minutes. 50 po yun. So ilang safety officer? 5. Iba pa po yung number of workers. Okay? Clear po tayo dyan. That is according kay DO13. The number of workers, mamaya madidiscuss natin yan sa DO118. Okay? Next po, under DO13, nandyan pa rin yung ating requirements sa occupational safety and health personnel and facilities. Dito po ang in charge sa compliance ay, take note, hindi si safety officer, but the construction project owner or his duly authorized representative. Usually that is the project manager. Nandito pa rin po yung 525 rule natin. Ano ulit yung 525 rule? If our establishment are required na magkaroon ng clinic or hospital, pero within 5 kilometers or within 25 minutes yung travel time, pwede pong magkaroon na lang ng written agreement with the hospital or clinic. Clear po tayo, ha? DO13, required pa rin po yung Call 47 na na-mention natin kanina. If you would recall, ayan, yung listahan ng mga gamot. Then I asked, I think si Sir Jetro kanina, regarding kung ilang topical antiseptic. Okay? So, the standard still applies kay DO13. Next, construction safety signage. Mandatory provision of safety and warning signs are reiterated not only for the protection of the worker, but also the public in general. Signs should conform with the standard requirements of the OSH standards. Na-discuss natin kanina, yung colors. Mamaya pakita ko sa inyo yung table, yung sa Rule 1060 na safety signage colors standards. Ngayon, dito kay DO13, hindi lang po dapat sa loob yung ating signage, pati rin po sa labas. Wala namang nakalagay dyan. Pero if you would notice yung ating explanation dito, not only for the protection of workers, but also the general public. Okay? If kung ano po yung signage na nasa loob, let's say may falling hazards, falling debris, ganun din po, reflected din po dapat yung signage sa labas. Kailangan po ng PPE sa loob, i-reflect nyo rin po yung PPE requirement sa labas. Usually, sa mga perimeter fences natin, nilalagay po yun. Okay, clear po tayo, ha? Next. As per DO13, may mga requirements tayo sa mga heavy equipment. Pag pre-construction, the operators, and yung riggers, kailangan po meron silang NC2 or certified sila ni TESDA. How about our heavy equipments? Dapat po, they are tested by a DOLE-recognized organization. Okay? May third-party certificate ang ating heavy equipment. May NC2 ang operators and spotters. Ngayon, during construction, mobilization, or transport of heavy equipment, it should conform with the DPWH, the load, the width, the height po sa pag-travel natin. Example, ang load limit ng bridges ni DPWH is 10 tons, yung tulay. Pero ang heavy equipment po natin ay 11 tons or 10 tons. Papatawarin po ba natin? The answer is no. Bakit? 10 tons naman yung limit. 10 tons din yung heavy equipment natin. Kailangan meron po tayong safety factor na 20 to 30%. Hindi po pwedeng basta-basta daanan natin. Nagiging luma din po kasi yung mga kalsada at tulay. Okay? May safety factor dapat tayo. Kung ang clearance ng tunnel ay 3 meters, ang ita-transport po natin ay 5 meters, definitely hindi magkakasya doon. Okay? Obviously. Next, standard procedures in erection and dismantling. Depende po sa manual. And routine inspection. The question is, sino po ang mag-i-inspect? Is it the safety officers? siya mag-inspect ng heavy equipment? The answer is no. Wala pong training si safety officer. Wala siyang NC2 to be familiar with the heavy equipment. So, sino po yan? Yan po yung ating mga operators at ang ating mga mechanic. Anong trabaho ni safety officer? To oversee kung ini-inspect nga po ng ating mga operators at mechanic. Clear tayo dyan, ha? Ang routine inspection, si operator po kasi siya yung gagamit. Next, safety and health information. So the construction site should provide a detailed safety and health information system. This includes orientation ng mga workers, pagbibigay ng instructions. So if you would recall, that is similar kay Job Hazard Analysis or JHA. And training for workers, means of conveying safety-related information to all workers. Toolbox meeting, di ba? That is our means to convey safety-related information. Kahit hindi po sinabi word na toolbox meeting, you need to conduct such activities to satisfy the DO13. Okay? Then also sa mga special instructions and trainings sa mga specialty workers and operators. May pa-training sa mga operators, sa mga welders, electricians natin. Next, construction safety and health training. Ito yung oonti lang yung nakakaalam. Okay? So alam naman namin, pag safety, kailangan may BOSH or may COSH. However, yung continuing training, minimum of 16 hours per year. Okay? Ito yung summarize. In COSH, check. Ngayon yan, sir. And kailangan po meron kayong 16 hours per year. Sir, sinong gagastos ngayon ng 16 hours per year? Since this is required by DOLE, required by law, it should be compensable time kay worker. Okay? When we say compensable time, may sahod pa rin si safety as si worker. At the same time, charge pa rin yan sa company. Clear po tayo, ha? Dapat maging compensable yung training kay worker or kay safety officer. Clear? Kung nagbabayad si safety officer for the 16 hours, do you think it could be classified as compensable? Of course not. Nababawasan nga, hindi nadadagdagan yung pera ni safety. So it should be from the company. Next, construction safety and health report. Kanina napansin natin, Rule 1040, quarterly submission daw, sir. Pero dito po sa DO13, ang nakalagay dyan ay monthly submission of summary reports to DOLE is required. The summary reports shall include the safety committee meeting agreements, accident investigation reports, hazard assessment, and corresponding remedial action or measures. Okay? Take note, notification natin ng major accidents to DOLE within 24 hours. Ano yung 24? Major accidents? Sir, yung mga disabling cases. Could you give one disabling case? Ano ang tawag natin for 2 or more body part, 1 body part, or hindi lang siya nakapasok? Could you name one? Nandyan po ba nakita ko na. Sir John Michael. Sir, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
Sige, sir, could you name one disabling cases?
Ano sir? Fracture. Arm fracture.
Yes, sir. Ano po ang classification niya? Tatlo yung nabigay natin kanina.
Temporary disability, sir. Opo.
Temporary total disability.
Disability.
Okay. Thank you, Sir John Michael. How about the other two? Si Sir Von Cedric.
So, yes, sir.
Yung dalawang disabling, isa lang po dun, ha? Ano pa yung ating disabling cases? Nabanggit na ni Sir John Michael. Temporary total disability. Ano pa po? Ito, dalawang permanent to. Permanent.
For example po, naputulan ng dalawang kamay. So, total disability na po yun.
Okay. Permanent total
Permanent total disability.
disability. Okay, and the last part, thank you, sir. The last part po, yung one body part or body function lang, permanent partial disability. Okay, plus fatality. Next, sa construction po, may dagdag tayo. Major accidents. With or without injury, may nasaktan o wala, pero nagkaroon po tayo ng fire, ng explosion, or collapse ng mga lifting equipments natin. Tower crane, mobile crane, with or without injury, we need to report kay DOLE within 24 hours. Clear po tayo, Aside from the disabling injuries, fatalities, nagkaroon ng fire, explosion, collapse ng mga lifting equipments, bumagsak yung tower crane, bumagsak yung mobile crane, you need to report it DOLE within 24 hours. Sabi, nangyari sa Taguig, nagkaroon po ng apoy. Wala pong nasaktan, but since it is classified ni DO13 as major accident, report din kagad kay DOLE. And next, we have the construction workers skill certificates. Yan po yung mga NC2 natin for critical occupations. Paano natin masasabing critical occupations yan? When it may affect and endanger people's lives and limbs. Pwedeng makuryente, pwedeng mamatay, pwedeng maputulan ng body part yung worker, kailangan niya po ng TESDA training. Okay? Next, when it involves the handling of hazardous tools, equipments, and supplies. Heavy equipment. Yan. Chemical. So dapat po may training sila in handling those hazardous substances under TESDA. When it requires a relative long period of education and training. Ito po, meron ng theoretical, meron pang skills assessment. Example, pag-handle ng kuryente. Hindi po pwedeng, ang kuryente ay pagdikit mo yung dalawang wire, okay na. You need computations, yan, you need Ohm's law, and other similar theories. So, kailangan po yan under TESDA na. Hindi yan yung tinuturo lang in one day, in one sitting. Next, kailangan din po ng TESDA training if the performance of the job may compromise the safety and health and environment concerns within the immediate vicinity of the construction site. Sa loob ng construction site, pwede rin sa palibot niya. Example, sa pag-handle ng explosives. Hindi po yan basta-basta lang na, oops, hindi yan takbo. Hindi. It could endanger the people inside and also yung surrounding vicinity po ng ating construction site. You need TESDA o minsan nire-refer nila explosive sa PNP. Okay? Clear po tayo dyan, How about our drivers, sir? Drivers ng mixer. Driver ng delivery trucks. Pasok din po ba? Kailangan nila ng NC2? The answer is yes. Nandiyan yun sa second bullet. When it involves the handling of hazardous tools, equipment. Truck po is a very hazardous equipment. Kaya truck drivers, kahit delivery po ng ating company, you need NC2. Okay? Meron palang ganun, sir? Yes po. Meron din nga pang ano lang light vehicles. Makukuha din po natin sa NC2. Next, I think this is the last part sa DO13. Workers Welfare Facility. Could I ask Sir JB to read yung Workers Welfare Facility?
The employer should provide for adequate supply of safe drinking water, adequate sanitary and washing facilities in order to ensure humane condition of work.
Okay, thank you, Sir JB. Okay. Sabi dito, the employer shall provide adequate supply of safe drinking water. Masasabi natin safe drinking water yan, yep. Sir, galing sa refilling yan. Masasabi natin adequate if verbalized by the worker na hindi naman sila nauuhaw or makikita natin hindi sila dehydrated. Ngayon, ang question po, adequate sanitary and washing facilities. Pwedeng adequate sa akin for 100 worker 5, pero kay Ma'am Cleofe, baka hindi adequate yun sa kanya. Kay Sir Jetro, baka hindi rin adequate. So it is subjective. Now, let's make it objective. Ano po ba yung nakalagay sa mismong guidelines ni DO13? Okay? Please write it down na lang. Wala to sa ating slide. When we say adequate, for female, for female workers muna. Female workers. Kung ang number ni worker, female workers ay first 100, every 20 po na female workers, kailangan meron tayong isang sanitary and washing facility or yung tinatawag nating restroom. Okay? Every 20 or fraction po nun for the first 100 female workers, we need to have one adequate sanitary and washing facility. Ngayon, sir, mag-exceed ng 100. Paano na po yung computation? Every 30 female workers, kailangan po natin ng isa pang restroom. Okay? Ulitin ko For the first 100, every 20, isa. So sa 100 babaeng manggagawa, kailangan po natin ng 5. In excess of 100, every 30 po, female workers, we need to add 1. Ngayon, sagot lang po sa chat box to this question. What if meron po tayong 150 female workers? Ilan po ang kailangan nating restroom? 150 female workers. Answer po sa ating chat box. Yan, si Sir Jetro, sumagot na po. Si Sir Von. Okay. So majority po ay 7. Sige, let's answer. Paano po nakuha yung 7? Sabi natin, first 100, every 20 or fraction po nun. So first 100, 5 kagad kasi sobra nga 150. So 5 po kagad. In excess of 100, every 30. So ito yung 130. And may sobra pong 20 pa. So 30 or fraction po nun. So ito po yung 150 niya. So 7. Tama po, 7. Ngayon, for male naman po, lalaki, for the first 100, kada 25 po, or fraction po nun na male worker, we need 1. So sa 100, kailangan po natin ngayon na 4. Okay? Ngayon, in excess of 100, kada 40 male workers, magdadagdag tayo ng 1. So the question again, what if meron tayong 150 pa rin, pero this time, male workers. How many CR? Male workers, 150 male workers. Yan, okay. So at minimum, we need 6. First 100, 4. Then in excess of 100, every 40. So ito yung 140, pero may sobrang 10. Still, fraction yun ni 40. Magdadagdag tayo ng 1. 6 at minimum. Paglagay kayo mas marami, okay. Pero hindi pwedeng mas bumaba pa sa 6. I think that's all about DO13. The rest, parehas pa rin po dun sa ating yellow book. Threshold limit, ganun pa rin. Rule 1060, yung mga handrails, taas, hagdan, the same pa rin po. Okay? Questions po sa DO13 natin.
Yes, sir. Sir, good morning. Yung question ko po, sir, yung nabanggit kanina sa DO13, kung may insidente na walang injury, such as fire, no? Fire or collapse of crane, no?
Yes,
Kailangan
sir.
i-report sa DOLE.
Yes, sir.
Sa manufacturing, sir, ganun din po ba? Manufacturing or yung mga planta, ganun po ba? Hindi ko na maalala doon sa Bosch eh.
Okay. Ang requirement, ang form po kasi is pag may injuries lang. Okay? Pero we need to inform si DOLE kahit po sa manufacturing tayo pag may fire, explosion, collapse po ng ating mga lifting equipments. Okay? Before it was 1998 construction lang, but eventually inabsorb na rin po ni DOLE to all lahat po ng ating mga industries.
Thank you po.
May questions pa po ba before we go sa pinaka-latest, the DO1NA-18? To add, Sir John, para po sa reporting naman ang pinagkaiba sa reporting, yung mga major accidents, of course, within 24 hours. Pero yung other requirements po natin, Health and Safety Committee, minutes. Okay? Inspection reports, quarterly lang po yan sa manufacturing. Pero kay construction, monthly. Okay? Yan naman po yung pinagkaiba nila. Monthly na kay construction.
Salamat po.
Sige, mukhang wala ng question. Sige, let's go sa next. Please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? This is the key points ng RA 11058 at ang kanyang IRR na DO1NA-18. Okay, sige. Thank you for confirming. Bibilis ha. Kanina natanong ni Sir John Michael, ito po ba yung RA 11058? Yes. Pero anong pinagkaiba nila? Si RA po, siya yung batas, as we mentioned. This was signed by our President noong August 17, 2018. Ang title po, An Act Strengthening Compliance with Occupational Safety and Health Standards and Providing Penalties for Violation thereof. Wala pong binago dun sa mga measurements, sa mga threshold limits, pero po ang standard na to ay, ang batas na to, binigyan niya po ng presyo yung bawat violation. Okay? Ganun pa rin po yung mga threshold limits, measurements natin, penalty lang po ang nilagyan ng presyo. Ngayon, yung batas, hindi natin ma-implement kaagad yan. Kailangan niya ng implementing rules and regulations. According po sa batas, bibigyan po ng 90 days yung isang ahensya bago po para po maglabas ng isang IRR or department order. So inabot po hanggang December 2018 ang DOLE at ito na nga po yung DO1NA-18. Yan. Signed noong December 6, 2018. Next, i-implement po ba yun? Hindi. Lahat po ng batas, lahat ng department orders, kailangan lumabas sa newspaper. At least 2. Then, kailangan pa rin po ng 15 days before to be effective. Okay? So, it was published noong January 9, 2019 na. And, sabi natin, 15 days. So, it was effective noong January 25, 2019. Kaya, minsan nalilito yung iba. Sir, DO1NA-18 or -2018. Pero bakit 2019 po ang enacted? Inabot na po kasi ng pagpapalit ng taon. Next, ano po ba ang key points ng DO1NA-18? So, Declaration of Policy, So the state affirms labor as a primary social and economic force, and that a safe and healthy workforce is an integral aspect of the nation building. Sabi ng government po natin, recognize po niya ang ating workforce as the building blocks ng ating ekonomiya, ng ating bansa. Kung wala po yung ating mga workers, hindi lalago ang ating ekonomiya. Okay? Next, ang coverage po ng DO 198-18, applicable to establishment, projects, sites, mga nasa economic zones po natin, and lahat po ng workplaces kung saan may mga trabahador tayo sa private sector lang. Private sector. Sir, ang daya naman ng public pala. Government. Gumawa sila ng batas pero sila exempted. Hindi po. Hindi po pwedeng i-prosecute ni Dole si DPWH. Bakit? Parehas lang po silang government agency. Hindi sila pwedeng magtirahan, mag-prosecute. Ang po pwede lang po ay si Civil Service Commission. Okay? So that's why naglabas po ng separate guidelines naman si Civil Service Commission noong March 4, 2020. It was published noong May 7, 2020. Then naging effective po siya noong May 2022, 2020. Okay? So meron din po sila. So wag tayong mag-iisip na parang bias sila. May sarili po. But if you would read itong mismong circular nila, parehas na parehas po, except for the penalties. Next, key points din po ng D1A-18 natin, yung definition of terms. Marami po yan, pero let me just cite yung mga importante. Okay? Dito sa ating discussion. First, the imminent danger. So when we say imminent danger, a situation by a condition or practice in any place of employment that could reasonably be expected to lead to death or serious physical harm. Mataas po ang risk rating ng imminent danger. When we say high risk ratings, ibig sabihin mataas ang probability, mataas ang severity ng isang aksidente. Next, employer. Employer, could I request si Engineer Mark Joseph to read ano ang definition ni employer DO 198-18?
Employer, any person, natural or judicial, including the contractor, subcontractor, and principal employer who directly or indirectly benefit from the service of the employee.
Okay, thank you, Engineer. Let me emphasize yung phrase who directly or indirectly benefit, okay, from the service of the employee. Meron po kasi mga company, kumukuha na lang ng agency. Kahit sa construction, kukuha ng agency for the laborers. Para daw po, pag may nangyari kay labor, lagot si agency, labas si Gencon. Hindi po. As per definition, directly or indirectly benefit. Ibig sabihin, may cargo pa rin si Gencon po yan. Okay? Basta po nagtatrabaho sa establishment niya, nagbe-benefit po dun sa worker na yon sa kanyang trabaho, may pananagutan pa rin. Okay? Clear po tayo dyan, ha? Hindi dahil kumuha ng pakyawan, ibig sabihin wala ng pakialam. Si company or si mismong owner, yun ang papakyaw, may responsibility pa rin po. Next. Definition of terms, meron tayong low risk, medium risk, at high risk establishments. When you say low risk establishments, low level of danger or exposure. Okay? Pag medium risk, moderate exposure. Pag high risk naman po, mataas ang probability na magkaroon ng aksidente plus hindi lang po sa loob ng establishment. Pwede pong also person outside the premises of the workplace. Doon natin masasabing high risk establishment. Ngayon, sir, sino po ba ang magka-classify ng aming establishment? Si Dole po ba o kami? Kung low, medium, or high risk establishment kami. The answer po ay makikita sa Labor Advisory 4-2019. Sige, sino po? Para sagutin natin yan, The answer is si establishment or si company po. Kayo ang magdi-determine or magka-classify kung low, medium, or high risk kayo. Eh sir, edi low risk namin na lang para mababa yung requirement. You need to pass a HIRAC. Magsasubmit po tayo ng HIRAC. Paano ba yung HIRAC? List down the task and yung kanyang risk assessment. Paano mo i-risk assessment ng heavy equipment? Probability, sabihin natin medium risk lang yan, sir, na magkaroon ng aksidente. Ngayon, ang severity kaya? Severity niya is high. Imposibleng pag nasagasaan ng heavy equipment yung isang tao, first aid lang. Either disabled or patay yan. So mataas talaga ang risk rating ng mga heavy equipment. Ganun din po, working at heights. Pag nahulog, hindi pwedeng first aid lang yan. Pag nakuryente, hindi rin pong first aid case lang yan. Most likely, disabling at fatality ang magiging outcome. So mataas ang kanyang severity. Again, risk assessment, probability multiplied by severity. Kung mataas yung severity, expect kahit medium lang yung probability mo, high risk pa rin yan. Okay? Kaya hindi pwedeng babaan natin yung risk rating dahil gusto lang natin. Okay? You need to submit HIRAC. Next. Key points pa rin ng D1A-18. The duties and rights of the employers, workers, and other persons. So this would look familiar sa inyo kasi diniscuss natin to sa yellow book. The employer, contractor, subcontractor shall furnish workers a place of employment free from hazardous condition, give complete job safety instruction. This was discussed earlier. Yung side-by-side, employer and the workers. Okay, I would skip this one. Alam na natin kanina yan. Next, we have the worker's right to know. Yan. Meron tayong 3 rights ni worker. First is right to know. All workers, including yung mga new hires, shall be provided trainings and information for all types of hazards in the workplace in a language and dialect that workers can understand. Training and information materials use shall be made readily available and accessible to the workers. Okay, kahit bago pa lang po yan na worker, kailangan may safety orientation. Ngayon, pupunta siya sa job site, kailangan may toolbox tayo. Now, job hazard analysis, kasama rin ba yun? The answer is yes. What if hindi tayo nag-provide ng safety orientation? Wala tayong job hazard analysis. Ano po ang magiging penalty natin? So this is yung pinaka-highlight ng DO198-18. Magpo-provide tayo ng penalties. Okay? So ganyan ang magiging discussion natin. Isang key point, pag hindi sinunod, lalabas si Section 29. Para po sa mga hindi nag-orient na mga workers, hindi nagbibigay ng job hazard analysis, this is 20,000 per day po. Paano yung per day na yan, sir? Kailan po magsisimula yan? Example, si Dole, nalaman niya na walang safety orientation yung worker or walang job hazard analysis. Bibigyan tayo ng notice of result. ABC Construction Company, kailangan meron kayong safety orientation by Tuesday. Example lang Tuesday. Umabot na yung Tuesday, lumagpas na. Wednesday, wala pa rin po tayong orientation. Diyan po mag-i-start yung 20,000. Wala pa rin kayong orientation ng Thursday, another 20,000. Wala pa rin orientation ng Friday, another 20,000. This is per day basis. Clear po tayo, Bakit kaya ganun, sir? Napakahigpit naman nung per day na yan. What if kung ang violation po ni company is ang violation nag-charge ng PPE kay worker. Ang penalty po ay 50,000. O sige, okay na yung 50,000 na yan kasi pag binalik natin yung pera ng mga worker, nasa 100,000. Okay? Nakasave pa tayong 50,000, di ba? Kung one time lang, pwedeng maging ganon yung thinking ng company. Mas makakatipid tayo, bayaran na lang yung penalty. Okay? So, si Dole, ayaw ng ganon. Per day po yan. Next, another right ni worker. This is, sorry, excuse me. Workers' right to refuse unsafe work. Excuse me. The worker has the right of refusal to work without threat or reprisal from the employer. Hindi po pwedeng kaldasan, hindi pwedeng tanggalin. The employer, as determined by DOLE, if an imminent danger situation exists. Pinagtatrabaho siya sa mataas na lugar, walang full body harness. Pinaayos yung electrical installation, yung live wire, wala siyang electrical gloves, wala siyang training. See? So this one protects the worker dun sa mga ganong klaseng utos. Okay? As a preventive measure, the safety officer may follow his or her own determination and without fear of reprisal, implement a work stoppage or suspend operation in case of imminent danger. Okay? So dito po binibigyan din ng kapangyarihan si safety officer na magpa-stop ng trabaho. The question is, sir, baka kami tanggalin. O yung worker, bigyan lang po ng half day kasi hindi niya na ginawa yung inuutos ng supervisor. Bawal din po yun. First, let's address yung termination kung hindi sumunod. A worker could only be terminated sa kanyang trabaho under labor code. This is Article 282 ng labor code. If meron pong serious misconduct, yung hindi pagsunod dahil delikado po, hindi yan serious misconduct. Negligence. Negligence po ba yun? Ayaw niyang sumunod kasi pwede siyang mamatay. Okay? So wala pong negligence doon. Habitual negligence, paulit-ulit. Crime. May crime po bang nangyari doon? Hindi naman. Nagkaroon po ba ng fraud? Pamimeke? Wala rin po. Okay? So wala pong grounds to terminate. So, pwede pa sila magkaroon ng kaso kay labor code kasi yung kanilang grounds wala sa Article 282. Okay, clear po tayo dito ha. Next, the third right ni worker. The worker and their representatives shall have the right to report accidents, dangerous occurrences, and hazards to the employer, to DOLE and to other concerned competent agencies. Kumari sa amin, Department of Energy po pwede rin. They shall be free from any form of retaliation for reporting of any accidents. So dati po, ang pwedeng mag-report lang kay DOLE ng aksidente ay si company through safety officer. Ngayon po, pwedeng sabihin ni company, huwag ilabas. Okay, huwag i-report kasi detrimental sa kanilang reputation. Ngayon, si worker po, pwedeng rumekta na ngayon kay DOLE. Okay, clear po tayo dyan ha. The worker could directly report kay DOLE. Of course, magiging confidential po yan. Hindi sasabihin ni DOLE, oops, pumunta po yung isa ninyong labor, si Arman Zingapan, at nire-report po kayo. Hindi ganun. Okay? Pupunta sila doon to conduct accident incident investigation. And hindi po ila-label or hindi babanggitin yung pangalan. Instead, a worker lang po. An employee, sorry, yung magiging term. Hindi yung mismong pangalan. Next, right to PPE. This is similar kay Rule 1080. Employer, contractor, subcontractor shall provide his worker PPEs free of charge. Okay? Next, ano yung mga PPEs na kailangan sa site, sir? Meron po kasi, may safety goggles pa, yung iba wala. Okay, sino po ang mag-i-establish niyan? It is the safety officer. Let me read yung second bullet. Usage of PPE in all establishments, projects, sites, and other places where work is undertaken shall be based on the evaluation and recommendations of the safety officer. Sir, long sleeve. Yung iba may long sleeve, yung iba wala. Again, depende yan sa recommendation ni safety officer. Failure to provide appropriate PPE in high-risk activities shall give rise to the right of the worker to refuse unsafe work. Okay? So, kanina nga, yung refuse to unsafe work. pagtatrabahuin sa mataas na lugar, walang full body harness. Hindi ka na nga nagbigay ng PPEs, therefore, pwedeng tumanggi si worker. Okay? New hire po siya. Tapos, pinapa-deploy ka agad. Walang hard hat, walang safety shoes, bawal na bawal. The worker could refuse. If kung nag-charge tayo or hindi tayo nagbibigay ng PPEs, magkano po ang penalty? 50,000 pesos per day. Sir, nag-provide nga free of charge pero substandard. Free of, 50,000 pa rin po yun. Okay? So, walang protection po o minimal lang yung protection na bibigay kay worker kung substandard yan. So, mabuti nang bumili ng medyo mamahalin, magandang quality PPE kaysa 50,000 po, magbayad ng 50,000 kada araw. Next, safety signage and devices. All establishments, projects, and sites, and all other places where work is undertaken shall have safety signage and devices to warn workers and the public of the hazards in the workplace. Kanina, DO13 lang yung signage para sa protection ng general public. Ngayon po, nilahat na nila. Safety signage shall be posted in prominent positions at strategic location in a language understandable to all and in accordance with the DOLE standards. Hindi po pwedeng Chinese company. So Chinese signs din yung ilalagay, hindi po. Kailangan understood po ng nakararamihan. In accordance with the DOLE standards. Again, yung colors po. Next, safety in the use of equipment. Dito po, gamit. Ito naman po yung gagamit. Okay? Dito po, i-add ko na lang din. Sa mga devices, kailangan din po nung may third-party inspection. Next, going back. Yung mga gagamit po ng mga critical equipments, pwedeng mamatay, pwedeng maputulan ng body part, kailangan po may test na certification sila. Next, kung kailangan pong may supervision ng mga engineers, ang engineers natin dapat may PRC. Nurses, required po sa atin na dapat mayroon ding PRC. Okay? But if kung walang NC2 or hindi licensed yung ating mga engineers, yan. 40,000 pesos po yan per day. Per day. Next, COSH informations. Employer, contractor, subcontractor shall provide adequate and suitable information on safety and health standards and appropriate measures, including the probable location of those workers for the prevention and control of those hazards. Okay, dapat po meron tayong mga manuals. Lockout, tagout, permitting system. Bakit yung permitting system? Ayan, if you would notice dito, nakalagay location. Probable location of those workers. Sa permit po, I hope nag-enforce kayo ng permitting system. Ang permit, meron po siyang work site specifics, including yung exactong location. Okay? Sir, may standard po ba sa permitting system? Wala naman po, nasa company yan. Pero I would advise kung marami pong palapag, dapat magkakaibang permitting system yan. Kahit pare-parehas ng activity. Bakit? Kung gusto nyong ipastop yung trabaho bilang safety officer, i-cancel nyo yung permit. I-void nyo yung permit. What if kung lahat ng palapag iisang permit? Eh di pag kinancel mo yung mismong document, lahat po apektado. What if yung mga palapag na nagko-comply naman? Okay? So magkaka-problem tayo. So maganda, each floor, different permits. Kung may violation yung isang palapag, yun lang po yung ika-cancel natin. Okay? Sige po, what if kung wala tayong permitting system? Walang safety data sheets, walang manual, walang lockout, tagout system. 40,000 pesos per day po yan. Okay? Next, ito na po yung COSH Committee. Ano po ba yung laman ng isang COSH Committee? Yan. For establishment with less than 10 workers and low risk establishment with 10 to 50 workers. Ibig sabihin, meron tayong, let's say, medium or kahit high risk po, pero 5 tao lang po yan. Okay? Less than 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Imposibleng 1, magka-committee ka. Kasi kung 1, chairperson ka lang. Okay? So, ang composition po ay ganito. The chairperson, the highest official sa ating site. Secretary, si safety officer. And yung member, at least 1 worker. Sir, what if pwede po bang si owner, siya rin po ang safety officer? The answer is yes. Okay, yun nakalagay. The safety officer of the workplace may also be the owner, manager, or his or her designated representative. So with that, pwede siya maging chairperson at the same time secretary. Next, the other one, yung sa pinakababa, I think nasabi ko na to. Pag first aider po, pwedeng si worker, pwedeng si manager, pwedeng si supervisor. Okay, and of course, kailangan nag-undergo sila ng Red Cross or sabi ko nga, BFP training na. Ngayon, para sa mga companies na may more than 10 sa mga medium to high risk establishments or low risk po na more than 50, ano po ang magiging composition ng ating Health and Safety Committee? At minimum, first is ex officio chairperson natin, the highest official. Anong ibig sabihin ng ex officio? Ibig sabihin, by virtue of their office, by virtue of their position, automatic sila yan. Example, pinakamataas na tao sa ating site, si project manager, o kayo ang highest official, kayo ang chairperson ngayon. Okay? Because of their position, yan ang kanilang magiging role sa ating committee. Next, secretary, safety officer. Sir, hindi ba ex officio rin dapat yung secretary? Kasi kung safety officer, automatic siya ang secretary. Here's the catch. Sa isang construction, medium to high establishments, bibihira yung isang safety officer. Okay? So, kailangan pa natin papiliin. Mamili tayo doon. Sino yung safety officer na magiging secretary? Si SO2 or SO3? Minsan si SO2, minsan si SO3. Kaya hindi po natin nilagay na ex officio. Okay? Ano yun? Dalawa kaagad sa secretary? Isa lang po. But for the members, yan, ex officio members. Kung sila ay first aider, yung ating nurse, ating dentist or doctors, at safety officer ng ating mga contractors, member po sila. Okay? Kahit ibang company pa po sila. Subcon sila, sir. Sama pa rin sa committee namin? The answer is yes. Okay? This is the COSH committee ng project, hindi po ng inyong company. What if wala tayong Health and Safety Committee? 40,000 pesos per day. Please take note, kahit 8 months na kayo may committee, hindi naman kayo nag-submit ng report on health and safety organization, considered po yan as in compliance pa rin. Walang report kay Dole na nag-establish kayo ng committee. Next, safety officer. Could I ask someone to read? Hindi ko natawag. Si Sir Von Cedric. The first bullet.
Yes, ma'am. Safety officer. The number and qualification of safety officer shall be proportionate to the total number of workers and equipment, size of the work area, and such other criteria as may be prescribed by the DOLE.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Von. Yan. Sige. Dagdag ko na rin. In case of a contractor, subcontractor, the safety officer must be deployed at each specific site, a specific area of operations to oversee the management of the safety and health program of its own workforce. Okay. So halos pareha sila ng essence eh. Dati po, number of workers lang. Okay? Ngayon sa DO13, I think si Ma'am Cleo Feo nagbasa. For every 10 units of heavy equipment, kailangan ng isang safety officer. Ayan. Kaya may nakalagay and equipment. Ngayon, nadadaya din po ng company yan. Paano? Let's say mayroon silang 50 ang manggagawa. Yung 20 sa construction site A. Yung 10 sa construction site B. Yung 10 sa motor pool. Yung 10 sa fabrication area. Ang ginagawa ng company, sir, 50 lahat yan. Kaya may isa kaming safety officer lang. Okay? Tinotal na yung pangalan. Ngayon, kay D118-18, teka sir, hindi lang isa yan. Kasi yung construction site A mo, 20. So, isa ang kailangan. Yung sa isang construction site mo, 10. So, another one po yan. Yung motor po at sa fabrication, tig-isa po ang required dyan. Kasi sa D118-18 po, each specific area or yung size ng kanyang work area ang tinitingnan na ngayon. Okay? Bawat area of operation, may isang safety officer na naka-deploy. Hindi na yung total number of workers. Let me share you with this one. I think nakita na ninyo to sa role of safety officer. 1 to 9, high risk po tayo, isang SO2. 10 to 50, SO3. 51 to 99, kailangan na natin isang SO2 at isang SO3. Okay? Susundin lang po natin tong table. Okay? May questions po ba tayo sa table na to? I think the table is self-explanatory. So we could skip. What if kulang yung safety officer na dineploy sa atin? Yan. Magkano po ang magiging charge? 40,000 po yan per day. Sir, may pinakita yung aking manager. Nakalagay po is 50 is part-time po. Ano ang basis niya? DO13. So, sinong susundin namin? Yung kaninang table. Ano po ang susundin natin? Yung mas mahigpit, which is the DO118-18. Itong table na to. Okay? Ang wala lang po dito, yung 10 units of heavy equipment, isang safety officer ang kailangan. Okay, next. Occupational health personnel and facility. So the number and qualification of health personnel and equipment and facilities and the amount of supply shall be appropriate to sa total number of workers. Ngayon, first aider po natin, 1 to 50. Good po yan sa isang first aider sa medium to high. Ngayon, 51 to 99, dalawang part-time daw na nurse ang kailangan. Pwedeng one full-time din yan. Okay? So, 100 hanggang 199, dalawang first aider. One full-time nurse, one part-time dentist, at one part-time physician. Now, ang question na lang siguro kasi self-explanatory lang naman to. Titingnan natin ilang workers. Susundin na ngayon natin yung number of occupational health personnel. Ang question lang, sir, is what if kung 199 kami, isang full-time nurse, isang part-time dentist, isang part-time physician ang required, pero meron kaming tatlong shift. Ano yun, sir? Each shift, kailangan ganyan din po. Hindi. Ilalagay po natin yung one full-time nurse, one part-time doctor at physician, dentist, sa highest number of worker na shift. Example, first shift ninyong pinakamarami, doon po natin ilalagay itong nurse, doctor, at dentist. Okay, provided may ibang nurse, may ibang first aider po sa ibang shift. Clear po tayo? Ulitin ko. Kung may shifting schedules po tayo, ilalagay po natin yung mga one full-time, one part-time na classification doon po sa highest number of worker na shift. Provided may first aider po sa ibang shift. When we say part-time, 4 hours per day, 3 days a week ang kanyang assignment. Next, kung meron nga tayong gamot, meron din tayong personnel, yung facility ang wala. So 1 to 50 po, First aid treatment room. Okay? So parang parehas din dito. Balik ko Nakalagay dito, 1 to 50. 1 to 9, tsaka 10 to 50, isang first aider lang. Pag sumobra ng 50, doon tayo magkakaroon ng nurse. Ganon din po yung kanilang facility. 1 to 9, 10 to 50, first aid treatment room. 51 to 99, doon tayo nagkaroon ng nurse. So, meron ba tayong 1 bed capacity clinic. 200 hanggang 500, 2 bed capacity clinic. When you say clinic, more on treatment lang po Hindi po diagnostics at saka operations. Yan na po yung hospital. Question po, what if 15 po ang yung employees po? Then, may na-submit mo sa DOLE is not first aider, pero nurse. Considered po ba yan? Okay, so meron kayong nurse po. Meron kayong nurse instead of first aider. Mas maganda po kasi mas mataas ang inyong qualifications. Yung nilagay po ninyo doon. Ang magiging problema po if kung nurse ang requirement pero first aider ang nilagay. Okay? So kung mas mataas, very good po. Si ma'am, maganda po yung ginawa ninyo. Nurse pa, hindi lang first aider. Okay? Sir, pwede bang nurse si safety? Pwede rin po. May safety officer na may nurse pa. Lalo na yun, walang conflict sa kanilang trabaho. Okay, going back. So in excess of 500, bawat 100 workers or fraction nun, magdadagdag ngayon tayo ng isang bed capacity. Okay? So kung meron tayong 1,000 manggagawa, ilan po ang magiging bed capacity for the first 500? 2. Then ito yung 600, 7, 800, 900, ika 1,000. Okay? So 7 bed capacity na clinic. Pero pag sumobra po tayo ng 1,000 na manggagawa, kailangan po natin ng hospital kahit 1 bed capacity. Anong pinagkaiba ulit ng clinic at saka ng hospital? Nabanggit natin, meron tayong operation room. Okay? Pwede nang operahan yung ating mga workers. Okay, while si clinic po, more on ano lang yan, treatment, pero eventually kailangan pa rin ng mas advanced na medical treatment. Okay, medical attention. Sir, papasok pa rin po ba yung rule kanina, yung 525 rule? Example, more than 1,000 workers po kami. Pero 3 kilometers lang po yung layo ng hospital or less than. Okay? 25 minutes, let's say 19 minutes lang po yung aming travel time. So, pwede po ba yun? Yes. Kasi sabi nga natin, sa iyo is 3 kilometer. Meron tayong maximum of 5. Pasok ka pa rin. Maximum of 25, 19 minutes lang ang inyong travel time. Pwede pa rin po magkaroon ng agreement na lang kayo hospital. Next, what if kulang yung safety, kulang din yung nurse? 40,000 pesos po yan per day. Next. Training. Letter A, hindi ko na po babasahin. Ito lang yung mga safety officer po. Kailangan merong COSH or COSH training. Galing po yan sa DOLE Accredited Training Organization. So clear tayo dyan Pero sa, ayan, iba pa po yung magiging classification. Depende sa training. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 is 8 hours plus 2 hours lang na training. SO2 po, yan yung 40 hours. Ngayon, Safety Officer 3. Aside from the 40 hours na entry-level trainings, meron pa pong 48 na advanced na requirement. 48 advanced training. Sir, meron na po akong 40 hours na COSH. Could I take COSH para dun sa 48 na sabi nandyan, yung letter B for SO3? Para 8 hours na lang kulang po. The answer is no. Bakit? COSH and COSH entry level lang. Same level lang po sila. Magkaiba nga lang ng industry. Ang requirement po kay SO3 ay advanced or specialized. Mas mataas pa po kay Bosch or kay COSH. Clear tayo ha? So kung nag-COSH, mag-take kayo ng Bosch para lang masatisfy si SO3, it won't work. Okay? Hindi po tatanggapin ni Dole. Next, minimum OSH experience, at least 2 years of experience in OSH. When you say 2 years of experience, meron kayong proof of practice. Nagsasubmit po ba kayo kay Dole? Meron po ba tayong minutes? Yan, pinapasa. Minutes kung 2 years, that is 24. Kasi monthly ang submission. Annual reports, that is 2. Kasi kailangan lang ng 2 years. Pero kay SO4 po tayo, sa training po, instead of 48, ngayon 80 hours advanced training. And dapat po 4 years ng SO3. Pag OSH practitioner, sir, ano po ba ang magiging rango niya? SO3. Bakit? Ang OSH accreditation as practitioner po, magandang proof of practice na more than 2 years na siya. Okay? Pero yung SO3, sir, ibig sabihin OSH practitioner na, hindi po. Ulitin ko as OSH practitioner, automatic SO3. Pero si SO3, hindi masasabing practitioner kagad. Kailangan pa rin mag-apply kay Dole ng accreditation. Ganon din po kay OSH consultant. SO4 po siya kagad. Pero si SO4, hindi po pwedeng tawagin niya kagad yung sarili niya as OSH consultant na ako, sir. Kailangan pa rin po mag-apply kay Dole ng accreditation. Sir, sino po bang magsasabi kung SO1, 2, 3, or 4 kami? Si company rin. Clear po tayo dyan Parang low, medium, at high risk, sino po magka-classify? Si company. Si safety officer, sino po magka-classify kung SO1, 2, 3, or 4? Si company rin po. Of course, kailangan yung certificates and mga proof of practice. Next, B. Aside from safety officers, ganun din po yung mga workers. Kailangan po merong 8 hours OSH seminar sila. Okay? Sir, sino po ba ang magko-conduct niyan? Yan yung second bullet po natin. Could be the safety officer ng establishment or pwedeng kumuha ng OSH practitioner or consultant, third party. May bayad po ba yan? Dapat wala. At no cost to the worker and considered po yan as compensable time. Sir, pwede bang ipatawag namin yung mga workers namin, mag-conduct kami ng mandatory 8 hours OSH orientation for workers ng Sunday para wala pong pasok. O pwede naman yung linggo pero you need to pay them. Okay? On top pa po yung premium kasi rest day po nila yan. May karagdagan po yan under the labor code. Sir, mapipilay po yung aming operations kung buong araw silang wala. You could communicate with Dole field offices and pwedeng magkaroon ng arrangement. Tulad po sa site namin. Pag 8 hours po, wala kaming kuryente niyan. Lahat ng tao wala sa kanilang mga stations. So, what we did, 2 hours, then 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. Okay, after lunch, 1 to 3 nag-conduct kami. Pwede naman po yan as long as documented daw. So, better consult, better communicate yung mga ating mga Dole regional offices for that kind of arrangement. Basta ang bottom line, magkaroon po ng 8 hours workers OSH o seminar. What if kung hindi natin ginawa yun? Meron tayong 25,000 pesos per day penalty. Next. Our reports. Yan, yung nabanggit natin mga deadline still. Ganun pa rin. AMR, end of March. OSH committee reports, monthly. 1 year natin, pag may na-aksidente within 24 hours, kung disabling, fatality, or major accidents yan. Or kung first aid lang, 20th day of the month. Ano yung AEDR natin, sir? Yan yung may frequency rate and severity rate computation. End of January. What if kung hindi tayo nag-submit? That is 30,000 pesos per day. After yung deadline na sinet ni Dole, Kumari, may findings kayo, wala kayong report. Nung AEDR, submit dapat ng January, nahuli kayo ngayon, wala pa. Sinabi ni Dole, kailangan March 2 meron na. Umabot yung March 2, wala pa rin. So March 3, 30,000. March 4, 30,000. So on and so forth. Next. All other employers, contractors, subcontractors, if any, shall comply with the other occupational safety and health standards as provided for the Rule 1978 ng COSH standards. Okay, ibig sabihin, yung mga hindi po natin na-discuss dito kay DO 198-18, pero nasa yellow book po, susundin pa rin natin. Sample, threshold limits, ganun pa rin, walang nabago ron. PPEs, yung mga type of PPEs, ganun pa rin. Okay? Clear tayo ha? Rule 1940, yung sa fire safety, hindi naman po na pag-usapan dito. So we would revert back kay Dole, 1978 OSH standards ng Dole. Next. Sino po yung mga work supervisors and engineers dito? This is very important. Nakalagay dito, the employer, project owner, contractor, or subcontractor, if any, and any person who manages, controls, or supervises work being undertaken shall be jointly and solidarily liable for the compliance with the OSH standards, including po yung mga penalties for violation thereof as provided in this rule. Okay? Hindi po pwedeng may violation ang penalty kay company kagad. Initially, party at fault si company. Pero kung binigay naman ni company yung compliance, example, PPEs, nag-release siya ng budget, may go signal na bumili ng mga PPEs. Pero si work supervisor, siya rin daw yung tagabili ng PPEs, hindi siya bumili. Nagkaroon na ngayon ng problem. Sino mananagot ngayon, sir? Yung 50,000 pesos per day na penalty. Si company po ba? The answer is no. Nagbigay nga sila eh. Kaya po nakalagay din dyan, pwedeng jointly or solidarily liable. Sino man yung nag-work, sino yung work supervisor nila or nagmamanage ng trabaho. So po pwede rin pala si manager, work supervisor ang mabigyan ng penalty. Si safety officer po ba? Po pwede. Sample, hindi tayo nag-submit ng report kay Dole. Okay, naging findings po yan. Magkano? 30,000 per day po yan. Pwede po bang i-penalize si company? Po pwede. Pero, kung sabi ni company, sir, we give him lahat ng resources. May laptop siya, may desktop na, may information. Meron pa siyang mga safety marshal. Timekeeper, nagpapasa ng man-hour sa kanya. Party at fault na ngayon ay si safety officer. So, therefore, sa kanya po yung magiging penalty. Okay, clear po tayo ha. So hindi dahil magkakaroon violation si company lang, magiging negligent na tayo sa ating trabaho. Hindi po. Pwede pa rin tayong habulin. Okay? Go ahead, sir.
Sir, excuse lang, may tanong lang po ako. What if di ba po tulad po nito, nag-attend po ako ng COSH for compliance po. Tapos nagka-penalty si company. Tapos wala naman sa job description ko na safety officer po ako ng company namin. Ano po mangyayari doon? Yung penalty, sino po magbabayad noon? Sa akin po ba or kay company?
Give me a non-compliance muna, sir. Depende kasi, sir. For
example po, yung sa akin po, tulad nung nakaraan, kukuha kami ng project po sa Dole. Kaso ang requirements po niya ay yung CSHP po.
Okay.
Yung bago pa lang po kasi ako sa company na yun, wala po silang pa po sa safety. So ayun, nagkuha po ako nito para po magkaroon po ako ng idea kung paano kami makakapag-comply po nun.
Pero hindi pa kayo yung formal, sir, na safety officer.
Opo, sir.
Kumbaga, initiative mo lang to, sir.
Yes po.
Okay. If that is the case, sir, wala pang binibigay na designation letter si company kay Dole na kayo ang safety officer, lagot po sila. Okay, sir? Kasi in the first place, ginawa nyo to at your own initiative. Okay, at your own will. Ngayon, sir, what if kung hindi own will ko to, si company? Pina-training po ako ni company. Hanggat wala po kayong designation letter na binibigay kay Dole, or wala kayong formal contract na kayo nga ang safety officer, so yung compliance po, presumably dapat na kay project manager po ang implementation. At ganun din po yung magiging penalties. Okay, clear tayo, sir?
Thank you po, sir. Thank you po.
Kahit pina-training kayo ngayon, sir, pero this coming week, wala pa kayong formal contract, wala pang designation letter na binigay sa inyo, hindi natin masasabi na safety officer kagad kayo ng company. Okay? SO2 kayo, sir, as per classification ni Dole. Pero hindi naman ina-accept pa ni company ninyo formally. Remember kanina, sabi ko nga, yung SO1, 2, 3, and 4 na yan, ang magka-classify po niyan ay si company mismo. Okay?
Thank you po, sir. Nalinawan po.
Meron pa po? Baka may concerns pa? So anyone who manages ng trabaho, supervise, kung may negligence po sa part natin, pwede tayong ma-penalize, hindi lang si company. Minsan, compliance si company, sira ulo lang yung work supervisor. Okay? May PPE nga, full body harness, pero sabi ni work supervisor, hindi, saglit lang naman, pakitin nyo na. Okay, pinabawalan ni safety officer, pero matigas ang ulo ni supervisor or ni project manager mismo, pinakyat. Ngayon, nagkaroon ng aksidente. Sino mananagot doon, sir? Of course, yung nag-manage, yung nag-supervise, nag-go ng trabaho. Ngayon, as safety officer, anong gagawin namin, sir? Put it into writing. Okay? I-document niyo na na-identify niyo yung hazard, nagbigay kayo ng recommendations, binaliwala lang ni manager. Okay? Next, ito yung nabanggit ko yata kanina. What if kung nagkaroon ng work stoppage kasi party at fault si company? Ang may kasalanan si company. So let me just read na kagad. The employer shall pay the affected workers their corresponding wages during the period of such stoppage of work or suspension of operations. Okay? Pag work stoppage due to imminent danger. Imminent danger occurs as a result of employer's violation of or fault, bayad ngayon siya ng sahod kahit work stoppage. Pero kung hindi party at fault si company, force majeure, acts of nature yan, may bagyo, nagkaroon ng earthquake, may COVID-19, kaya stop work, negative po. Okay? Walang party at fault. Therefore, bakit magbibigay si company? Clear tayo, ha? Sir, pati COVID, yes. Kasi wala namang may gusto ng COVID. Pero kung may negligence, let's say, hindi napapatupad ng social distancing, walang binibigay na face mask, si company, ngayon, dumami ngayon yung COVID cases sa loob ng kanyang establishment. May negligence doon. Therefore, pag pinastop yan, bayad ng sahod kahit work stoppage. Okay, clear po tayo, ha? Let me just share this screenshot. Ayan. Lahat po ng penalties na nabanggit natin, yung maliliit, dito lang po natin kinuha yan. Okay, sa section 29 ng DO198-18. Yung pinakataas, I hope nakikita. Sa akin hindi. Kasi control panel lang screen share ko. Yung registration of establishment. Iba po yung DOLE, mayor's iba yung mayor's permit, DTI, SEC na registration. Meron pa po tayong DOLE registration. Kung nagkakamali dyan, akala nila dahil may business permit, okay na. You need to register din kay DOLE. Okay? Sir, how about scaffolding? May penalty sa scaffolding ba? Meron ba? Kaya hindi na-provide ng fire extinguisher. Wala naman yan sa nasabi nyo, sir. If you would look closely sa pinakababa ng table, compliance to other COSH standards, 40,000 po yan. Okay? Next. Wala na. Next. Ano yung 50% dyan sa screen natin, sa pinakababa, sir? If repeated na violation po, example, nag-charge ng PPE, kaya may violation sila ng 50,000. Inulit nila. Okay? Sa ibang buwan. Nalaman ulit ni Dole, hindi na 50,000. Plus 50%, which is 25,000 na. Okay? So, in total, 75,000 yung babayaran per day. Clear po tayo, ha? Next, let's go sa repealing clauses. All rules and regulations or other issuances or parts thereof which are inconsistent with this rule are hereby modified or repealed. Example, yung table kanina, yung may part-time, full-time safety officer daw. So, ito po, mas mahigpit to. So, therefore, considered po yung DO13 na yon as repealed or modified. Ito na yung susundin natin. Full-time na lahat. So, ito po yung mga signatories natin for the DO1A-18 and DRA 11058. Questions po? Question. Still have 34 minutes. We could discuss one more. Yung Employees Compensation Program. Okay, so no question? Okay. So discuss po natin Employees Compensation Program. Tulad po kanina, please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? Yes or no? Y or N? Okay. So let's discuss Employees Compensation Program or ECP para mas mabilis, mas madaling sabihin. Work contingency prevention is not a 100% guarantee against work-connected sickness, injury, or death. Kahit anong ganda po ng safety program natin, hindi yan 100% na makapag-prevent daw ng injuries, work injuries, sickness, or death. Which is, I agree. Bakit? Sabi nga ni Herbert William Heinrich, kinorek natin yung unsafe act, how many percent? 88%. Unsafe condition, 10%. Ano yung natira? 2%, sir. Force majeure. Acts of nature. Could your safety program, safety implementation prevent earthquake? Of course not. Okay. Pipigilan ba niya yung bagyo? Hindi rin po. Okay. So it's not 100%. Plus, pag-uwi ni worker, paglabas ng establishment, na aksidente siya. Yan, that we could not control. We could not monitor. Okay? So, hindi 100% makapag-prevent ng aksidente. That is why, meron tayong Employees Compensation Program. Ano po ba itong ECP na to? Designed to provide employees and their families with income benefits and medical and other benefits in the event of work-connected sickness, injury, or death. Only few workers. Sana po maisama niyo sa safety and health orientation. Pag nagkaroon po ng aksidente, injuries, disability, and sickness because of work, may makukuha pa rin si worker kay government. Hindi lang kay company. Not any disease is compensable. Dapat work-connected yan. What if biglang nagkaroon ng STD? Sexually transmitted disease si worker kahit nasa loob ng establishment. Pwede po ba mag-claim? Hindi. Hindi kasi yan work-connected. Never magiging work-connected ang STD. Next, only diseases caused by work or the working environment is compensable. Ngayon, si ECC po sa kanilang website, merong listahan 33 occupational diseases with specific conditions. May sakit, ano yung condition para ma-classify siya as valid for ECP. Clear? Visit na lang po natin ang ECC website for those diseases and conditions. Sir, wala po yung sickness na hinahanap ng aming worker. Okay, pero we are sure na because of work niya nakuha yun. Well, kung relate po natin, magkakaroon tayo ng causal connection dun sa kanyang work o yung working environment, pwede pa rin po. Okay, hindi exhaustive yung listahan ng ECC. Basta may connection sa trabaho at sa working environment, pwede po siya mag-claim. Next, for the injury and the resulting disability or death to be compensable, the injury must be the result of an accident arising out of or in the course of employment. Okay, basta po nagkaroon ng employer-employee relationship, pasok na po kay ECP. Hindi tulad ni SSS. Na-aksidente si worker, kailangan ng 3 months daw para po makapag-claim kay SSS. Si ECP po sir, first day pa lang, nagkaroon po ng aksidente, nagkaroon ng disability, pasok na kaagad si worker. With or without contribution niya sa SSS, may makukuha siya sa ECP. Bakit ganun kaya sir? This because hindi si employee ang nagbibigay para sa kanyang ECP contribution. It is the employer. Okay? Hindi si employee, pero si employer ang nagbibigay. Clear po tayo ha? Kahit first day pa lang, unang pasok na aksidente, pasok na. Sir, the question is, paano yun sir? Hindi pala nagbigay si company. Okay? Under labor code, kailangan po ibigay pa rin yung benefit ni worker, pero in the expense of, ang gagastos ngayon si company. Plus penalty. Ganon din po sa SSS. May ibang mga workers tayo, umattend ng BOSH or ng COSH. Sir, hindi pala nahulugan yung SSS namin. Paano yun sir? Pag may nangyari, may makukuha ba kaming benefit? The answer is yes. Pero, ang magbabayad ng benefit si company plus the rest ng government. Next, what are the 8 instances where injury can be compensable? Okay? First, nangyari po ang aksidente sa workplace. Worker po, nahulugan ng martilyo sa balikat. Nabali. Okay. Happen at the workplace. So wala tayong problem dyan. Next, sir, paano yung mga drivers? Wala yan sa construction site. Purchaser, permitting officer. Okay, lumalabas po yan. Paano kung na-aksidente sila? Hindi nga sila pasok sa number 1, pero pasok sila sa number 2. Happened while performing official function. Okay? Next, may case kami sir. Wala yung aming purchaser. So, anong nangyari? Inutusan si labor na bumili ng materyales. Na-aksidente si laborer. So, paano yun, sir? Pasok naman siya sa number 3. Okay? Outside of workplace, but performing an order of his employer. Okay, klaro po tayo? Na-aksidente si laborer sa labas. Wala sa workplace, hindi niya official function. Pero, inutusan siya ni boss. Basta po yung utos ay work-related. Baka mamaya sunduin yung anak ni boss na aksidente. Nako, hindi po yan work-related. Kasi there's no point na makikita natin na kasama yun sa construction. Okay? Next. Ito yung pinaka-unti ang nakakaalam. Pag na-aksidente, papunta at pauwi, galing trabaho, pwede makakuha sa ECP. Provided ang ruta po natin ay point A, ang bahay po natin na registered sa SSS system, papunta sa company natin, point B, at vice versa. Ibig sabihin, diretsong pasok at diretsong uwi lang. Clear po tayo ha? Aksidente, pwedeng mag-claim kay ECP. Ngayon, sir, susunduin ko lang po yung misis ko. Or sir, nagpagas po ako. Tapos after magpagas, na-aksidente. Okay, may maki-claim po ba? The answer is no. Bakit? Hindi na po diretso. Sabi natin, point A to point B. Point B to point A lang. Clear po tayo dyan. Sir, on the way papunta, bumili muna ako sa Jollibee. Bibili ng pagkain. Tapos na-aksidente, may maki-claim? Answer po is no. Okay? Dapat diretso po yan. Wala tayong side trips. Next. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Paano po sir pagka yung point A at point B natin, along the way naman po siya lahat?
Yes, sir. Ang problem natin dyan, sir, yung ruta is dire-diretso, pero the activity itself, hindi na work connected yun, sir.
Okay po sir. Thank you po.
Ay, kuwari, magpapagas ka, sir. Eh, ang pagpapagas mo, walang pakialam si trabaho doon. Okay? So the route may be papunta sa trabaho, pero yung activity mo is hindi work connected.
Last na po sir. Paano po pag company issued yung service mo?
Okay, pasok ka naman dyan, sir, sa number 6. While in a company shuttle bus or company service.
Okay po. Thank you po.
Sige, sir. Okay, so number 5, ano yung administering to personal comfort? Example, ang inyong construction site may canteen. Ngayon, late kang kumain, ubos na yung pagkain, or ayaw mo yung ulam because of religion, bawal sa dugo, bawal daw sa baboy. So, bibili ka sa labas. Another, barado yung CR. Okay? Or kulang yung CR ninyo. Kailangan sa labas na lang mag-CR. Na-aksidente. So, pasok sa number 5. When we say personal comfort, yan po yung gutom, uhaw, naiihi, nadudumi. In satisfaction of those, pwede po. Na-aksidente, pwede mag-claim sa ECP. Okay, clear po tayo, ha? Wala nang mabilhang tubig dun sa site. Naubos na daw, bumili sa labas. Aksidente. Okay, pasok. Next, yung number 6, na-mention to kanina. While in a company shuttle bus. So, nasa property na kayo ni company. So, that could be considered as work-related. Therefore, pasok tayo kung nagkaroon ng aksidente. Next, during a company-sponsored activities, pinadala kayo sa isang training. Okay? Example, wala tayong face-to-face daw. Walang available na COSH training webinar. Instead, face-to-face po sa Pampanga, sa Manila, sa Bataan. Tapos nagkaroon ng COVID. Okay? So, pasok yan, pwedeng makakuha sa ECP. Next, a death of an employee due to assault. Si supervisor, nagalit kay worker, pinagalitan si worker. Ngayon, nagdilim yung paningin ni worker. Biglang sinaksak or pag-uwi ni foreman, biglang hinampas ng tubo sa ulo, patay. So, may makukuha pa rin pong death benefits yung kamag-anak o yung beneficiary ni foreman, ni work supervisor. Clear po tayo dito sa 8 instances wherein pwedeng mag-file ng ECP. Ngayon, let's go sa exempting circumstances. Sabi kanina, point A to point B, point B to point A. Sir, diretso naman sana yung uwi niya pero na-aksidente. Bakit kaya? Sir, lasing. Nag-shot muna dun sa loob ng barracks. Okay, intoxication, wala. Hindi pwedeng mag-claim. Lasing po eh. Clear tayo. Next, notorious negligence. Sir, nahulugan ng martilyo sa ulo. Ngayon, basag yung skull niya. May matatanggap po ba? First, ang tanong ko, bakit wala siyang hard hat? Sir, walang issue si company. Yan, pwedeng mag-claim. Sir, may issue si company, ayaw niyang isuot. Okay, pasawa yung worker, kaya hindi siya nag-hard hat. Ngayon, nahulugan. Negligence. Okay, notorious negligence. So, wala rin po. Okay, so yan, malinaw dapat sa worker yan, para mas lalo silang mag-comply kay safety. Pinag-harness, may harness nga, pero ayaw niyang i-hook. Kasi sagabal daw sa trabaho niya, nahulog. Notorious negligence, wala tayong ECP claims. Last po, willful intent to injure oneself or another. Pinagplanuhan ninyo. Kumari kami ni Sir Jetro, wala na kaming budget. Sir, ampasin mo nga ako. Kumari aksidente. So pag ganon, willful intent na yon, hindi pa pwede. Sir, parang bihira yung ganun pag-iisip ha. Ito, more realistic. Yung picture sa pinakababa. Kaya ano yan? Naninigarilyo. Okay, alam natin lahat, harmful yung paninigarilyo. Ngayon, nagkaroon po ng emphysema. Sa ECC, pwede pang mag-claim tayo. Okay? Ngayon, because of smoking pala, hindi na. Okay? Hindi tayo makapag-claim because willful po yung paninigarilyo. Hindi yan pinilit. Hindi rin yung work-related. Okay, clear po tayo ha? Next, ano ba tong ECP benefits na to? So this could be the loss of income benefits, medical benefits, allowance, death benefits, rehabilitation services. Depende sa disability. Hindi po dahil nagkaroon ng injury, nagkaroon ng disability, tanggap lahat yan. Hindi po. Buhay ka pa, bakit mag-claim ka ng death benefits? Okay? Depende po sa disability. Let me just emphasize this one. Under the ECP, it is not the illness or the injury that is compensated. Okay? Hindi po yung injury. Could I call si Ma'am Maria Cleofe to read the second bullet po? Second bullet.
It is the incapacity to work or disability as a result of the illness or injury that is being compensated.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Maria Cleofe. So it is not the injury daw, but the disability that is being compensated. Ngayon, here's the scenario. Tell me if it's compensated or not. Ha? May mga workers tayo, instead of 5 fingers, meron siyang excess. Excess bone or excess muscle or even excess skin. Okay? Diba, minsan dito. Pero dito na lang muna. What if kung yan ang naputol? Mako-compensate po ba siya? Para mas malinaw, naputol po yan, compensated, hindi siya nakapasok, bibigyan pa rin siya, meron siya. The question is, mako-compensate po ba yung lost finger na yan? Babayaran ba yung lost finger? Under ECP, each body part daw is may kaukulang pension. Pero yung excess na yan, magkakaroon po ba siya? Yes or no? Ano po ang opinion natin regarding that? Yes or no? Compensable? Yes or no? Hindi siya makakapasok sa work? Yes, magkakaroon siya ng benefit. Under temporary total disability. Pero yung small finger na yon, babayaran po ba yon? Yes or no? About the others po? The others? Question ko ulit. Compensated po ba yung lost finger na yan? Yung di siya makakapasok, medicines, babayaran po sa kanya yan. Ang question natin yung lost body part. So the answer po is no. Bakit? Bakit kaya, sir? Bakit no? Yan. Hindi ko pa po binabago yung slide natin. Ano bang sabi ulit? It is not the injury or the illness ang kino-compensate po. Instead, ang binabayaran po yung disability. Here's the situation again. Naputol yung body part na yon. Ito yung kanyang tool. Nagbago po ba yung grip niya? Yung strength ng grip niya? Yung naputol po ba yun, hindi niya na kayang hawakan? Yung kanyang tool? The answer is no. Wala pong nangyaring disability. Again, it is not the injury that is being compensated, but the disability po. Okay? Kahit may injury, wala namang disability, kaya niya pa rin mag-continue ng kanyang trabaho, compensated po siya. Okay? So, ulitin ko yung hindi siya nakapasok because magpapagaling pa, bayad po yan. Okay? May medicines na kailangan i-take, bayad din po yan. Pero yung finger na nawala, hindi naman po yan essential sa kanyang work. Walang naging disability kahit nawala na po yung finger na yon. Okay? Clear po tayo It is not the illness but the disability po ang kino-compensate ng ating ECP. Okay? You still have 15 more minutes. Yeah, we mentioned this, yung mga disability. Temporary total, permanent partial disability. No need to explain Now let's go sa benefit nila. TTD, temporary total disability. So bayad po, first disability not exceeding 120 days. May pension pong matatanggap si worker. Hindi siya nakakapasok may disability na yon. Okay? Paid from the first day of disability. Hindi yung kung kailan po siya nag-file. Na-aksidente siya ng Monday, na-file po ng Friday, bayad pa rin po kahit yung pre-filing period, yung Monday pa po. Okay, clear tayo dyan Okay, wala yung presyo. So, magkano po ba yung ma-receive for 120 days? Hindi po kung magkano yung exact sahod ni company. But, depende po sa range sa table ni SSS. It ranges from 240 hanggang 480 pesos po per day. Okay, yung medyo mababa yung sahod, baka nasa 240 sila. Yung malalaki yung sahod, sabihin natin 3,000 per day yung sahod, do not expect 3,000 per day. But expect 480 pesos lang. Okay? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
May tatanong lang po. Kasi di ba po, for disability not exceeding 120 days, paano po, for example, yung mga nababalian po? Di ba, minsan lumalampas na ng 120 days, yung magte-therapy pa sila.
Okay, sir.
Paano po yung mga ganong case po?
Okay, sir. Yung mga ganyang special cases, basta po merong recommendations from the doctor, pwede po yan. Pero hindi na po pwedeng mag-exceed ng doble niyan, 240 days.
Okay.
Initially,
Huwag lang po doble, sir.
Yes, sir. 120, sir. Ang concern ninyo, what if kailangan pa mag-rehabilitation? Sige, meron tayong recommendation kay doctor, pero hindi na po pwedeng lumagpas ng hanggang 240 days. Okay, sir? Pag nag-exceed pa doon, wala na. Wala na tayong makukuhang pension. Okay? Next, we have the permanent total disability. So this is a lifetime pension. Mawawala po yan, of course, pag namatay. Or ayaw magpa-medical examination na. Okay, paano malalaman kung meron pang disability? Ayaw nyo magpa-exam. Or hindi po nagpapasa ng medical report. Although it is permanent total daw, pero kung for some reason, naka-recover po siya. For example, tumama yung ulo, nabaliw. Permanent total po yun Pero balik na yung kanyang pag-iisip. Naka-recover. Mawawala na yung pension. Or kahit may nandiyan pa rin yung disability, pero may napasukan na siya na trabaho. Okay? So may stop na po itong pension. Kasi gainful na po siya, gainfully employed. This is given for those na hindi po kayang magkaroon ng means. Okay? Hindi pwedeng makapagtrabaho. Now, let's go kay permanent partial disability. Yung one body part. Wala yung isang finger, yung thumb, yung one arm, one leg. Okay? So ito po yung magiging months kung saan sila makaka-receive ng pension. Thumb 10, index 8, middle 6, ring 5, little finger 3. Bakit kaya mahal si thumb? Kasi kahit mawala to, kaya mo mag-grip. Mawala to, kaya pa rin mag-grip. Mawala to, kaya pa rin mag-grip. Pero try mo mag-grip ng walang thumb. Mabilis matanggal. Okay? Kaya po, mas malaki si thumb. Ito yung pang-lock natin sa grip. Hindi ko na po isa-isahin, pero ang pinakamalaki dyan, si one arm. Okay? When we say arm, above the elbow, pero kahit below the shoulder lang, considered na po yan as one arm. Sir, dito po, hand po yan. Okay? Not necessary ito lang, pero kung dito naputol yan, below the elbow, hand lang po yan. Above the elbow, arm na. Bakit kaya pinakamahal yung arm? Kasi isa to sa pinaka ginagamit nating body part sa pagtatrabaho. Next, medical benefits. Yan, yung mga ward services sa mga hospital confinement. Libre po yan under ECP. Medical attendance by an accredited doctor. Okay, surgical expenses and reimbursement of cost of medicines. Since emergency yan, kailangan ng gamot, kailangan ng supplies. So pwedeng bumili na yung mga nagsugod ng hospital, pwedeng bumili ng gamot and reimburse na lang po later on. Hindi po included yung extra charges sa more comfortable accommodation such as private rooms and semi-private rooms. Okay? If preference ni worker yan, hindi po sagot ng ECP. Pero kung situation or yung sakit ang nagdi-dictate na kailangan nakahiwalay siya, sagot yan ni ECP. Sample, nakakahawa yung sakit. Alam mo, ilagay siya sa ward. Okay? Dalagay yan sa private. So with that, the situation or the disease calls for a private room, pasok yan sa ECP. Pero kung dahil gusto lang ni worker, hindi po pwede. Magbayad siya ng extra. Next, naiinip daw sa ward, gusto ng may wifi, gusto ng may telepono, may radyo, or may TV, hindi po kasama yan sa ECP. Charge yan kay worker. Nag-hire po ng caregivers, private duty nurses, hindi pwede yan sa ECP. You could take, pwede tayo mag-avail, pero own expense po yan. Okay? Hindi pwedeng ipasok kay ECP. Next, ito po yung binabanggit ko kanina. Walang ward. Okay? Or yung sakit, kailangan po ay nakahiwalay siya, pasok siya sa ECP. However, private or semi-private accommodation shall be paid by the system when it is medically necessary. Then, consider delikado po, nakakahawa siya, kailangan i-isolate, or critical po yung kanyang lagay. So, pasok pa rin siya sa ECP. Or, wala pong available na ward, kaya po siya nilagay ngayon sa private or semi-private. So, hindi yun preference ni worker, but the condition calls for the semi or private room. Now, medicines. Sabi natin, reimburse. Baka mamaya, doktorin naman yan. Instead of 2 pesos na paracetamol, maglagay ng 3 zero. Yung 2,000 na. So, susundin po yung presyo sa Universally Accessible Cheaper Quality Meds Act noong 2008. Okay? Magkano yung SRP, yun lang po ang i-reimburse. Hindi kung ano yung nakalagay sa dineclared sa resibo. Next po, CARES allowance. May nag-aalaga kay worker kasi disabled nga po siya. So makaka-receive pa rin po ng monthly allowance. Let me just update. Hindi na siya 575, 1,000 na po yan. 1,000 pesos per month at least. Okay? Kung pamasahe lang siguro ni carer. Death benefits. Ito yung benefit na walang may gustong makakuha. Raise your hand if you want to receive death benefits. Of course, wala. No one wants to be dead. Okay? The death benefits, monthly income benefit pension to beneficiary, yung immediate, let's say spouse. If kung may dependent child po siya, makaka-receive pa ng additional 10%, maximum of 5. So, maximum 150% na pension ang mare-receive. Now, the question, hanggang kailan yung pension? Lifetime po ba yan? The answer is no. Okay, depende po sa system. Pero ang average po nila is 5 years. May mare-receive na pension. Yung mga naiwang relative. Okay, yung spouse at yung kanyang dependent children, sorry. Magkano po ba yung death benefits? Ngayon po, 30,000 pesos. Next, rehabilitation services for injured workers. So, libre po yung rehabilitation appliances tulad ng hearing aids, crutches, wheelchairs, therapy. Meron din pong training for reskilling or re-employment. Okay? And training for entrepreneurship. During the training period, meron pong marireceive din na allowance. Next, sino po nag-i-implement ng ECP? We have 3 agencies. Para po sa policy, decision making kay ECC, meron saan tayo mag-profile po for private, SSS, for public, GSIS. Ngayon, nag-apply tayo kay SSS, na-turn down, na-reject po. Pwede tayong lumapit ngayon kay ECC. Okay, clear? Sir, wala pang nagko-question ah. Sir, yung ECP benefits po ba? Iba pa yan sa SSS at PhilHealth? Iba pa po yan. Okay? We have a double recovery program by the government. May marireceive kay SSS. Di ba meron yata ang ano rin doon? 120 days din yata. Okay? Meron din po kay ECP. So dalawa po yung makukuha natin. Plus yung kay PhilHealth. Ngayon, iba pa po, iba yung case kay public. Yung kay GSIS. Na-aksidente yung government of worker, mamimili ngayon, ECP or GSIS benefits ang kukunin. Okay? So, nagkakaiba sila. Kay SSS, double recovery program. Kay GSIS, anong kukunin? ECP or GSIS? Next, ano po ang form? Prescribed forms natin. We need the job description, hospital or medical records. Okay? Plus yung form mismo, saan po ba makakakuha niyan? Sa mga hospitals, meron na po yan. Parang SSS, PhilHealth, nakabundle, pati ECC, ECP benefit. Let me just share also, wala lang dito, si COVID-19 po. Special times po kasi si COVID pandemic. Kaya po sinama na rin ng government yan. So may dagdag requirement, which is the positive RT-PCR test. Sir, pwede po bang antigen? No. Kailangan RT-PCR test. Sir, yan ba yung swab? Yes. Here, sir, yung saliva, RT-PCR, po pwede rin po ba yun? Yes po pwede pa rin. Okay? Basta hindi antigen, hindi yung rapid test, at hindi yung home kit lang. Okay po tayo dyan, ha? Sir, meron palang ganyan. Meron po akong kakilala. Or na-COVID po yung kasamahan ko last year. At yung 2020 po. Pwede pa rin po bang mag-claim? The answer is yes. Meron tayong prescriptive period of 3 years. So accident, disabling injuries for the past 3 years, hindi pa naglalapse, pwede po tayong makapag-claim. Paano po ba nagkakaroon ng funds kung hindi si worker ang nagbibigay? Sabi ko kanina, si employer po. Depende sa sahod ni employee, magbibigay ng 10 to 30 pesos po si private company. Sa government po, 100 pesos po ang binibigay ni government para sa ECP ng kanyang mga workers. Okay? So, dyan po nagkakaroon tayo ng State Insurance Fund. In summary, patapos na rin po. ECP is a good program concretizing the state's concern for the Filipino working man. It has benefited more than 3 million workers and their families to the tune of over 20 billion. Ganun na kalaki. Enjoyed only by those with employee-employer relationship. May open-close parenthesis po ako, update available. It's because binigay po yung content na to galing kay ECC. So ayaw po natin basta-basta i-modify, kaya may open-close parenthesis ako dyan. Coverage entitlement to benefits begin on the first day of employment. Sabi ko, kahit first day pa lang, na-aksidente, wala pang hulog kay SSS, iba pa po yun. Okay? May marireceive na siya under ECP. Benefits are in addition to SSS and PhilHealth benefits, double recovery program. Pero ulit, kay GSIS, hindi po mamimili ngayon kung ano ang i-avail ni injured worker. Now, let's go back dun sa update available. Sabi daw kasi, employee-employer relationship. Ngayon po, last year, February 14, tinelevise po, may update. Self-employed, so wala nang employer-employee relationship. Basta member po ng SSS, may contribution na siya, makaka-receive na rin po siya ng ECP. Example, partners, single proprietors ng mga negosyo, directors, board of trustees, lalo yung mga owner. They are working, wala nga lang silang boss. It is because sila na mismo yung boss. They are the highest official, but still they are working. So tama nga lang naman na magkaroon din sila ng ECP benefits. Sir, dyan pa rin po ba kailangan may hulog na yung SSS? The answer is yes. Dahil wala nang ibang magbibigay ng inyong part. Kasi self-employed kayo but yourself mismo. Alam ang kapitbahay natin ang maghulog, di ba? Next. Next. Ano pa po ba yung self-employed sa ating industry? Actors, directors, scriptwriters, news correspondents, at yung mga hindi saklaw na mga salitang employee. Ibig sabihin, wala siyang supervisor. Mga freelance tulad ng mga professional athletes, coaches, trainers, jockeys, and even our fishermen and farmers. Dapat lang kasi high risk naman din yung mga industry ng farmers at ng fishermen. Pwede pa rin po sila makareceive ng ECP benefits. 12 o'clock na po pero let me just finish this one. I think dalawang slide na lang. Saan po ba located ang ECC? Sa third floor, ECC Building 355 Center Hill, J. Puyat Avenue sa Makati. But since COVID po ngayon, yan. Let me just provide you with their online contacts. Website, email, contact numbers, and their local hotline. Okay? Sige, with this, I'll stop muna kasi 12:02 na. Okay, meron tayong 1 hour break. So, be back by 1:02. Ayun po, if meron tayong mga questions tungkol pa rin kay ECC, so type lang po natin sa ating chat box. Sasagutin natin later on. But for now, enjoy your lunch. 1:02 po ang balik ha. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon po. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon po, sir.
Afternoon po.
Sir,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tayo kanina. Siguro si ma'am. Wala pa si ma'am. Okay, while waiting for ma'am, meron po ba tayong question so far? Especially sa topic natin kanina, Employees Compensation Program. Question? May tanong po ba? Kasi based dun sa ating flow, we still have 3 topics left. 3 na lang po. Medyo mabilis po yung ating nagiging discussion eh. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Sir, tanong ko lang yung kanina. Medyo hindi naging clear. Yung sa may, for example, yung sa within 3 years na hindi ka nakapag-claim nung, for example, pag nagka-COVID ka last 2020, tapos hindi mo na-claim yung sa employee compensation something ba yun? Yung kanina pong diniscuss niyo po.
Yes, sir. Employees Compensation Program.
Opo. Paano po siya? Paano po yan makiklaim?
Okay, paano tayo mag-claim? Sa hospital naman po, pag sinugod yung ating mga workers, meron na pong form kagad yung ating ECP nasa hospital. Pero ngayon po, kung hindi nila alam na may ECP pa, we could ask for our HR. Okay, kung meron lang SSS form, kasama po doon yung sa ECP naman. Employees Compensation Program form. So yun po, yung kailangan lang natin i-fill up yun. Plus, kung mapupuntahan po natin yung hospital, especially yung doctor, yung naging treatment po ni worker, kasi matagal na eh. 2020 pa po yan. So kailangan pong papirmahin doon. Saka pwede nating i-file ngayon sa system, sa SSS. Ngayon yung 3 years na yan, sir, starting today, mag-rewind tayo ng 3 years. Kung pasok pa rin yung date nung naging aksidente, hindi pa naglalapse yung 3 years, pwede pa mag-claim. Ngayon, kung hindi na, sir, last ano pa yan eh, 2016 pa, hindi na po. Naglapse na yung prescriptive period of 3 years. Sayang lang po, hindi nakapag-claim.
Thank you po.
Okay. Wala pa rin si ma'am. Medyo mabilis po yung nagiging discussion natin probably kasi 7 lang yung participants natin. So I adjusted the slides for emergency management para ma-maximize natin not only yung time but of course yung bayad ninyo, di ba? Ayaw yung saglit lang tapos na yung training. At least as much as possible, RBA, we want to maximize your yung tawag doon, yung sulit factor. Kailangan marami kayong ma-receive na information from us. So nag-adjust po ako sa emergency management. We put some inputs from RA 9514, Fire Code of the Philippines. Bang for the buck, yun, yung gusto kong sabihin kanina. Yung sulit factor daw. Bang for the buck. Sige, dahil wala ma'am, sayang naman kung hindi siya makahabol. Let's have an icebreaker na lang muna. Saglit lang na icebreaker to. This is related din sa ating emergency response. I don't know if kung sila Von, Cedric, tsaka si Engineer. napasok siya dito sa icebreaker na to. Confirm nyo nga, Sir Von at Sir Engineer, kung ito yung icebreaker ninyo ng Monday.
Not yet, sir.
Not yet? Iba siguro
Sige
yun.
po.
Sige po, habang hinihintay natin si ma'am, laro muna tayo. I would assume, hindi ko napapa-confirm sa inyo kung nakikita itong icebreaker. The title is Island Survivors. I'll give you a scenario, then later on, may predefined actions tayo. Then you need to choose alin dun yung first hanggang sa last thing that you would do. Okay? Sa isang emergency.
No, sir. Parang ito na yata yung huli. Hindi ko sure, sir. Parang halos same.
Okay. Yung lunchtime, usually lunchtime ko to binibigay eh. Sige, just in case, tingnan natin sir kung ito nga. So the situation is, for the benefit nung hindi pa naka-experience ng icebreaker na to. Just imagine, wala po tayong webinar. Instead, we're having this training face-to-face. Yan, mas madaling ma-imagine, may picture po tayo. Dito po yan sa isang island resort. Okay? We just finished eating our lunch dito sa restaurant na to. Suddenly, nagkaroon ng earthquake. Para pare-pares tayong reference sa may Humalig, Quezon. Tayo ay nasa kabilang side. Let's say Pangasinan. So, the chance of tsunami is very low. Pero some structures sa ating resort, bumagsak, nag-collapse. So, we are trapped. Hindi tayo makaalis ng ating island resort. So, kayo po, mga participants, isa kayo dyan. Of course, kasama nyo pa rin ako. Very fair. Participants, trainer. Napakapatas ko, ano? Okay? So, we are trapped dito sa loob ng island resort. Some requires first aid treatment. Just assume na meron tayong first aid training lahat. Fortunately, we are trapped sa isang sa isang restaurant. So, pagkain, tubig, hindi natin problema yan. So, here's your icebreaker. On your left, pinaka-left po na column, that is yung predefined actions natin. Yan yung pagbabasahin natin. I'll give you 2 minutes para po basahin. Then another 3 minutes naman po para gawin yung middle column. Ano yung middle column naman? You need to prioritize. You need to prioritize kung ano yung uunahin hanggang 12. 1 to 12 po yan. Lalagyan lang natin ng numbers. Okay? You don't need to write. Pwedeng dyan sa scratch. Sa scratch lang, lagay nyo, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Okay? Icebreaker lang naman po to. Example, ang una-una kong gagawin, divide the sandwiches and ration them over the next few days. Number 2 is locate and secure the water source. Number 3, discuss long-term survival strategy as a group. Hanggang 12 po yan. Yung 12 natin, light the candle so you can see, and the rescuers will be able to locate you. Okay, I'll give you a clue. Tama yung number 12. The last thing that you would do after an earthquake is introduce an off flame or magsindi ka ng kandila. Okay? Kung gusto mo ng ilaw, flashlight. Pero since yan yung option natin, nilas ko siya. Number 12. Tama po yan. Okay? I'll give you 3 minutes for that. Then later on, tingnan natin. Ibangga natin ang inyong magiging score. Kung may good survival instinct tayo, pwede tayong maging leader. Pwede rin tayo maging member or tayo yung doombringer. Pag doombringer po, meron tayong penalty. Clear po tayo ha? Sige, icebreaker lang naman. I'll give you 2 minutes para basahin yung mga predetermined actions natin. 3 minutes para i-prioritize. Then, for me to know kung nagpa-participate tayo, kailangan i-type po natin yung sequence ninyo. Teka ha, just give me a few seconds para mag-type sa ating chat box. Yan. Please check your chat box. Ano yung tinype ni Sir sa chat box? 11, 1, 12, 2, 10, 3, 9, 4, 8, 5, 7, and 6. Yan lang po yung pagkasunod-sunod dun sa number dito sa middle column. Okay? This would indicate na nagpa-participate po tayo. 7 lang kayo, madaling i-monitor. Okay? So again, timer natin. 2 minutes. Basahin lang po muna natin. Then another 3 minutes to prioritize and type sa ating chat box. Okay? 2 minutes starts now. Okay. Yun, nakalagin na si Ma'am Maria Cleofe. So icebreaker lang to ma'am, pampagising. So just imagine wala tayong face-to-face. Instead, wala tayong webinar. Instead, we're having this training face-to-face sa isang island resort. Ngayon, nagkaroon ng earthquake. Fortunately, we are trapped sa isang restaurant. So pagkain, tubig, hindi natin problema. So ang icebreaker natin, bibigyan ko kayo ng 1 minute and 24 seconds na lang to read yung mga options, predetermined actions. Then after that, 3 minutes naman po. You need to prioritize. Ano ang uunahin, ano yung sunod, ano yung pangatlo, hanggang 12 po. Okay? 12, tama po, yan yung clue ko. The last thing that you would do, based on sa options, is to light the candle so you can see, and the rescuers will be able to locate you. Okay? I'll give you 3 minutes naman po para dyan. And i-type natin sa ating chat box. Later, malalaman natin kung may good survival instinct tayo, good decision making. Leader, pwede rin tayo maging members, or doom bringer. Kayo yung magpapahamak sa ating grupo. Okay? Last 15 seconds. Reading, reading pa lang po tayo. 10. Okay. So that is for the first 2 minutes po natin. I hope nabasa ngayon natin ang na maayos. So I'll give you 3 minutes naman po para i-analyze at mag-prioritize ng inyong mga actions. Okay? So 3 minutes starts now. Bakit kaya may time limit si Sir? Mas maganda kung wala. Sa isang emergency, times is the essence. Okay, we need to respond. We need to respond quickly. Kaya kahit pa paano itong time limit, this gives you a sense of urgency. Good, si engineer. Meron na po siya. May entry na po siya. However, engineer, bigyan pa kita ng may time pa po. For 1 minute, 46 seconds. I give a clue. Tama po yung number 12 natin. Light the candle so you can see and the rescuers will be able to locate you. So I'm expecting the third number sa inyong sequence ay 12. Sa'yo, engineer, is 584. Mali yung 4 mo dyan. So automatic, mali din yung last number mo in 12. Okay? Meron pa tayong 1 minute, 20 seconds. One minute. Last 10. Okay. Siguro mabilis yung ating 3 minutes kasi pag maraming participants, I gave them 5 minutes. So inassume ko lang uunti tayo. Sige po, we'll extend for additional 2 minutes. Mag-add tayo ng 2 minutes pa. Parang sa ibang batch, 5 minutes talaga eh. Akala ko lang mas mabilis gawa ng uunti lang. Yung expert rating po, hindi ako yan ha. Ang background po ng ating icebreaker, sa planta po namin sa SBMA, katabi lang po namin, paglabas ng gate namin, yung Aita Village and yung Pamulaklaking Trade. Doon nagkakaroon ng mga survival trainings. So one time, we encountered a survivalist group. Nakita natin yung kanilang workbook. Ito nga po yan. Then, translate lang po natin sa PowerPoint at mechanics para maging icebreaker. But the expert rating po, yan yung naka-reflect dun sa workbook ng mga survivalists. Last 36 seconds. Yan, marami na po ang nag-send. Last 20 seconds. Okay, time's up. Ano pa ang wala rito? Engineer. Okay, Sir John Michael, Sir John Carlo, Sir Jetro. Si Sir JB ang walang entry. Here, let's wait for Sir JB. Ayun, sorry. Nakita ko na. Mas maaga pala kay Sir JB. Sige po, let's go sa answering. Sorry, sir. Isa pala siya sa mga nauna. Natabunan ng chat. Okay. Sige, let's see. So based po dun sa workbook, ito. Ang unang-unang gagawin daw after an earthquake is shut off all utilities para po walang risk na makuryente, magkaroon ng explosion kasi may gas leak, or masayang yung tubig kasi may water leaks na yung mga pipes natin. So shut off all utilities. Next, we check for injuries and administer first aid, yung welfare kagad ng kasamahan natin. Number 3, assign someone to monitor the radio and listen for updates. Since marami po tayo, may monitor na kagad ng radio. Baka may instruction yung authorities or yung mismong building administrator ng ating facilities. Next. Number 4, we secure, alamin natin kung saan yung water supply natin. Yung mga dispenser. Number 5, develop day and night signaling techniques. Then number 6, since meron na tayong techniques, we need to share it with the group. Discuss long-term survival strategy as a group. Plus, kailangan po lahat ng gagawin natin, alam din nila. Baka mamaya, bigla kayo naghati ng pagkain. Okay? Bigla, teka, ninanakaw ni Sir Arman na yung pagkain kasi wala pa tayong mga prior discussions. Okay? So, you need to discuss long-term survival strategy as a group. Okay, if that is done, number 7 na po, we could divide na. Maintindihan nila kung bakit tayo naghahati ng mga tinapay. Okay, divide sandwiches among the survivors and consume portion of the stocks. Number 8, store water in containers from the water source. Alam nyo na rin kung bakit tayo nag-iimbak ng mga tubig. Hindi nyo na ako paghihinalaan. Bakit kaya kinukuha ni Sir yung tubig? Okay? Next, number 9, found the pipes with steel wrenches para alam natin kung meron pang mga survivors. Then number 10, divide the sandwiches and ration them over the next few days. Okay, baka pahapon na po yan. We need to save some food. Hindi pwedeng isang kainan. Remember, island resort tayo. It would take some days bago tayo ma-rescue. Number 11 and number 12, very dangerous to. Attempt to remove the rubble and light the candles so you can see, and the rescuers will be able to locate you. Dun sa dalawa po, pinakadelikado yung light the candles kasi pwedeng magkaroon ng explosion. Kaya siya yung number 12. And number 11, yung attempt to remove the rubble. Okay? So, may score na po ba? Wala pa tayo, sir. So, ganito po, para makuha niyo yung score ninyo. Yung sagot ninyo, kunwari, yung nasa left column, minus nyo ngayon sa expert rating, yung nasa middle column, to get the difference or the result. Okay, example, yung first number ko is 11, kay expert po 11. So, 0 yon, 11 minus 11, 0. Next, yung 1, minus 10, sir, negative 9 yun na. Disregard negative sign na lang po. Okay? Tanggalin na natin yung negative sign, but retain the number. Kaya 9 lang. 9 na, sorry. 12 minus 12, 0. Fourth number ko is 2. Kay expert ay 4. So again, negative 2 sana. Disregard negative sign. Retain nyo lang yung number. Okay, so 2. Do this to the rest of your sequence. Kung makuha na ninyo yung result o yung difference, i-add lang po lahat. Example, 0 plus 9, yung nasa right column, 0 plus 9, 9 plus 0, 9 plus 2, 11 plus 3, 14 plus 3, 17 plus 0, 17 plus 1, 18 plus 6, 24 plus 4, 28 plus 2, 30, then plus 2, 32. So, sa chat box, ilalagay ko yung aking score, which is 32. Wala tayong negative, ha? Tanggalin po yung negative sign kung meron. Yan, si Engineer Mark, 38. Yan. Diyan natin i-interpret. Sino yung pwedeng leader sa grupo, member, or sino yung doom bringer? Si Sir Mark at si Sir Von may score na 38 and 36. Yan, si Ma'am meron na rin 44. Okay, yan. Last po si Sir John Michael. Sige, let's see kung anong ibig sabihin ng score natin. Yan. How well do you do, Survivor? Kung 0 to 10 po yung score natin, that is expert, survivor, or alam nyo na itong icebreaker. 0 to 10. 0, ibig sabihin spot on. Saktong-sakto yung mga sagot ninyo, kaya walang difference. 11 to 16, above average survival skills. Wala yata sa grupo natin. 17 to 25, yan, si Sir John Michael Lim. Good survival skills. Reliable member siya. 26 to 35, need constant assistance. Kasi poor judgment, meron. Pero yung 36 and above, ayan, marami sa majority, 36 and above, kayo ay doom bringer. Kung kayo yung susundin namin, mapapahamak yung buong grupo. Okay, at dahil dyan, meron kayong parusa. Okay, since may camera tayo,
Sir, Doombringer pa din.
doom bringer, yes. Buti si Sir John Michael ang ating top notcher. Okay? Kumbaga, pag may earthquake, siya dapat ang maging leader ngayon natin. Tapos ang assistant niya, sino? Si Sir JB. Okay? But for the rest, Doombringer. So, turn on your cameras for your punishment. Dali lang naman, kahit bata, kayang gawin tong punishment natin. Okay? Gagayahin nyo lang siya. Ayan, bata. Okay? Yan yung punishment natin. Except for Sir John Michael at si Sir JB. Hindi sila Doombringer. Okay, Doombringers. Post kayo in 5, 4, 3, 2. May minus mamaya sa exam. Post, ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yan, si Sir Jetro, nakita ko na. Si Engineer Mark, hindi ko makita eh. Mataas masyado. Si Sir Von. Si Ma'am, saglit lang eh. Si Sir Giancarlo. Ano bang score ni Sir? 37. Pasok ka rin, Sir. Don't bringer ka rin. Okay. So that ends our icebreaker.
Sir, last time, Dumbringer pa rin hanggang ngayon.
Last time ba na ano mo ba to?
Yes, sir.
Dumbringer ka pa rin? Okay. Dalawang beses ka ng Dumbringer, sir, ha? Sige, let's go for our main topic. And please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? Yan. Thank you for confirming. Si Sir Louis. Yung ating admin. Sir, medyo binago ko lang yung mga slides natin from the usual.
Okay po, sir.
Because medyo mabilis yung aming lecture, kaya nagdagdag ako ng other information. Yung mayroon na sa Fire Code of the Philippines. Para kaya mas sulit para sa ating participants.
Po, sir. Mas okay po yun.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sa pag-allow. Sige, let's go. Ang icebreaker natin kanina, emergency management. So, nirelate lang po natin dito sa magiging topic natin. Just in case merong emergency. We are anticipating an emergency or mismong may emergency. How do we respond? Okay? So, let's discuss. But first, ano ba ang emergency? Could I call our top-notcher? Ito yung premyo nyo, sir. Kayo yung matatawag natin. Si Sir John Michael Lim.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon po.
Ano ang isang emergency? Could you read the definition?
Yes, sir. Emergency is a sudden occurrence demanding immediate action that may be due to epidemics, natural or technological catastrophes, strife, or any other man-made causes pala.
Okay. Thank you, top-notcher. Okay. As read by Sir John, ang emergency daw ay isang occurrence na kailangan ng ating atensyon at of course, kailangan ding rumisponde. Okay, whether man-made yan or natural. Okay, ano kaya sir pag ang emergency hindi na-manage ng maayos? This becomes a crisis. Okay, ano yung crisis? This is the turning point kung saan magiging permanent at mas marami po yung pwedeng mapahamak. Okay, that is crisis pa lang, anticipation ng mas maraming damage or injuries. Ngayon, ang crisis hindi na-handle ng maayos, it becomes a disaster. Okay? Disaster meaning marami nang marami nang na-injuries, maraming damage to property. Okay? You see the evolution, emergency becomes crisis, crisis becomes a disaster. Clear po tayo? Sige. The Philippine situation. The Philippines was the most disaster-prone country in the world for the past century. This is according to Center for Research on the Epidemiology of Disaster or CREED. Based po yan sa Belgium. Of all the countries sa mundo, Philippines ang pinaka-prone daw for the past century. Name it, we have it, natural, such as floods, typhoons, storm surges, earthquakes, volcanic eruption, climate variabilities, landslides. Sir, wala naman tayong tsunami. Okay, wala tayong nare-report na tsunami, but we are surrounded by bodies of water, dagat. Okay, pag nagkaroon pa ng earthquake, ang requirement lang ni tsunami sa earthquake ay 6.5 magnitude. Pag nagkaroon yan sa isa malayong lugar, Philippine setup pa rin pero bodies of water yon that could cause tsunami. Next, we have ground subsidence, pagguho ng lupa. Man-made, marami rin tayo. Fire incidents, sea and air accidents, oil spill, civil strike, civil unrest, pollution, yan, napakarami natin. And industrial accidents such as, wala tayong radioactive fallout pero marami tayong gas leaks. Okay, so name it, we have it. Some disasters, worst disasters recorded sa ating history, earthquakes. Okay, gaano ba kadalas ang earthquakes sa Philippines? An average of 2.4 earthquakes every day, or that is 887 earthquakes every year. According po yan kay PHIVOLCS. Worst is nung 1990. Intensity 8 po, wherein 1,999 fatalities, more than 3,200 were injured, and more than 12 billion in damages. Intensity 8. We are anticipating 9, di ba? The big one daw would be intensity 9. So, ganun siya ka-close dun sa ini-imagine nating worst scenario. Typhoons, an average of 22 typhoons every year, and 5 will be destructive. Ngayon, saan po tatama yung mga destructive typhoons na yan? Depende sa ating, sa prevailing na wind conditions. Pag wala pa pong amihan, easterlies lang po, so that would push this destructive typhoon panorte. So the Luzon would be affected. Pero pag sumipa na yung amihan, that is from the north, pupush niya pa south. Tulad po ng nangyari kay Yolanda at kay Odette. Okay, that is November and December. May amihan na po yun. So itutulak niya po yung mga bagyo pababa. Volcanoes. Yan. 220 volcanoes meron tayo. 22 are potentially active. I think this year ba yun o late last year, yung Mount Pinatubo, nag-start po mag-give ng fumes. Taal, yan, very active, Hindi Mayon. Yan, marami tayo. Both natural and man-made. Man-made, pagbarado po yung ating mga drainage system. El Nino, one of the worst is nung fourth quarter nung 1998. Fourth quarter, dapat po tag-ulan yan. Instead, merong El Nino, tagtuyo. Kaya po nag-amplify yung kanyang damages. More than 8 billion. Okay? And the affected families, more than 105,000. One of the worst maritime disaster is yung MV Carmela Ferry noong April 11, 2002. Total passenger, 347. Okay, more than 10% po, or 45 died. Okay, and 88 were injured. Fire, one of the worst is yung sa Ozone Disco. One of the worst month po sa atin is nung April 2016. Merong 3,751 reported cases. Ilang araw po yung April? 30 lang ba? So if we would divide yung 3,751 with the days ni April, that is more than 100 cases per day. Ganong karami noon. So how do we manage emergency? So gagamitin po natin, ito yung kay FEMA, yung Federal Emergency Management Agency ng Amerika. Okay, the counterpart ni FBI pagdating sa national disasters. We have mitigation, followed by preparedness, response, and recovery. Kung masatisfy po natin itong apat na to, mababa po yung magiging impact ng isang emergency. Well, this training po, we have one like this. It took us 5 days. Ngayon po, i-discuss lang natin. Isa-summarize ko lang po ng 30 minutes or less. Okay, so pay attention po. When we say mitigation, this refers to the measures aimed at minimizing the impact of a natural or man-made disaster on a nation or community in terms of casualties and damages. Measures that aims to minimize the impact ng isang emergency. Okay? Yan po, sinummarize na lang natin. In terms of financial impact, if a company meron pong insurance, yung kanyang property or establishment, of course, medyo malelesen yung magiging gastos. May gastos pa rin, may losses pa rin, pero, oops, nabawasan. Kasi nandyan ngayon si insurance to give the insurance benefit coverage. Next, use of regulations tulad ng safety regulations, land use, zoning. If magpapatayo ng establishment malapit sa may ilog or malapit sa may bangin, baka hindi po mabigyan ng permit. Okay? So with that, malilesen nga naman yung future damages. Kung walang tinayo dyan, wala ring masisira. So okay tayo with regulations. Next, just in case, okay, safe po magtayo rito. Ngayon ang question, gaano po katibay yung itatayo dyan? So, papasok naman po yung mga codes natin. Building codes, fire codes, electrical code, yan, mechanical code. This would ensure na at normal circumstances at some emergencies, kaya po establishment or the building could withstand yung mga ganong emergencies. Pero yung mga freak occurrences, masyadong malakas na bagyo, napakalakas na earthquake na, of course, bibigay din. But ang bottom line is, yung mga ordinary lang, yung kaya nating i-anticipate, the building could withstand. Next, we have legislations tulad ng mga local ordinances on safety of the community. Tulad po ng hindi pagpapatayo ng mga high-rise pag maraming nakapalibot na low-rise establishments. Yan, nasa local na po yun. We also have yung structural measures tulad ng pagtatayo ng dams, flood control structures, wave breakers para sa mga tsunamis, and other similar facilities. Okay? This is effort po ng government at ng ating organization. As safety officer, very minimal po yung ating participation except for monitoring, right? And observance ng mga regulations. For our side, yan, dito tayo maraming pwedeng magawa. Preparedness. This refers to the pre-disaster action and measures being undertaken to avert or minimize the loss of lives, properties, such as but not limited to community organizing, training, planning, equipping, stockpiling, and hazard mapping, and the public information and education initiatives. Ano po ba yung preparedness na yan para hindi namin kabisaduhin yung definition? Yan. Sinummarize na natin, we have plans, information, education, and training, at yung resources. Ulit, plans, dapat po meron tayong contingency plan, emergency response plan, fire and earthquake plan. Meron po bang standard dun, sir? Para kopyahin na lang po namin. The answer is none. Okay? Wala pong standard. Kasi depende yan sa organization, ilan po yung tao natin, ano yung mga hazards sa ating site, composition, equipments ng ating workplace. Yung iba, baka walang fire truck, yung iba meron. Okay? So, let's try to expand more. Kasi sabi nga natin, marami tayong trabaho rito sa preparedness. When we say plan, yan po yung written document natin. Ito magiging manual in case magkaroon ng emergency. Sa isang emergency response plan or emergency action plan, ano po yung nakapaloob? Dapat po meron tayong evacuation procedures and identification of all exit routes. Yan. Hindi standard ang emergency response plan kasi yung iba dalawa, yung iba 3 or 4 ang exit. Magkakaiba rin ng ruta. Next, Meron tayong procedures for first aid and rescue duty assignments. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin, lahat ng nurses po ay sa medical rescue. The question is, what if kung first aider lang po ang kanyang employed na occupational professionals? So, hindi tayo pwede magbigay ng fixed na positions. Next, methods of reporting emergency by any employees. Paano natin malalaman may emergency? Of course, we need information from personnel on the ground, yung ating mga workers. We also need procedures for employees who remain behind, yung mismong magre-respond. Procedures po sa pag-head count or accounting of all employees after evacuation or upon a shelter-in-place emergencies, yung ating mga evacuation areas. Next, kailangan din pong procedures for critical operation shutdown. Hindi pwedeng responde yung ating team kung meron pa pong energized pa po yung ating mga power lines, gas, and water lines. Baka mapahamak naman sila. Then, we should also have a clear identification of the persons in charge. So, pwede tayong gumawa ng table organization, kung sino po yung incident commander, sino yung fire brigade, sino yung mga members, or pwede rin gumawa tayo ng tab. Okay, column na lang, sino yung leader, sino yung mga members, ano yung duties nila. Nasa inyo po yan. Now, ito po yung dinagdag natin. Since maaga pa yung time natin, let me just share what are the components to check for evacuation. Okay, first is dapat meron tayong evacuation procedures as mentioned kanina. Next, kung may document tayo, wala tayong exit, problem. So we should have a means of exit. It should be continuous and unhindered route from any point in a building or structure to any safe area of safety. Means of exit. Let me just share you this one. Yan. Meron tayong RA 9514. Every building floor should have at least 2 fire exits. Dapat po hindi yan obstructed or locked. Ano yung RA 9514? Fire Code of the Philippines. Next, our doors should sway outward. Unlike yung nangyari kay Ozone. Yan. So what happens sa Ozone? Ito yung layout. So nagkaroon daw ng light. Eventually, nag-evolve into fire. Yung DJ booth nasa left. So yung mga nagpanik na mga party goers, pati yung staff, nag-rush sila sa nag-iisang pinto, pero ang pinto ay papasok para pumabuksan. Okay? You need to pull. So yung mga nauna, nagpo-pull, yung nagpapanik sa likod, nagpo-push. So nagkontrahan sila ng efforts nila. So this happened noong March 19, 1996. So the result is 162 fatalities. They were trapped. Yeah. If you would look sa lower left, yan po yung sa may access. Yan po nagkumpulan yung humihila sa pinto at yung nagpapanik sa likod na tumutulak naman. Hindi nila basta-basta nabuksan yung pinto. Okay? So as per Fire Code of the Philippines, doors should sway outward, palabas, hindi paloob, to prevent yung similar ulit na aksidente. Next, we need fire exit signage. Okay? Yan, tulad nito, EXIT. Sa fire code po, merong minimum po na requirement yan. Every establishment must have an evacuation and directional signage. Yung EXIT, yung lettering po, it must be printed not less than 15 centimeters in height. And yung principal stroke o yung taba po ng lettering, dapat hindi ninipis sa 19 millimeters wide. Okay, clear po tayo ha. Yung 15 centimeters, yan yung lettering, hindi yung signage. Yung frame, lettering po yan. And must be readable in case of power failure. May nakikita ako sa bookstore, may binibentang ganyan. Aside from maliit na yung lettering, glow in the dark pa. Okay, the problem is, saglit lang po yan. Hindi niya kaya mag-sustain ng matagal na illumination. Okay, dapat po may sarili talaga siyang power source. Question, yan, where will you go? I don't need to ask each and everyone. Just imagine. Kung magkaroon po ng emergency, you need to exit the room, tapos ganyan po yung makikita ninyong signage. Saan kaya kayo pupunta? So it's very scary and at the same time confusing. Hindi natin alam kung saan pupunta. That's why this month, si Yukio Ota, nagkaroon po ng pa-contest sa Japan to address yung mga ganong issues. So he drew the Running Man signage. Then the ISO adopted it. Sorry, nabubulol ako ha. So ISO adopted the Yukio Ota's design. So if you would notice, English fire exit, alam natin. Usita, hindi ko alam na signage siya, na language. Pero yung isa, hindi ko talaga mabasa. But I would know. Diyan yung exit. Okay? Thanks to Yukio Ota. Yan. Pwede rin pong may twist. Yung iba, three-dimensional. Yung iba naman, cartoon character, si Doraemon. Kasi yung mga bata nga naman, hindi nila maintindihan. Ano yung naka-popsicle stick na tao na tumata? Ganon yung posture. So at least, kilala nila si Doraemon. Ito yung exit. Okay? Next, emergency lights. Yan, must-sustain illumination for at least 9 minutes. This is according kay fire code. May iba pong standard tayo, 60 naman. Pero mas mahigpit po si RA 9514. Okay? So, paano natin ma-inspect ang emergency lights? Bunutin muna natin. Pagkabunot, ikot tayo. Okay? Kung wala pang 90 minutes yung pag-ikot natin, tapos wala na yung ilaw, bagsak yung emergency lights. Should be placed to provide lightings to hallways, stairs, and corners. Next, another component to check yung ating alarm system. Yung alarm system po natin dapat unique yung kanyang tunog. Okay? Hindi parang BTS or lambada pa yung tunog. Okay? It should be alarming and unique. Next, number 4. Dapat meron po tayong evacuation and master point area. Ito po yung area of safe refuge. Kailangan walang ibang hazard. Okay? Walang poste, power lines, puno, dumadaan na vehicles dun sa ating evacuation area. And of course, dapat properly labeled po yung ating master point, evacuation area, or assembly area. Okay, ayan po yung signage niya. Next, dapat meron tayong evacuation route. Good practice, mag-install tayo ng evacuation map. At is in, dahil ito ay in compliance with RA 9514. Example lang po to, pero may deficiency tayo dito. Bakit? Ito po yung kailangan nakalagay. Tingnan nga natin, meron bang UR here? Meron naman, nakapin. Fire exits, primary and secondary route. Meron po ba siya? Ito, wala. Primary route lang siya, wala siyang secondary. Okay, meron pang ibang pinto eh. Next, a compliant evacuation route Dapat meron din pong fire alarm pole stations and annunciators. Location po ng mga fire extinguishers and hose cabinets. Emergency lights, first aid kits, emergency call stations if applicable, especially pag malapit lang po sa inyo, may direct line kayo sa BFP, yan, sa hospital. Kung meron po, ideally, meron tayong areas of safe refuge para sa mga high-rise buildings. Ano naman yung area of safe refuge? Example, high-rise, merong 30 floors. Hindi po pwedeng 30 floors hanggang pababa, dire-diretso yung worker natin. Kailangan pa rin nila mag-rest. So merong area po doon na may tubig, merong fire extinguishers, and other emergency response equipments. Okay? Oxygen, yan, kasi hihingalin naman yung tao. From 30 floors hanggang sa ground floor, isang babaan lang. Next, dapat meron po tayong assembly area instructions and in-case emergency instructions. This is in accordance kay Section 10.2.5.13 ng ating fire code. Last component po natin is the trainings. So pag gumawa po tayo ng emergency action plan or emergency response plan, magpa-training po tayo sa ating workers, sa ating mga employees. Kahit anong ganda ng document natin, kung hindi nila alam yan, baliwala. Okay? Kailan po tayo magpapa-training? Pag na-develop na yung emergency response plan or emergency action plan. Pag ang employee's responsibility, dati hindi siya firefighter or fire brigade natin. Ngayon, ginawa nating fire brigade member. Dapat magpa-training ulit tayo. And pag nagkaroon ng revisions sa ating emergency action plan. So we're done with plan. Next. Yan. Let's go dun sa public information, rapid dissemination of info through mass media, population awareness. Okay. Nakita ko po ito, we were invited to Zambales to conduct emergency response. Then we saw yung kanilang waiting shed, yung school. Okay, nakalagay dyan, signal, typhoon signal warning number 1. Wala pong kinder, no classes sa kinder. Signal number 2, high school. Signal number 3 po natin, all levels. Okay, this is a good example ng information. Bakit? Pag nagkaroon ng bagyo, hindi na kailangan mag-text, mag-message, or worse, pumunta pa ng school, ng guardian at saka ng student para lang malaman na wala na pong pasok. Okay? So, simple lang po siya, pero lagi pong nakikita yan ng parents. So, tumatatak yan sa isip nila. Signal number 1, nursery, walang pasok. So, if yung anak nila or yung pamangkin, is nursery, nagkaroon ng bagyo, oops, automatic, they know, wala pong pasok yan. Okay? Next, education and training. Dito sa construction site, we could establish this. Let me share. Paano po tayo mag-organize ng isang emergency response team? Hindi yung, oops, ikaw gusto mo maging emergency responder ka. Yes, sir. O sige, halika. Lista kita. Hindi po ganun. We have 5 phases and usually pwedeng maging cycle to. After phase 5, pwedeng mag-phase 1 ulit. Sasayin natin. Phase 1, management commitment and involvement. Safety officer, kailangan po natin ng, iniisip natin, kailangan natin ng emergency response team. So, kailangan ng approval ng management. Bakit? Kailangan natin ng pera, budget, training fee, sahod ng mga attend, resources tulad ng venue, materials, or equipment. Okay? So without that, hindi magpupush yung ating emergency response. Sinong gustong gumastos sa mga workers, sa mga supervisors natin? KKB sa training, wala pang sahod. Okay? Wala kang makukuha na participants. So we need the management commitment to satisfy yung mga training requirements. Sige, approve ni management. Magpa-training ka safety. Ang question ngayon, hindi po pwedeng lahat ng workers lahat ng tao sa construction site, i-undergo mo ng training. Okay, baka maubos na yung budget ninyo. Training lang ng emergency response. So we need to establish sino po ba yung magiging emergency response team officers. Okay? Ilang tao. Okay, tapos sila na po, kaya nilang i-manage yung buong site natin in case may emergency. So yan po yung phase 2. Assignment of emergency response team officers. Next, alam na natin kung sino-sino. Ang tanong, wala pa silang training. Paano sila magre-responde? So phase 3, yan na po yung training proper, mag-set na ng goals and core functions in case of emergency. Example, si Sir Mark Joseph, si engineer. Kailangan natin meron tayong rescue and medical team. Okay, wala nang ibang tao kundi ang makukuha na natin na work supervisor or engineer, si Engineer Mark Joseph na. Wala siyang background ngayon sa medical kasi electrical engineering siya. So magpa-training po siya sa Red Cross. After niya pong matrain, kailangan i-write down niya yung mga procedures for emergency response, medical response. Okay? Based po kay Red Cross or kung kanino man yung training na yun. Okay? Once na-set na yung core functions, yung procedures, we go kay phase 4. We test, mag-conduct tayo ng drill. Example, pag may biglang hinimatay, okay, kaya bang mag-respond ni Engineer Mark Joseph? Or si Sir Jethro, pinag-train po natin siya as firefighting. Okay, mag-set tayo. Mag-controlled fire tayo. Kaya niya bang gamitin yung mga fire hoses, fire extinguishers based po dun sa training? Or evacuation. Dapat po 10 minutes na evacuate na. Next, after the drill, we found out na, oops, yung isang medyo malaki-laking fire, hindi kaya ni Sir Jethro. O yung 2-3 patient, hindi kayang i-handle ni Engineer Mark Joseph. Okay? So we review and adjust. Anong kailangan para ma-meet natin yung target? Si Sir Jethro, naapula niya yung apoy ng 30 minutes. Pero kailangan maapula yan in 15 minutes. Example, yun ang goal natin. So baka kailangan ni Sir ng additional na members. Si Sir Engineer Mark, baka kailangan niya ng mas marami pang first aiders. So balik ulit po tayo kay phase 1. Okay? Punishment commitment ulit. Phase 2, alamin kung sino yung mga dagdag members. Phase 3, mag-training sila. Then, we conduct the drills ulit. Kung kaya na nilang ma-hit yung target nila. Okay? Clear po tayo sa emergency response team. Sa pag-organize. Yan, walang question. Sige, next. Next po, we have the response. Tapos na tayo sa mitigation and preparedness. Ngayon, meron na pong emergency. So, kailangan nating rumisponde. Response refers to any concerted efforts, public or private, to provide emergency assistance or relief to persons who are victims of disasters or calamities, and in the restoration of the essential activities and facilities. Core function po ng response ay consequence management, or meaning damage control. Hindi dahil re-responde tayo, bahala na kung ano yung masasalba natin. Bahala na basta matapos natin yung emergency. Example, may apoy. Nasusunog yung kalahati ng opisina. Rumisponde kami ni Sir Jethro. Buga ng tubig, sir. O, di buga natin yung tubig. Sir, baka masunog yung kabila. Bugahan na rin natin para hindi sila masunog. Pero it turns out, those are important documents. Sensitive equipments. Okay? So, ano mangyayari? Hindi nga nasunog yun, nabasa naman. Hindi na magagamit yung documents, hindi na magagamit yung equipment. Okay? Nag-responde kami, pero mas lumaki pa pala yung damage. Kasi yung consequence management, dinisregard namin. Okay? So, under response, ano-ano yung titingnan natin? We have the alerts. Important po is ligtas yung mga tao. Kaya unang-una sila. Alam lahat ng general workforce natin at ng public na may emergency. they need to evacuate. Lumayo po dun sa potential hazards. Okay? Kung na-evacuate po sila, dyan naman po re-responde yung ating mga ERT. Yan na po yung notification na. Okay, first is alert, followed by the notification sa ating mga emergency response team. Then may tinatawag po tayong 1R principle. During sa isang emergency, the first R would be the crucial. Okay, bakit kaya? It is because may emergency, yung mga responders, yung mga tao, heightened alert po because of the adrenaline. Mas mabilis mag-isip, mas mabilis kumilos. Okay, first R po yan. Pero eventually, bababa yung adrenaline level, mapapagod din yung mga responders, bababa yung magiging output natin sa pag-conduct ng emergency response. Okay? So, yung peak po ng performance ng mind at saka ng body ng responders kailangan i-maximize. So, dapat first R pa lang, tapos na yung emergency or na-manage na natin. Okay? Clear po tayo, ha? Then last yung consequence management. Ito yung nabanggit natin. Pag responde, huwag yung basta-basta responde lang. Alamin natin ano pa po yung pwedeng masalba. Okay? What would be the effects, the consequence ng ating emergency management? Okay, clear po tayo sa response, ha? Last po is recovery. So this refers to the process by which the affected communities, areas, or damaged public structures are restored to their normal level of actual condition prior to the occurrence of the disaster or calamity. So any procedures po, any activities that could bring back kung ano yung lagay po ng isang establishment before the isang emergency. Sir, yan po ba yung mag-construct ulit ng panibagong building? Yes. Okay. Restocking, resupplying. Dahil nasunog yung ating establishment, maglalagay ulit ng gamit, maglalagay ulit ng produkto. That is recovery. Okay? Now, let's go kay mismong standard natin. So, this is the last part ng ating emergency management. Kung ano pa yung nakasaad mismo sa ating COSH standards. Sa Rule 1948.02, so this is fire safety, 1940, subpart 1948. Firefighting drills. So every place of employment, depending on the magnitude of potential fire, kung puro bakal po yan, mababa ang probability ng apoy. Okay? Pero kung puro papel or petrochemicals yan, mataas ang chance, mas marami yung fire drills dapat natin. And the availability of assistance from the public fire department shall organize a fire brigade to deal with fire and other related emergencies. Okay. Kailangan daw po meron tayong fire brigade. The question is, Sir, 30 lang po kami. Sir, 20 lang kami, 50 lang kami. Kailangan po ba ng fire brigade yon? According po sa fire code, wala iyan sa dami ng empleyado. Nasa dami po yan, no? Gaano karaming tao kayang i-accommodate ng ating establishment. Clear po tayo? Example, tayo ay nasa isang facility, assembly facility. Maraming occasions na doon ginaganap. Ang ating empleyado ay 20 lang. Pero yung venue, yung business po natin, nagki-cater ng 50 people, kailangan natin ng fire brigade. Okay? Again, 50 na katao ang kayang i-facilitate ng ating establishment. Required po tayo magkaroon ng fire brigade. Kahit 20, 30 lang po yung ating empleyado. Clear po tayo, ha? It is not the number of employees sa isang company, but the number of people na kasya dun sa kanyang establishment. 50 ang number natin. If the establishment could cater 50 persons, fire brigade dapat meron na. Next question, sir. Ano po bang qualification ng ating fire brigade? Wala naman pong educational attainment requirement. Basta yung number, yung second bullet, sorry, yung second number natin. The member of the fire brigade shall be physically qualified for the job and properly trained on firefighting, use of hose, lines, ventilation of building, salvage of operations, rescue operations, and first aid and other related activities. Okay, yung number po, ilan po ang magiging members natin? Depende po yan sa organization ninyo. Hindi naman pwede kayong i-require. Dapat po 15 ang inyong fire brigade members. Kung 10 lang kayo, you don't need to hire additional 5. So, depende yan. The number of fire brigade members na kay organization na kung ilan. Next, fire exit drills. Number 1, kailan po, ilang beses tayo mag-conduct ng fire drill? The answer is 2. One is every March, Fire Prevention Month. Okay, yung iba nagko-conduct ng June. Bakit? May bagyo po eh. So aside from fire, ganun din po yung flood. Okay, yung iba September. And karamihan po ginagawa yan during November. Bakit yung November? National Shakeout Drill. Okay, yung kay MMDA, sila minsan yung organizers niyan. So from Luzon to Mindanao, nagko-conduct ng simultaneous drills. Sinasabay na po every November. Basta kailangan sa establishment natin, twice tayo nagko-conduct ng fire exit drills. Next, number 2. Explain ko na lang po. Yung number 2 naman po, pag nag-conduct tayo ng fire exit drills, tao lang po ang lalabas. Hindi kasama yung salvage operations. Kasama yung laptops, mga equipments, supplies, hindi na po kasama yun. Tao lang ang lalabas during fire exit drills. Number 3. In building, the population is of a changing character, meaning number of personnel po sa loob hindi po constant, paiba-iba. Pwedeng yung iba visitors, clients, customers, yan. Pag ganun po ang case, yung regular employees, sila ang in charge po sa pag-assist dun sa mga nabanggit natin during fire exit drills. Next, number 4, yung mga occupants po ng bawat department, floors, or sections po ng ating company, dapat may designated assembly area sila para mas mabilis po yung head count. And make sure sa assembly area, hindi sila nakaharang or they would hamper yung firefighting or rescue efforts. Accounting, dito. Okay? Operations, dito po. HR, dun sa bandang dulo. Mas mabilis yung magiging head count per department po kasi. Yung number 5 naman po, when 2 or more establishment na nag-occupy sa isang building or isang premise. Example, construction, may subcon, may gencon, may tradecons pa nga. Okay? Yung iba, marami pang subcons. Pag nag-conduct po tayo ng fire emergency, hindi po pwedeng si gencon lang or si subcon lang. Bakit? Pwedeng magpanik. Teka, ba't biglang nagtakbuhan yung ating mga subcon? Okay? Baka attract pa yan ng unwanted attention. Okay? So dapat as establishment po tayo. Iisa. Whether gencon, subcon, tradecons tayo, isang establishment lang tayo, isang fire exit drill lang. I think ito yung last. Sir, meron bang standard pagdating sa fire brigade composition? The answer is no. Okay? Pero madalas, si fire brigade chief, si incident commander, siya si safety officer. Kasi siya yung may pinakamaraming trainings daw. First aider na nga siya, may training pa siya sa fire code, may training pa siya sa firefighting. Yan. Okay? How about the members? Depende kung ano yung equipment natin sa site. Yun din po yung number of employees na i-assign natin sa fire brigade. Example, fire truck. Kami meron, yung iba wala. So kami, may fire truck operator kami. Yung iba, wala. We could not require them. Okay? Yung iba, merong fire hoses sa mga fire hydrants. Yung iba, wala naman. Fire extinguishers lang. So it varies. The number of members, the title, na kay organization na yan. Okay? Yeah, that ends our emergency management.
Question, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Yung evacuation site, sir, or yung ang tawag doon, yung parang billeting area, meron ba yung minimum distance galing sa gusali po? Meron.
Wala naman, sir. Kasi depende again sa topography at saka yung mismong layout ng ating area. Kung magbibigay tayo ng standard kung gaano kalayo, what if kung let's say 15 meters, it turns out kalsada pala yun. Okay? So wala, sir. Basta po ma-assess ninyo na walang hazard na overhead power lines, poste, puno na pwedeng matumba sa ating mga personnel, okay po ang evacuation area.
Sige po. Thank you po. Thank you po.
Question po? Question. I hope it's clear, ha? Ano ulit yung cycle natin? We have the mitigations, followed by preparedness, then response, and recovery. It seems like wala tayong question. So let's go directly dun sa ating last two topics versus the TOT, trainer of trainers, and the COSH communication. Bakit ba kailangan natin ng TOT, sir? Training of trainers. So at least may idea yung ating safety officers on what to look for, what to observe pag magko-conduct po tayo ng safety and health orientation, workers training, yan. Toolbox meeting, training of trainers. Let us differentiate first what is education, what differs it from training. Education is actually anything that brings out of ignorance and helps in improve our skills, knowledge, and attitude. Yung tinatawag nating SKA. Okay, skills, knowledge, and attitude. While training is teaching or developing in oneself or another any skills and knowledge that relates to specific useful competencies. When we say training po, specified talaga kung ano yung trabaho nila. While si education po, nabanggit nga dyan, brings out of ignorance. Okay? So probably hindi naman related sa trabaho niya, oops, pero good to know. Okay? Education yon. Pero kung sa training, kailangan more on specified po siya sa kanyang occupation or mga activities. Wala dito pala yun. Sir, anong pinagkaiba naman po ng education at ng learning? Okay, pag education, more on theories. No, sabi nga natin, skills, knowledge, and attitude. Pero kung mayroon tayong behavioral change na, that is what we call learning. Okay? May change in behavior na. Next, sa training of trainers, we should be very specific pagdating sa visual aids. PowerPoints. Yan. It's probably now the most commonly used form of visual aids tulad po ngayon. Yung ginagamit natin. Overhead projectors, slides, and transparencies. Magamit pa ba niyan? A very useful tools found in most lecture and seminar rooms. And whiteboards natin, useful to help explain the sequence of ideas or routines, particularly in science. Yung PowerPoints, overhead projectors, so ang disadvantage lang niya ay fix po siya. Kung ano yung nakasulat, yan lang. Unless meron tayong prepared animations to explain, say, computation, meron tayong separate slide for solution. Unlike si whiteboard or blackboard, yan, pwede tayong magdagdag, pwede tayong magbawas on the spot. Pwede rin pong paper handouts. Yan. Bibigyan natin sila ng bits and pieces ng ating i-discuss. Meron din pong flip charts. Large pad of paper on a stand. It is very useful and flexible way of recording information during your presentation. I don't know if kung may gumagana ng flip charts. Kasi pwede nang gawin yan sa PowerPoint naman. Siguro pag wala tayong laptop. Flip chart. Next, video. Gives you a chance to show simulating visual information. Pwede tayo mag-insert ng mga site videos, mga accidents. Use video to bring movement, pictures, and sounds into your presentation. Or we could use props. Example, mga PPEs. Pag nagde-demonstrate tayo ng PPE, pwedeng may video tayo at the same time, meron tayong hawak mismo na hard hat, vest, or safety shoes. Logistics before training. Hindi pwedeng pumasok lang sa isip natin, magpa-training tayo. Ayun, we need to ask some questions. O yung logistical requirements natin. Example, review when, where, what, and who, how, and why po tayo magko-conduct ng training. This is what we call yung 5 wives and 1 husband question. Ano yung 5 wives? Si when, si where, si what, si who, at si why. Okay, ano yung 1 husband? 1H. Yan po si how. Okay, before we organize the training. Next, nasagot na natin si 5 wives and 1 husband. We determine the day, date, time, and time needed for training. Hindi po pwedeng, oops, gusto ko after lunch, pero it turns out may buhos tayo sa construction site. Okay? Dapat i-fit din po natin sa schedule ng ating mga participants. Decide where will you be training. Anong gagamitin nating venue. Decide on what kind of training is best for the subject. So, pag mga workers natin, hindi po pwede yung nakaupo lang. Okay? Hindi natin pwedeng videos lang. We need to show them or demonstrate paano yung pagsusuot ng PPE, paano paggamit ng power tools. Yan, more on physical. Hindi po yung theoretical lang tayo. Or concepts. Next, decide on what kind of training is best for sabi na natin yan. Determine who will be participating in the training. Not only i-fit natin sa participants, but also sa ating operations. Sir, fitting yung aking training para sa mga workers. So, dapat umattend sila. The question is, okay po ba yan sa operations? Baka walang maiwan. Okay? Ma-delay ang inyong project. Next, the ABCs of room arrangement. Okay, when we say ABCs, these are the basic po, not necessary yung A, yung B, at yung C. What are the basics ng room arrangements natin? First, accessible po dapat sila. Make sure the room is accessible to everyone, including with those disabilities. Kung meron tayong participants na ganon. Next, acoustic. If you have a large room with poor acoustics, the students or the participants may not be able to hear or understand what you are saying, especially yung nasa pinakalikod. So mangyayari yan, mabuboard lang po sila or magkakaroon tayo ng miscommunication, confusion ang result. Third is convenience. So isa sa mga importante. The training room should be nearby to restrooms, telephones, snack areas, and lunchroom. Sabi ko importante, especially yung restrooms. Okay? Pag pupunta ka sa isang venue, titingnan mo kaagad, what if kung sumakit ang tiyan mo, naiihi ka. Otherwise, pag malayo yan, hindi na babalik yung participants natin. Okay? Especially pag ilang araw po. Kainan. No? Kung malayo yan, malilate yung ating mga participants. So, sobra tayo sa oras. Next, climate control. Kailangan po komportable yung ating participants. While living or working room should be around 20 to 22 degrees Celsius. Other rooms should be warmer. Okay? Hindi po pwedeng masyado init. Otherwise, ang attention po nila is pagpapaypay na lang. Or, mabilis po yung agitations nila. Mawawala kagad yung attention span. Sa psychology po, ang attention span dati ng isang adult ay 40 minutes. Ngayon po ay 20 minutes. Kaya noon, pag face-to-face, expect mo 40 minutes yung attention ng participants nasa iyo. Pero ngayon pong webinar, namomonitor ko kayo sa screen. So it only confirms. After 20 minutes, bababa na yung attention span. Bakit? Webinar po to. Merong cellphone, hindi ko makikita kung nagsa-cellphone kayo. Or nag-share screen, yung training at saka yung Facebook. Okay, so bumababa yung attention span ng participants. And that is very normal. Okay, ang importante, ma-deliver nyo po, masagot ninyo yung mga questions. At the same time, you could ask questions sa ating mga trainers. Okay? Meron tayong understanding dun sa naging discussion. Okay? Next, distractions. The training room should have windows, but make sure there isn't a lot of activities going on outside to distract the participants natin. Okay? Pag sa site po natin, huwag tayo basta-basta magko-conduct ng training wherein may mga pedestrians, may public. Example, sa parking lot. Okay? Madi-distract yung mga workers natin. Especially sa Makati, BGC. Yan, maraming mga office workers dyan. Okay? Mga construction site workers, pag may nakita na nakabihis, mawala na yung attention sa training. Next, furnitures. Make sure the chair are comfortable and in good repair. Make sure your place a table in front of the room for your supplies and equipment. Hindi po yung nasa pinakalikod. First, time consuming. Kung pupuntahan mo pa yung table just to get your equipments and supplies. Then, another po advantage kung bakit nasa harap yung ating mga supplies and equipments, tumataas po kasi yung attention span ng mga workers. Nabanggit natin 20 minutes ngayong webinar. Pero kung meron tayong props na naka-ready, okay? So tataas sa tataas. Para saan kaya gagamitin ni sir yung ating props? Okay? I-anticipate po. Hihintayin nila gamitin yung mga props. Next, the trainer appearance. Look professional. Hindi po pwedeng may body piercing ka. Okay? Yung ating hair, hindi po pwedeng mahaba. Kung lalaki, yan. Dapat maayos ang ating gupit. Pag babae, of course, dapat nakaayos naman. Should dress according to the type of instruction being given and to whom it's being given to. Okay. Harap tayo sa management natin, hindi po pwede yung normal lang na uniform natin. Kahit pa paano mag-dress tayo. This is to get their attention pa lang. Okay? Trainers shouldn't stand out from the crowd, but should keep your dress standards higher than those of the rest of the group. Okay, ibig sabihin, ang mga trainers daw, kailangan one dress code higher tayo. One dress code. Example, if you're anticipating na t-shirt, yung ating mga participants, webinar kasi minsan may naka-t-shirt na lang, nasa bahay lang. So at least may polo, naka-polo shirt tayo. Pupunta tayo, magte-training tayo sa isang organization, mga officials. So expect mo, naka-polo shirt din yung mga yon. So at least ikaw, naka-long sleeve naman. Okay? Or one dress code hire tayo. What if kung ang pupuntahan nyo, sir, is naka-long sleeve na? So ikaw, maglagay ka naman ng coat. This is to establish yung inyong authority over them. Since kayo yung magiging trainer nila. Hindi po pwedeng pantay lang kayo or mas mababa yung inyong dress code. Kasi yung credibility, yung authority, you could not establish that. Okay? So one dress code hire. A trainer should look organized also. Hindi po pwedeng rumble-rumble yung kanyang thoughts or yung kanyang presentation. Next, if you are going to stand while you present the session, you should stand in front of the group, hindi yung sa likod. Get all the attentions as you can. Okay? Hindi pwedeng sa gilid. Otherwise, yung malapit lang sa iyo ang makakita sa iyo. Don't try to hide yourself behind the chair, desk, lectern, or overhead projectors. Okay, again, you need to establish you have the authority. Meron kang confidence na magsalita sa harap nila. If you stand or sitting in front of your training aids, you must ensure that everyone in the group can still see around you. Next, bridging the learner gap. Different age groups, different din po yung techniques. Okay? Para ma-maximize po yung learning potentials nila. Example. Those who are born 1945 preferred a more structured command and control approach. Okay? Yung dati, wala naman yung mga high-tech na gamit. So, wag natin lalagyan yung maraming technological terminologies. Okay? Yung overwhelming yung kanilang makikita. Maraming gumagalaw sa inyong visual aids. Gusto lang po nila yung straightforward. Walang maraming abubot. Bakit kaya natin nilagay yung defining moment, defining tech, and their communication? Well, this is just a visual. This is to demonstrate how straightforward yung mga born 1945s and malalapit na taon. Okay? They are traditionalists and also known as the silent generation. World War. So, nung World War, hindi naman ganun karami yung leisures. Kung ano yung kailangan, yun lang ang gagawin. Okay? Ano yung essential? Yan lang yung stock natin during the World War. Wala tayong extra na gamit. Okay? So, ganun din po sila. Sa ating training, straightforward lang. Walang paikot-ikot. Less po yung example, more on explanation kagad. Defining tech, core and communication through letter lang. This shows na mababa pa yung technology ang term natin. Technology awareness natin. Kaya yung mga participants sa webinar, wag po natin bibigyan nung click lang po ninyo yung link. Then after yung link po, i-copy nyo lang po to, then i-paste ninyo dun sa question na yon. Okay? So mahihirapan sila. Kasi very basic po yung kanilang technological awareness. Now let's go kay 1946 to 1964. Dito naman po sa history, yung time ng 1946 after the World War hanggang 1964, pabilisan. Okay? Ma-discover yung ganito, pabilisan maka-invent ng ganito, paunahan makapunta sa buwan. So anong ibig sabihin nun? This shows na very competitive yung ating participant born sa 1946 to 1964. So mas matututo po sila pag may pa-contest. Okay? Pabilisan, paramihan na kaya nyong i-identify na hazards. Ako, tuwan-tuwa po yung mga participants na ganyan. Okay? They like competitions. Next, 1965 hanggang 1980. Ito po yung Generation X. Ano naman po ang characteristic ni Generation X? Ito naman po yung mga resourceful na generation. So maganda po problem solving. Mag-present kayo ng case, hayaan nyo silang i-gather yung information regarding that case and build up yung kanilang recommendations. Okay? I hope nakikita po ninyo. Pag dito po, traditional, straightforward, discuss ka lang. Baby boomers, dito naman po, they want competition, contest. Saan sila makipag-contest? Of course, dun sa kanilang fellow participants, whether group or individual. Dito naman po, ayaw nila ng competition. Ayaw nila ng pabilisan. Okay, kaya nga meron dyan, peace sign. Pero they want to solve problems. Millennials, yan. Millennials are heavily attached to mobile devices. So, pwede tayo mag-conduct ng trainings wherein they need to use yung mga search engines. They want to show off yung kanilang technological prowess. Okay? Mag-send ka ng link, kaya nila. Answer po yung mga forms, they would appreciate that. Unlike yung sa mga traditional, yung mga World War, okay? Wherein kailangan hard copy lang. Next, how do we ask questions sa ating training? Open-ended questions. Huwag yung yes or no, except yung sa chat box natin kanina kung nakikita ninyo. Okay? But for our participants, make sure you use open-ended questions. Open-ended questions requires an extended response para mas lalong ganahan. Okay? Mas lalong mag-isip yung ating mga participants. Most often begins with what, how, when, or why. Close questions naman po requires only yes or no. Kailan natin gagamitin itong close questions? If we think na parang nahihirapan yung participant natin compared dun sa ibang participant, medyo mabagal yung kanyang comprehension, para po ma-boost yung kanyang confidence, we could ask simple questions that yes or no lang. 50-50 yung kanyang may chance na tatama po siya. Okay? Listening to questions. Active listening also foster the good listening skills in your students by serving as a model for positive and effective communications. Kung nakipag-interact yung ating participants, make sure you listen. Okay? Para at the same time, they would return the favor to you. Makikinig din pag sasalita ka or sumasagot. Balikan ko muna to. Wala pala dito yung ating mga postures. Pag may sinasabi po yung participants natin, make sure wala tayong nilalagay na barrier sa harap natin. Okay? Nothing in between the participants or the trainer. Example, hindi lang makita rito. May nagtatanong pero I cross yung kamay kong ganito. Okay? O kaya pag nagtanong si Ma'am Maria Cleofe, pero kinover ko yung nose ko, kinover yung mouth ko, medyo off yan para sa ating mga participants. Although they don't know it intentionally, pero our subconscious says na, oops, si trainer po natin ayaw niyang tinatanong. Okay? Hindi siya ganun ka-approachable. Bakit? May barrier po between the participants and the trainer. Okay? So as much as possible, tanggalin natin. Kahit kamay. Just imagine, meron kayong tinatanong, gumanito, versus nilagay yung kamay sa likod and nag-lean forward sa inyo. Okay? Well, ano yung parang mas magandang tanungan? Yung nasa harap yung kamay or yung nag-lean forward or yung nilagay yung kamay pa niya sa likod? Okay? See, parang mas accommodating yung nag-lean forward pa. Okay? Wala kasing barrier. Next. Answering questions. Answer questions in an appropriate and thoughtful manner. Okay? So address kagad natin yung questions na, huwag maging sarcastic sa pagsagot. Kung ano yung in-expect niyang sagot, make sure you satisfy those. Okay? Sir, could you explain po yung ganito? Oh, sagot na, okay sir, thank you for the question. Okay. Ulitin ko lang po ganito yon. Okay? Thoughtful manner. Unlike yun sir, hindi nyo pa nakuha. Very simple lang yun Huwag natin babastusin yung ating participants or yung ating mga workers. Kasi in the first place, probably they are asking not because hindi nila alam, but just to confirm yung sinabi natin. Make sure you answer all questions presented. Wala tayong mamimiss out. Kasi that would dictate yung ating competency, dun sa ating topic. That will show that we are competent. Next, handling issues during trainings. Okay, too much participation. Minsan may na-encounter ako na participants na ex-abroad. Okay, safety officer doon. Magte-training dito kasi hindi na makabalik doon. At the same time, gusto dito na lang mag-practice. So, ang tendency nila is magbigay ng magbigay. Sir, kasi sa Saudi ganito. Sir, kasi ganito sa Middle East. Ganito ang ginagawa namin. Ang permit to work namin, may issuer pa yan, sir. Meron pang requestor, meron ding issuer. So, make sure i-limit ninyo yung magiging participation. Okay, you could cut kagad. Okay, sir. Understood na galing tayo sa Middle East. Napakaganda po ng kanilang practice dyan. However, sir, mayroon pa rin tayong guidelines na kailangan sundin dito sa Philippines. Yun yung guidelines natin kay Dole. At yun ang pag-uusapan po natin. Okay? So politely, kinat ninyo, oops, tama na sir yung participation kasi Saudi naman yan. Ito ngayon tayo, nasa Philippines. Okay? Yung parang ganun yung naging essence natin doon. Clear po tayo Make sure, ilimit natin yung magiging participation ng mga ganong students or participants. Bakit? Bababa yung confidence naman ng ibang participants. Or, iwasan din natin too little participation. A non-participative students, valuable input may be lost from the group. If you think na, oops, tahimik lang si Sir Von, you could ask. Okay? Tahimik si Sir Giancarlo. Sir, could you read yung ating first bullet? Okay? Hindi sir, joke lang. That is just an example. Okay? So, diyan po makukuha pa rin natin yung participation nila. Ang goal ba ng participation? Ano ba sir? That is to give confidence dun sa ating participants. Okay? At the same time, ilimit na natin. Baka maging overconfident tayo. Later on the training, baka i-challenge na yung information na binibigay ninyo. Kung lagi tayo, oh, ang ganda yan sir, very good po. Noted yan sir. Very passive yung trainer natin, naging overconfident yung participants. Lagot ka. Next, overview of the COSH module for presentation. We have the lesson plan. The lesson plan is the instructor's roadmap of what students need to learn and how it will be done effectively during the class time. So kanina po, after ko mag-present, I ask ko yung mga topics na i-discuss natin and yung kanyang timeline. This is to give you an overview. Ano yung mangyayari, ano yung i-discuss natin for today. Next, sample COSH module for presentation. A detailed COSH course module example is the COSH training course for Safety Officer 1. Day 1, mandatory COSH awareness course, and other similar materials. Okay? So we could give yung sa ating mga participants, I hope na kuha na ninyo, na-send na sa email. Ano po yung module 4, SO2. Naka-indicate po kung ano yung di-discuss ninyo per day. Nakuha na po ba yung program? Yan, I hope so. Next, this is the last part ng ating trainers. Meron pa tayong communication. Every training, kailangan may evaluation. We have the Kirkpatrick. Yan po yung pagle-level 1 to 10. Score nyo po yung training from 1 to 10. Yung iba, 1 to 10. 1 to 5, okay lang po yan. Okay? Scorean, 1 is the lowest, 5 is the highest, 4 is the highest, 10 is the highest. Ano po yung kailangan i-grade? Reaction. Did the learner like the safety training? So we would be asking you sa evaluation mamaya. Learning. Did the trainer increase the learner's safety knowledge, skills, and abilities? So if you think yes, so you give the highest score. If you think not so much, you give the middle score. Or wala akong natutunan, sir. Okay, you give the lowest score. At least the organizers would know, oops, teka, parang kulang tayo sa ganito. Baka kailangan natin ng activity. Kasi yung mga participant, 1 lang yung binibigay natin pag emergency response. Baka kailangan natin ng workshop para mas lalo nilang maintindihan. Okay? So yung ganyan, we evaluate. Next, behavior. Does the training impacted the participants by learning, and if they are they're applying what they learned? Okay, sabi nga natin, training, skills, development lang. When we say learning, may behavioral change na. If magagamit ninyo sa site, mapapractice po ninyo, that changes your working attitude, your working practices, then you learn from our training. Next, result. Did the safety training have a positive impact on business? Key performance indicators. Tatanungin ngayon natin ating sarili. Nag-training tayo sa safety. Bumaba po ba yung ating accident rates? Incident rates? Cost ng aksidente? Kung tumaas po yan, bagsak yung training. Okay? Kung bumaba po yung mga aksidente sa site natin, ibig sabihin, you gain inputs, knowledge, and skills that leads you to identify hazards and eventually mitigate them. Next, return. This is for the company naman. Did the company show a positive return on the training investment expressed as a cost-benefit ratio? Example, pinatraining niya 10 safety officer kasi nasa 100,000 lagi yung average cost ng aksidente. Pinatraining, how much is training fee natin? 4-5 ba? So 10, naging 45,000. So i-compare ngayon. Next, after a month, wala nang training. So zero na yung expense natin. Pero nagkaroon po ba ng impact dun sa 100,000 na yun? Nabawasan po ba? Kung slowly, bumababa po yung accident cost natin until zero na rin, maganda na po yung return of investment sa kanila. I think this is communication part na. We have the toolbox meeting. Okay, toolbox, could I ask si Sir Engineer Mark Joseph, could you read yung toolbox? Ano yung toolbox?
A toolbox talk is an informal safety meeting that focuses on safety topics related to the specific job, such as workplace, hazard, and safe work practices.
Okay, thank you, Engineer. Sabi, toolbox talk is an informal safety meeting. Bakit kaya informal? It is because walang specified time, place, or person na magsasalita. Yes, sir, nandiyan si safety officer to start the toolbox meeting. Pero kung mayroong concern si worker, any worker could say, could talk. Okay? May mitigations, may recommendations si engineer. Sige po, you could speak. Okay? Kahit sino. Kung may problema, may solusyon, magsalita po. That's why it is called informal. Toolbox meeting, usually that's 10 to 15 minutes. Bakit po hindi pwedeng habaan natin? Okay, ma-overload yung ating mga workers. Yung mga importanting information na una nating sinabi, after an hour, nako, hindi na nila maalala yan. I'm sure, kasi masyadong maraming inputs pumasok na sa ating isipan. 10 to 15 minutes lang. Bakit? We mentioned this earlier sa psychology, 20 minutes na lang po yung attention span. Okay? So, more than 20 minutes, wala na. Pero As much as possible, limit it to 15 minutes. Technique for safe work habits. Kasi bago pa lang sila mag-trabaho, nadi-discuss na yung potential hazards and yung mitigations na kailangan. Who should attend the toolbox meeting? All personnel po sa site. Okay, all employees for different trades or for employees assigned to different areas. That is communication. It is a process by which information is exchanged between individuals through a common system of sounds. Yan po yung boses natin. Symbols and signs. Yan naman po yung ating letters. Or yung iba, may hand gestures. Or behavior. When we say behavior, pag nakasimangot ka, ibig sabihin, oops, parang galit si sir. Or may miscommunication kayo. Okay? Pag nakangiti si sir habang nag-uusap kayo, or kahit wala siyang sinasabi, that shows na okay yung pinag-uusapan. Okay yung sinasabi mo sa kanya. This is according kay Webster Dictionary. Why do we communicate? This is to get action, to inform, to convince, or simply to entertain. Okay? Bakit kailangan ma-entertain yung isang tao? This is to reset yung attention span. Elements of communication, dapat meron pong sender. Of course, saan manggagaling yung information? Sa kanya. You have the message. Ngayon, pag-iisipan ngayon natin, paano natin marirelay? Susulat tayo, ano yung susulat natin? Sasabihin natin, what are the words? Okay, after that, we have the channel medium, verbal, cell phone, letter, email. Then, meron tayong receiver. Okay, sa kanya naka-address yung ating message. Now, wala lang dito, but we need feedback. Ayun pala sa baba. We need feedback. Response first, then feedback. Response from the receiver, then the receiver needs to wait for your feedback. Example, malinaw po ba? Yan ang aking question. That is the message. Kayo ang receiver. You said yes. Okay, di tapos. May communication understanding tayo. What if kung ang naging flow natin is clear po ba, Sir Jetro? Then sabi ni Sir Jetro, Sir, may question lang po ako. Okay, yun ang kanyang response. Then, kailangan kong sagutin yung kanyang question. That is the feedback for us to gain understanding. Okay? What are the barriers? Yan, that hinders our way of communication. Noise. Masyadong maingay. Nasasapawan yung voice ng mga nag-uusap. Confusion. Okay? May different interpretation tayo. I'll give you later na siguro. Okay? Confusion, may iba tayong interpretation tulad ng adequate. Iba yung adequate sa isa, baka iba naman dun yung adequate para sa isa. Fatigue, tulad po ngayon. I'm sure kahit nakaupo lang kayo, pagod na rin kayo. It is because kahit walang ginagawa, we are consuming energy or yung ATP. Medically, term is adenosine triphosphate. You're consuming body energy. Next, stress, anger, and eagerness. This hinders us from processing yung thoughts. We are being clouded by our emotions. Last po is the language difference. Different words, may different meaning yan sa isang grupo ng tao. I'll give you a joke, an old safety joke. I hope may Bisaya dito. Okay? May dalawang worker daw. Yung nasa harap, Tagalog, yung nasa likod is Bisaya. They're carrying pipes. Ang sabi ni Tagalog, Brad, ang bigat. Ang sabi ng Bisaya sa likod, bitaw. Bitaw. So kung kayo yung Tagalog, bibitawan mo ngayon. Okay? Kasi sabi ni Buddy sa likod, bitaw. Pero sa Bisaya, may Bisaya po ba rito or nakakaintindi? What is bitaw? Meron po ba? Wala. Okay? So, ang ibig sabihin po, ayan, si Sir Michael.
Yes, sir. Sa Bisaya, bitaw is o nga.
Okay, thank you, Sir Mike. Sir John Michael. So, ang bitaw pala sa Bisaya ay oo nga. A strong sense of agreement. Okay? So, anong ginawa? Binitawan niya yun. Because of language difference, nagkaroon ngayon ng aksidente. Tagalog, sabi niya, mabigat. Sabi ni Bisaya, oo nga. Pero since iba yung language niya, ang nasabi is bitaw. Okay? So, learning pyramid. Learning pyramid. Yung retention ng information sa ating utak. Okay? Example. If we just read kung ano yung nasa manual, yung sinend ko sa inyo, 10% lang ng laman nun ay mare-retain. Audio-visual, tulad po ngayon. Okay? Nakikita ninyo, ine-explain sa inyo, 20% retention. Next, pag may workshop tayo, you demonstrate it, that is 30%. We discuss. Okay? Nag-discuss tayo ng ECP, then meron kayong mga concerns, pinag-usapan natin. Yan, 50% mare-retain. You practice doing it, pagbalik nyo sa site, 75%. Pero as safety officer, you provide trainings. Kayo nagpa-facilitate ng trainings, 90% ang retention ng information. Okay? Next, communication pagdating sa Safety and Health Committee. So ano bang ginagawa ni Safety and Health Committee? The Health and Safety Committee is the planning and policy making group in all matters pertaining to safety and health. Just imagine walang communication sa mga committee members. Wala kayong matatapos. Wala tayong magagawang policy. Next, the OSH program should be communicated in all levels of organization and includes its employer, employees, subcontractors, service providers, and clients. Our OSH program, yan po yung outline ng ating OSH implementation sa site. Ngayon, kung hindi nila alam ano yung laman ng ating OSH program, you did not communicate, paano nila malalaman? Okay? So most likely, magkakaroon tayo ng mga violations, unwanted violations. By the way, meron bang wanted violations? Sorry. Sorry, I lost words. Yung tinatawag natin na unintentional violations. Next, good communication is important in the effective implementation of the company OSH programs. They need to know what are your policies, what are the violations, and the penalties. To summarize, ayan, alam ko 3 o'clock na po, tapusin na lang natin to. There are 4 basic elements of communication we need to understand in order to communicate safety effectiveness. First, we need the sender, the message, receiver, feedback. Ang overall goal natin, magkaroon ng communication. Next, Toolbox Talk is an informal safety meeting that focuses on safety topics related to just specific job, such as workplace hazards and safe work practices. I think this is the last one. The safety officer must be a proficient instructor, educator of his or her coworker, management and public for the purpose of eliminating the hazard. Kung hindi tayo marunong makipag-usap, hindi natin ma-express paano nila malalaman yung mga OSH standards at yung mga hazards. Expanding knowledge on the hazards identification will create positive safety culture in the organization. Okay? Okay, that's the last slide. Ang oras po natin ay 3:02. We will have a 15-minute break. If you have questions po, feel free to type sa ating chat box. Then we'll answer po after the break time. Okay, again, be back by 3:17. 3:17 for our last topic. Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon po. Saan na yung iba? Okay, please confirm for the last time sa ating day 5. Kung nakikita po ba, this is the COSH program. Yan, mas mabilis na ngayon ah. Dahil last na siguro, kaya excel. Gusto natin. Okay, thank you for confirming. What is an OSH program? So it is a plan or outline of activities prepared to promote safety awareness among management and workers in order to prevent, minimize, or eliminate accidents or illnesses in the workplace. Ibig sabihin po, ito po yung magiging manual natin. Okay, ito po yung magiging roadmap natin sa pag-i-implement ng OSH program sa ating site. Okay, in order to eliminate or minimize yung potential accidents natin. Coverage ng ating CSHP or the Construction Safety and Health Program. So shall apply to all operations and undertakings in the construction industry and its subdivision, namely the general building construction, general engineering construction and specialty trade, construction based on the classification of PCAB. Kasama na rin po dito yung mga installation, mga facilities. CSHP po ang kailangan. Ganon din po yung demolition works, the reverse engineering process. Pag-iba naman tayo, hindi pa tayo. Okay? Kahit pag-iba, demolition works, under pa rin po yan ng CSHP. Let me just share you this one. Yan. This is the signed memorandum from DPWH noong March 10, 2011. So the subject, requiring a construction safety and health program in building permit applications. So ang recipient po ng memo na to, lahat ng city, municipal building officials. So imposible po ang isang construction site kung walang CSHP. Okay, safety natin CSHP mo. Wala pa, mag-a-apply pa lang po. Nako, baka wala rin kayong building permit. Kasi since 2011, requirement na po yan. Now let's go sa application. So 3-page po to. The first page, yan, kukunin po yung information ni company, company profile, license, registration of main contractor or the general contractor. Sino po yung magtatayo? Okay, so anong company? Contact details tulad ng address, telephone number, fax, email. Sino po yung magiging project manager? Sir, wala pa po, mag-hire pa lang kami. Or yung contact person. Okay? After that, PCAB license details tulad ng anong number, PCAB license number, and validity niya. Next, for the GenCon, ilan ang male, ilan ang female employees. Next is we have the DO 18-02. Ano naman to? Ito yung for manpower agencies. Okay? Yung kanilang registration. Sir, ano naman yung 1020 na nakalagay dyan? Right? Yan po yung registration naman ng company kay DOLE. Okay? We mentioned this earlier. Iba po yung mayor's permit, iba yung DTI, iba yung BIR, meron pa po tayong DOLE registration. Next, sino po yung magiging subcons natin? Ano yung scope of work nila? Ilan yung estimated, pwede pong estimated number of workers, PCAB license po nila, hanggang kailan valid, and yung kanilang DOLE registration also. Sir, what if kung meron kaming pakyawan? Magkakaroon kayo ng problem. Bakit? Pakyaw, wala naman silang PCAB license, wala silang DOLE registration. So make them a part na lang po ng inyong subcontractor. Ipasok na lang po yung mga tao sa subcon instead of pakyawan. In that way, mas magiging ligtas sila. Kasi minsan pag pakyawan, hindi na binibigyan daw ng PPE. Wala pang mga benefits. So ipasok na lang po natin sila as subcon. Maging formal tayo. Hindi yung under the radar. Okay? Next, yung page 2 po natin, this is the project profile or description. Anong pangalan po ng ating project? Saan yan located? At sino po ang may-ari? And their details, of course. Telephone number, fax, and email address. Next, project classifications natin. Construction po yan ng ano. Okay? And the total project cost. Pwedeng estimated lang po. Ganon din po yung number of workers and kung kailan po mag-i-start. Not necessarily on point or exact yung ibibigay natin. Then last part po ng second page is the brief description of activities or workflow dun sa ating gagawing construction. Excuse. Next. The third page po is yung details naman ng ating occupational safety and health personnel. Sino po yung appointed na safety officer? Kailan po siya nag-COSH or kailan siya nag-COSH? Of course, kailangan natin ng photocopy ng kanyang certificate. Next, name of appointed first aider. What if kung yung safety sir, siya rin po yung first aider? So, duplicate lang po natin yung kanyang pangalan. Reciprocate lang natin. Okay? Safety na, first aider pa. Parehas po pwede po yan. Date of first aid training, validity of ID. Kasi po ang first aid training certificate, 2 years lang po yan. Okay? 2 years lang po siya. Hindi tulad ng BOSH or ng COSH, lifetime yung kanyang validity. Dito po, kailangan din natin ng training, yung sa National Red Cross Certificate. Na-mention ko kanina, BFP certification po pwede na rin. Next, kailangan din po ng details ng ating occupational health nurses. We have 51 hanggang 99. Nurse lang po yan. Pero kung nag-100 po yung ating mga participants, dapat meron po tayong occupational health physicians and dentists, whether part-time or full-time sila. Ngayon, ang question, sir, wala naman silang BOSH kagad, yung mga na-hire namin or yung i-hire. Going back sa Rule 1960, meron pong 6 months after po silang ma-deploy sa site to comply with the training requirements. So, pwede naman natin ilagay sa date of BOSH training is to be announced or to be scheduled. Next, listahan po ng mga heavy equipments na gagamitin sa site. Sa DO13, kailangan ng third-party certificates. Kaya attachment po dito yung mga third-party certificate. Ganon din po ang NC2 ng ating mga operators, ng ating mga riggers, or ng ating mga spotters. Next, the profile of person who prepared the CSHP for the above-mentioned projects. Okay, signature over patent po yan. Sir, what if yung appointed safety officer sa taas, siya rin nga po yung first aider, at siya rin po yung gumawa. So, thrice po yung pangalan niya ngayon sa application natin. Educational background, work experience in OSH, and other qualifications. Okay? Then, last part po natin, yung pledge po, yung pagsucertify na the above mentioned information ay true. Okay? Hindi po fictitious. This is the highest official na ang pipirma, whether project manager or mismong the owner. Clear po tayo sa ating application. Okay, now, we would be discussing the basic components ng ating OSH program and policy. This is according kay Department Order 198-18, Chapter 4, Section 12. Ano po yung components hindi kung ano yung itatype natin, yung ilalagay mismo. Components lang po. Nasa company yan kung ano yung magiging policy nila for a certain section ng ating CSHP. First is company commitment to comply with the OSH requirements. According nga po kay DO13 sa page 5 ng kanilang guidelines, every construction project shall have a suitable CSHP which must be in accordance with these rules. and other orders and issuances issued by the DOLE. The construction project manager or his absence, yung project manager or OIC, as authorized by the owner, shall be responsible for compliance. Take note, it is the highest official, construction project manager, ang naatasan po na maging responsible sa pag-comply ng ating safety and health program, hindi si safety officer. With that, siya rin po ang pipirma sa Statement of Commitment. Okay? To comply with COSH requirements. Ang example po ng Statement of Commitment, I or we, the name po niya, the highest officer or the owner, by accomplishing the safety and health program, do hereby commit and bind ourselves to comply with the applicable requirements of the OSH standards, and so on and so forth. Okay? Then pipirmahan po nila to. So ito pa lang po, this ties the highest official with the DOLE to comply sa lahat ng OSH standards. Hindi pwedeng mag-violate sila kasi meron tayong binding document. Pirmado po niya yan. So hindi niya basta-basta i-disregard itong OSH standards natin. Itong CSHP natin. Next, that is for the first section. Okay? Yung second page po natin, yan po yung general safety o yung HIRAC and health programs po natin, yung health surveillance procedures natin. Ano ba yung HIRAC, sir? Hazard Identification, Risk Assessment, and Controls. Okay, example lang po Example lang po itong ginawa ko. Sulat po natin lahat ng task. Ano po yung hazard na may kita dun sa mga task na yan? Pwede ba yun, sir? Isang task pero maraming hazard? Yes po. Example, excavation. Hindi lang po yan yung heavy equipments. Meron pa po yung floods. Contamination po. Magkaroon ng leptospirosis. So mahaba ang listahan po ng hazard natin. Next, kaya po tinawag to na HIRAC. Aside from hazard identification, now we conduct risk assessment. Paano tayo mag-conduct ng risk assessment? We grade the probability and severity natin. Clear po tayo? Then ano yung magiging risk scoring niya based kay probability at kay severity. May I ask, familiar po ba tayo sa risk assessment? Okay. Yan, good to know. Familiar tayo. In order to conduct risk assessment, mag-assign po tayo ng variables kay probability at kay severity. Example, probable 1 to 5. Okay, from likely to unlikely. So grade po natin. 1 is unlikely hanggang 5 naman po is likely. Na pwedeng mangyari, magkaroon ng aksidente yung sa hazard na sinulat natin. Yung first hazard sa hazard identified. Sir, 3. O, nilagay natin 3. How about the severity? 1 would be discomfort. Hanggang 5 would be fatality. Ganun kagrabe na. 1 to 5. Sir, siguro 5. Pwedeng mamatay kasi pag may heavy equipment na sagasaan. Probability is 3. Severity is 5. We multiply. 3 times 5. 15. Okay? So, ang magiging risk rating natin, 15, which is equivalent sa high risk. 1 to 4 is low. 5 to 10 yata is medium. Depende po sa magiging risk table. And 11 to 25 would be high risk. Okay? So, 15 ang kanyang score. Therefore, high risk po yan. Control measures, anong ilalagay mo natin para mabawasan po yung probability and severity. Okay? So ito po yung magiging basis din po ni DOLE to see kung low, medium, or high risk yung ating establishment. Okay? Justification. Hindi pwedeng sabihin, low risk sir, medium risk lang kami, pero yung HIRAC ninyo, puro risk rating ay high. Okay? Clear po tayo dito ha. Now, let's go kay General Safety and Health Program pa rin po. Medical surveillance naman. Kung kanina po is for safety, ngayon ay for health. Paano naman yun, sir? Kailangan po meron tayong baseline data ng ating mga workers para malaman natin, before siya pumasok, hindi siya high blood. End of project, naging high blood siya. Ibig sabihin, may occupational illness na nangyari. Wala siyang asthma noon, sir. Natapos yung project, may signs na may asthma na. Nahihirapan siyang huminga, sorry. So, merong occupational illness na asthma ang nag-occur during your project. Okay? So, nire-require to ni Dole magkaroon tayo ng baseline data. Ano ba yan, sir? Yan yung pre-employment examination. Then, annually, magkakaroon po ng exam din. Okay? That is to detect and manage yung early signs ng occupational or work-related sickness. Next, Section 3 po natin. Teka lang, balik natin dito. Sir, paano namin ita-type ngayon dyan? Magkakaroon po kayo ng procedures from the hiring process hanggang sa pag-handle ng mga result ng medical examination. Next, Section 3. This is promotion of the following health domains. How would you promote yung drug-free workplace? This is in compliance to RA 9165. Paano kaya yan, sir? Magkakaroon po kami ng random drug testing every 3 months. Sige po, ilagay nyo sa Section 3 nyo. Ay sa amin, sir, every 6 months. Ilagay po natin dyan. Depende yan kay organization. Depende sa budget, depende sa resources, sa people. Okay? Next, meron din po kailangan din natin ng promotion sa mental health services in the workplace. Especially po ngayon, may COVID-19. Magkakaroon po ba kayong consultation sa mga psychologists, teleconsultations? We declare it dito sa Section 3. Next, yung pag-promote ng healthy lifestyle. Sample, magkakaroon kami ng exerciser during toolbox meeting. Magkakaroon kami ng fun run. Magkakaroon kami ng no smoking policy, sir. So ano yung mechanics ng no smoking ninyo? What if kung may nahuli? Okay? So paano natin malalaman din? Ilagay po natin sa Section 3. Okay, clear po tayo dyan. Next, Section 4 would be prevention and control of the following health domains. Number 1, HIV, or the human immunodeficiency virus and the acquired immune deficiency syndrome, HIV/AIDS. In accordance with RA 8504, I would suggest we consult our nurses pagdating po sa mga health programs natin. May bibigay po sila na mas comprehensive na program. Okay? Sir, ang HIV, sabi ninyo, ang STD, hindi po pwedeng maging occupational illness. So bakit kasama yan sa ating health program? Although hindi siya occupational illness, mataas po ang possibility na magkaroon ng AIDS doon sa loob nating job site. Okay? Example, aside from sexually transmitted disease yan, pwede rin po through injection. Okay? Or sa barracks po, gumagamit ng shave. Yung mga workers natin, maghihiraman yan. Pwede rin matransmit tong HIV na yan. So yung mga information regarding that, paano natin makakascade yan sa ating mga workers, ilagay natin dito sa COSH program. Okay? Paano yung information dissemination, testing, and handling ng mga positive cases. Clear po tayo, ha? Next, we have tuberculosis. This is according sa EO 187-03. Executive Order 187-03. Okay? Ganun din po. Paano yung magiging policy, company policy natin sa detection, testing, treatment, and yung hiring po nila. Bawal po tayo mag-terminate kung may nag-positive na HIV, tuberculosis, or hepatitis B. Ano ang gagawin namin, sir? That's up to the organization. Reflect it dito sa ating Section 4. Okay? Clear po tayo dyan, ha? Sir, ilalagay po namin sila sa mas less stressful na trabaho. Nasa inyo po yan. But hindi po pwedeng mag-terminate because of nagkasakit lang. Eh sir, paano yung mga hindi na talaga makapagtrabaho because of this disease? So, pwede po natin silang bigyan na ng exit medical examination, which ang mechanics lalabas dito sa section 4 ninyo. Okay? Clear po tayo? Next, we have the hepatitis B, yung screening, treatment, and yung pag-handle po ng cases natin. So far, my question po? None? Okay. Sige, next. Section 5, this is the composition and duties ng ating Health and Safety Committee. Yan. Binalikan ko lang po. Ito yung kanin chairperson, ex officio, ibig sabihin by virtue of their office. Yung highest official, siya ang chairperson. Safety officer, secretary, ex officio members, kung sila po ay nurse, first aider, physician, safety officer ng contractor, automatic member sila. Then yung other members such as supervisor, workers, it's up to us. Okay? And ano po yung magiging duties nila? Next, Section 6, COSH Personnel and Facilities. Sa Section 6, i-require po mag-attach kayo ng certificate plus magagawa po tayo ng table. Example, yan. Safety Officer, pangalan po, Armand Dominic Singapan, 40 hours COSH training. Safety Officer din po pala si Sir John Carlo Pelaez. So, ilagay din po natin yung pangalan niya dyan. At yung kanyang na-receive. Sir, may COSH, may BOSH, may LCM po siya. So, ilagay po natin lahat dyan. Next, si Sir Louis. Siya po yung ating safety nurse. So, ilagay din po natin dyan. Okay? Clear tayo, Section 6. Next, Section 7. Safety and Health Promotion, Training, and Education. Ano po yung magiging mechanics natin sa pag-orient ng mga workers? When we say mechanics, kailan po yung schedule? Sir, that is daily. What if kung isa lang? Mag-orient ka? Safety officer, isa lang. Yung orientation, 2 hours. O, paano yung site natin? O, sir, siguro by batch na lang. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So, pwede rin po yan. As long as i-reflect natin kay Section 7. Okay? Sir, hindi MWF. Basta umabot po ng 20 para hindi naman po sayang sa oras ni safety. I-reflect natin kay Section 7. Okay? Next, continuing training on OSH for OSH personnel. Na-recall po ba yung sa ating DO13? 16 hours per year. Okay? So, i-reflect po natin dito para i-acknowledge yan ni highest official. Remember, yung first Section 1 pa lang natin, Statement of Commitment. Nakalagay doon, susunod siya sa lahat ng OSH standards at kung ano yung nakalagay sa CSHP na to. So if kung nilagay ninyo, 16 hours every year yan, kailangan niya mag-comply. Clear tayo, ha? Next, work permit. Wala rin tayong standard procedure for work permit. Yung iba gusto lagyan ng work requestor, issuer, may mga ganun pa. Sir, walang ganun. Sa amin, work supervisor at safety officer lang ang pipirma. Sige po, ilagay natin yung mechanics na work permitting system namin. Sir, ang work permit po ba, is it daily or weekly na? Para hindi inconvenient. Nasa inyo po yan. As long as meron kayong work permitting and monitoring system. Okay, clear po tayo? But for me, I would recommend daily. Kasi ang construction site, nag-iiba yan araw-araw. Pwedeng walang excavation kahapon, ngayon nagkaroon. Okay? Walang bagyo kahapon, ngayon parang uulan ng malakas. At least you could cancel out yung work permit for today. Hindi maapektuhan yung buong linggo. Okay, clear po tayo dyan, ha? Next, toolbox meeting and job safety analysis. Sino po ba ang gagawa ng job hazard analysis? Sir, si safety po, hindi Hindi kabisado ni safety lahat ng patrabaho sa site. Remember, yung mismong sections ng ating toolbox meeting. First is the task. Okay? Yung gagawin po, job step. Middle is the hazard and the last column is the mitigating controls. Kayang sagutan ni safety officer yung hazard at mitigating control. Pero yung job step na kailangan gawin ni worker, si supervisor ang makaka-fill up. So, papaano po tayo gumawa ng job hazard analysis sa site? Yan po, ilalagay natin sa section 8. Okay? Yung mechanics ng pagbuo ng job hazard sa ating site. Toolbox meeting or safety meetings natin, kailan po yung schedule niyan? Reflect natin dito. Sir, every start of the shift. Write it down. Type it. Okay? Next, section 9. Accident, incident, illness investigation, recording, and reporting. So ito po, nagbigay na ako ng example. Kasi mahirap siyang i-explain basta-basta. Example lang po for section 9. Any dangerous occurrence, major accidents resulting to death or permanent disability shall be reported by the company to Dole Regional Office within 24 hours from occurrence using the prescribed form, yung WAIR po natin. Okay? So gusto nating dagdagan pa natin, tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, fire, explosion, collapse of lifting equipments, 24 hours, ilagay po natin dyan. Sir, may reporting kami sa other government agencies. Sige, go ahead. You could write it down. For section 10 naman po, this is the personal protective equipments. We could elaborate kung ano po yung hazard na sa tingin ninyong makikita sa site. Okay? Then, pwede tayong gumawa po ng table. Example, PPE na kailangan para dun sa mga stated natin na hazard. Ilan po yan? Number of workers. Dapat po mag-conform yan dun sa form, sa application form. Kanina, yung second page, ilang workers po yung estimated natin. Kung 500 po yan, dapat naka-reflect dito na 500 din. Okay? Clear po tayo. Next, section 11 natin, safety signage. Since meron tayong hazard identification kanina, din sa section 2 natin, yung mga hazard na nakita po doon, kailangan may safety signage po. At kailangan yung mga sample designs. So, i-attach natin yan dito sa section 11. Okay? Next, section 12. This is dust control and management and regulation of critical activities. Ngayon, gagawa tayo ng mga policies per critical works. Ano po ang policy ninyo for working at heights? Magkakaroon po kami ng full body harness pag umabot na ng 6 feet as fall restriction. Movement restriction. Then 5.6 meters naman po para maging fall arrest system naman siya. So lagay po natin, what are your requirements pag may working at heights, electrical works, power tools and equipments, excavation works, protection of the public and the workers, employee exposed sa mga falling loads, hot works, and kung meron tayong compressed gases. Okay? Ano yung mga policies po natin for this one? Section 13, this is the welfare facilities. Dun sa ating job site. Pwede tayong gumawa ng table tulad po dito. Sample. Ano yung mga welfare facilities na makikita sa site? Adequate supply of drinking water? Provided? Yes. Sanitary and washing facilities? Yes. Remarks? 500 workers? Ito po yung number of CR. We mentioned this earlier. Iba yung sa male, iba yung sa female requirements sa numbers nila. Suitable living accommodation, if applicable, especially pag malalayo yung ating job site. Separate sanitary, washing, and sleeping facilities kung naka-house yung mga tao na because of COVID. Lactation station. Provided po ba yan? Yes or no? No, sir. Remarks po natin, walang ma-assigned na female workers na kasama ang baby sa construction site. Sa HO lang po sila. Yan. Example lang yan, ha? Kung may no tayo. You explain kung bakit. Wala. Ramps, railings, and lights para po sa ating mga workers na physically challenged. Okay? And other workers' welfare facility as prescribed by the COSH standards and other related issuances. Example, canteen. Okay, pwede tayo maglagay. Instead of this one, other workers, lagay natin canteen. Pwede natin lagyan din resting area. Okay? If we want, marami tayong lalagay, you could declare dito sa ating table. Next, yung section 14. This is the emergency and disaster preparedness and response plan. Okay, na-discuss natin kanina. After lunch, mitigation, wala tayong ganong hawak doon. Pero yung preparedness, ano po yung mechanics natin sa, ano ba yun? First is yung sa prepare ng general public. Next, yung training ng ating mga responders. Ano naman po yung ating response? Yan po yung alerts. Notification, alerts. Yung mechanics po nun. Section 15 po natin is the solid waste management system. How do we manage our waste sa ating job site? Yung mga debris, kasama po yan, aside from yung mga normal na decomposing waste. Kasama na rin po yung mga rebars, concrete, debris, yan. Section 16, compliance with reportorial government requirements. Yung iba sa mining, mayroon pa pong reporting sa MGB. Energy, kailangan pa mag-report kay Department of Energy. Kailan po tayo magsasubmit? Next. Sir, kay Dole, di ba nabanggit ninyo ang ating AEDR, Annual Exposure Data Report, end of January? So, lagay lang po natin dyan. IPP, nire-reflect lang po dyan. Okay? Sir, ang aming AMR, end of March namin isasubmit. So, declare it sa section 16. Next, section 17, control and management of hazards. Paano yung mechanics ng hazard reporting ng inyong mga empleyado, ng mga workers namin? Okay, kakaroon po ba kayo ng drop box? Meron po ba kayong inspection meeting per floor? Kumare, first shift po ninyo, sa first floor kayo, 8 to 9. Tapos pwede nyo kausapin yung mga workers. Nasa inyo po yan. Ano yung mechanics ng pagre-report ng hazard sa inyo? Gagawan nyo po ba ng report muna, then recommendations kay supervisor, i-receive po nila, tapos sa kanila gagawan ng action. Okay? So, nasa inyo po yan. Pwede naman gumawa lang kayo ng inspection checklist. Pag may naka-no doon, papareceive nyo kay supervisor, then kailangan po nila gawan ng paraan. Nasa inyo po. Next, section 18. Ito po yung prohibited acts and penalties for violation. Let me just share this one. Mahirap po explain kung walang example ang ating section 18. Okay, ang compliance po sa safety and health rules should be considered a condition of employment. Kung di sila sumusunod sa ating mga COSH policies, pwede natin silang i-dismiss, pwede natin silang i-suspend. Okay? Yung nasa screen po natin, screenshot lang to ng ating disciplinary code, yung tawag namin sa aming construction site. Okay? Example, hindi pagsuot, not wearing of prescribed basic PPEs such as but not limited to, so hard hat, safety shoes, eye protection, and reflectorized vest. Sa amin, first offense, 1 day suspension without compensation. Second offense, 3 days. Third offense, 1 week na suspension yan at ulitin niya sa ika-4 na beses dismissal. Okay? So kung gawin man yan ng worker, pwede akong mag-suspend, pwede akong mag-dismiss. Sir, hindi ba kami madole niyan? Hindi po. First, ito ay DOLE approved na yung document. The second po is baka mag-agree pa si DOLE sa inyo, sa company. Bakit? Nakalagay kasi sa Article 282 ng Labor Code, habitual negligence o yung hindi pagsuot ng mga requirements natin sa site, habitual, paulit-ulit, pwede kayong ma-terminate. Okay? So lahat po ng ayaw ninyo, yung mga unsafe act, ilagay nyo po lahat dyan. Okay? Then bigyan nyo ng mga penalties. Pwedeng first is notice lang, written notice. Second, dun lang kayo magkakaroon ng suspension. Nasa inyo po yan. Pero huwag kayo maglalagay sa penalty ng verbal warning. There's no such thing as verbal warning. If it's not written, it doesn't exist. Okay? Pwedeng sabihin ni worker, Sir, first offense ko pa lang wala naman akong hindi nyo man ako binigyan ng verbal warning. Sir, last week, nagkaroon kayo ng violation. Nasabihan ko kayo. Since wala yung document, it doesn't happen. Okay? It didn't happen, sorry. Okay? It doesn't exist. Clear po tayo? Huwag tayo maglalagay ng verbal warning. Section 19. This is the cost of implementing company COSH program. It is the annual estimate amount ng ating COSH program implementation. Implementation to include but not limited to the following: orientation ng workers, ng safety officer training, OH personnel, purchase ng ating mga equipments. Paano tayo gagawa niyan, sir? Section 19. So, pwedeng maglagay tayo ng isang table. Okay? Example, PPEs. Magkano yung budget natin for PPEs? Ganun din po yung OSH trainings, safety signage, machine guards and related equipments, medical supplies, medical examinations, and others. Okay? Baka sakali COVID-19 testing. Sa inyo po ba? At least meron tayong others. Screening. Yan, pwede pala ilagay yan sa medical examination. Okay? So yung mga amount na ilalagay po ninyo, once na pinirmahan to ni boss at na-approve ni DOLE, kailangan i-honor ng project team. Okay? I-honor po ng company. Kung ang nakalagay dyan, PPE 1 million ang nilagay ninyo, they need to give you a budget for PPEs na 1 million. Okay? Hindi po pwede, sir, wala na kaming budget. Hindi po nasa CSHP natin yan. Signed by the highest official and approved by DOLE. Okay? Clear po tayo sa mga sections ng ating CSHP. Yung mga contents po, magbabase yan sa organization ninyo. Paano nyo i-implement sa site. Next, program evaluation. This is to know if changes or revisions are necessary. Hindi lahat po ng may CSHP na DOLE approved ay okay na. Minsan quarterly, you need to review. I'll give you an example. Pag onboard ko sa Subic Solar dito po, from Biliran Geothermal, meron po kaming grass fire. Okay, average daw po noon ay 3 to 5 grass fires. 3 to 5. Meron na pong DOLE approved CSHP noon. Pero, para po ma-mitigate according kay CSHP, magkaroon ng no smoking policy. Kasi baka yung yosi nga daw ang nag-i-start ng grass fire. So sa CSHP, no smoking policy. So nung in-implement po yan, from 3 to 5, naging 7 to 8 grass fire. Bakit kaya, sir? Okay, we investigate. It turns out na dati, malalapitan mo pa yung worker, mapapakiusapan pa, patayin yung sigarilyo mismo sa tapat, sa harap ninyo. Pero na nagkaroon ng no smoking policy, Anong ginagawa ni worker? Magtatago yan. Makita si safety officer, itatapon sa malayo. Okay? So, mas naging pahirapan yung detection ng smoking. So, maya-maya, magugulat na lang, naglilihab na yung ibang parts ng aming job site. Naging 7 to 8 on average. So, we evaluate. Okay, hindi applicable po yung no smoking policy. So, ang nilagay na lang namin mga smoking designated places. Okay? By fire extinguisher or may sandbox. So we need to evaluate kahit DOLE approved na po yan. Another reason kung bakit i-evaluate, to check areas that have to be prioritized. Okay? Example, kahit power plant po kami, mataas naman ang chances, ang cases namin na maraming napapasok. Okay? Sa hot works. So it's out na nag-focus sa electrical yung dating CSHP, kulang naman po dun sa hot works activities kasi pang construction yan eh. Pero sa operations, bihira. Pero pag nagkaroon, mataas ang chance na injury. Hindi po incident, kundi accident na. So pagdating natin sa solar, we revise the CSHP. Next, to monitor the performance of the program. How would we know na effective po? Ito na. The number of accidents and injuries sa ating job site, trend po niya ay downward. Cost ng aksidente, yung budget po, nagagastos natin pag may accident or injuries, pababa rin po. Ganon din yung time loss due to work-related illness or injuries. So pababa, number of cases, cost, and time loss. Okay? Kung pataas po yan, hindi effective yung ating COSH program or baka hindi siya compatible. I think this is the last slide. Procedures sa pag-file ng ating CSHP. Where to file? So ang end po ng ating CSHP is mapunta sa Bureau of Working Conditions. But first, kailangan dumaan tayo sa regional offices. Kung malayo, sa DOLE Field Office. Okay? Application received by the regional office shall be endorsed kay Bureau of Working Conditions within 7 days after nila matanggap. 7 working days. So kung nag-file po tayo ng Monday, expect ng Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, wala pong Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday po, nandun na yan kay Bureau of Working Conditions. Okay? So pag na-receive po yan ng Bureau of Working Conditions, re-reviewin na nila yung mga technical, engineering technical aspect ng inyong CSHP, dun sa mga engineers ni DOLE, and dun sa mga health programs natin, meron pong mga doctors po ang ating Bureau of Working Conditions. They would review it. Doctors and other medical-related field personnel nila. Okay? Sir, nare-reject po ba yung application? Hindi po. Okay? Instead, ibabalik po yan, may kailangan kayong i-revise. Nakalagay naman po kung ano yung mga areas na hindi po pumasa sa kanila. Hindi yan na ulit ka ulit. May grounds po yan. Anong section? Dagdag po kayo ng provisions. Yun lang naman. Tapos you could resubmit. Kung approve po yan, makaka-receive tayo ng certification. Okay? Dun sa CSHP natin. Okay, that ends our CSHP. Sakto, 4 o'clock. May question po ba? Question?
Sir, may tanong lang po.
Go ahead, sir.
About po sa CSHP.
Sige, sir.
Sir, di ba kasi dito po sa CSHP para mostly puro sa construction part po, no?
Okay.
Tanong ko lang po, sir, pagka about na po sa installation, meron po ba tayong may checklist po ba ng dapat pong sundan?
Pagdating sa installation, sir, si installation, sir, part din kasi siya ng construction.
Opo.
Ngayon, sir, Yung iba sir, hindi naman related sa amin yung ibang section. That you could discard. Okay sir, pwedeng tanggalin na natin yan. But still, yung statement of commitment, pasok yan. You would go through all these sections na discuss pa rin natin sir. Ngayon,
Okay po.
tatanggalin lang yung hindi applicable sa inyo. Example, kanina, yung excavation, kailangan meron tayong policy sa excavation. Wala kami nun, sir. Ditanggalin natin. Pero meron kayong compressed gases. Paggamit ng oxyacetylene. So, dapat
Okay
nandiyan pa rin yan. Installation ng aircon, working at height, meron pa rin. Gawan pa rin po natin. Okay, sir? You would go through each pa rin, each section.
Okay po sir. Yung mga i-eliminate lang po dun sa each section sir, yung mga hindi po part ng installation ng aircon po.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay po sir.
I
Thank
think
you po.
dito lang, teka lang sir, ano ko lang po dito. Bigyan ko kayo ng i-share ko ulit. Yan. Okay? Yan. Hindi naman lahat to applicable po dun sa installation, dun sa industry ninyo. Pwede nyo tanggalin. Let's say working at heights, excavation works. So, sige, tanggalin. Okay? Sir, wala kaming, example lang wala kaming falling loads. So, di tanggalin din natin. Sir, wala kaming hot works. Tanggalin lang po natin. Okay, nasa inyo po yan. But, you need to go through sa lahat po ng section. Okay?
Okay po sir.
You need to submit. Ito. Gawan pa rin natin ng HIRAC. Gawan pa rin po natin ng medical surveillance. Promotion sa drug-free, mental health, healthy lifestyle. Okay? Meron po tayong template naman if yung ating establishment, yung ating construction project ay 2-story or less or ang worker natin ay less than 10. Okay? May template na yan kay Dole. Mas simplified version na po yun. Okay? Kasi minor lang naman.
Okay po sir. Thank you po.
May questions pa po? Again, wala naman po na re-reject na CSHP. Binabalik lang po yan for revision. Na-indicate kung ano pong section yung kulang. Nakukulangan si Bureau of Working Conditions. Hindi tulad ng ibang applications. Anong kulang? Kailangan ulitin.
Pag sa revision sir, pag after mo na po ma-revise, ipapadala niyo po ulit sa Dole po yan.
Yes sir, you could reapply. Pwede nyong i-attach na rin yon, yung letter na yon kung bakit siya nabalik. At least pag dating sa Bureau of Working Conditions, mas mabilis na rin sa kanila. Hindi na nila iisa-isahin ulit yung sections. They could go straight. Oops, section 14. Dito nagkulang yung construction ABC. So titingnan nila yung CSHP nyo sa section 14. Okay, ito na yun. Okay, satisfied din. Mas mabilis po yung proseso. Okay?
Okay po sir. Thank you po ulit.
May questions pa po? Okay, if none, as per schedule, we're on time pa naman. Let me turn over you sa ating admin kay Sir Louie.
Thank you po sir sa inyong na-share po sa amin na knowledge. So andyan na po yung training evaluation po natin sa chat box. Okay, sagutan na lang po.
Okay, si Ma'am Maria Leofe. Ma'am, nag-unmute kayo kanina. May concern po ba?
Thank you po ako. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. Sa chat box po yung link ng ating training evaluation. May exam sila, sir?
I-send ko na lang din po yung sa post-test natin, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sige po. So, bali, andyan na po lahat yung link ng post-test natin ng 1 to 5 days. Pakisagutan na lang po dahil mamomonitor ko naman din po dito kung sino yung kulang pa po na hindi nakapag-send, nakapagsagot. Then, kailangan po nating masagutan lahat yan bago i-release po yung inyong mga certificate of completion. Dahil kasama din po sa report namin sa DOLE. Sir, bigyan ko po sila ng time hanggang po siguro hanggang 4:30 para magsagot po dun sa mga post-test natin and then dun sa training evaluation.
Okay, sir. Noted. So hanggang 4:30 daw po yung ating mga post-test exam plus yung evaluation form. Okay, 4:30 po Pwede na po kayong mag-start ng ating exam at evaluation.
Then pag 4:30 po sir, i-present ko po sa kanila yung mga screenshots natin ng simula day 1 hanggang day 5 and then yung certificate po para ma-check nila kung tama po yung mga spelling bago po namin maipadala sa kanila.
Okay, sir. So parang ano yun ang graduation.
Yes sir, kaya lang mas maganda sana kung face-to-face na
Kaya nga, sir. Miss na rin yung ganun. In God's time.
Yes sir, next month. So, ayun po sir, nakita niyo po yung mga names niyo? Okay naman po ba?
Okay naman po, sir.
Ay, hello po. Yung sa akin po, MA period lang po yun. Huwag naman pong Maria.
Nakita ko po kasi dun sa ID niyo na nila, na isinend.
Okay. Sige po.
Check, paano ko na lang pabaguhin. And then,
Thank you po.
yung kay Sir Jet, Sir Mark Joseph, pwede pong pasend po ng ng birthday niyo, sir.
Ay, sige po sir. Sa email po ba? Kala ko po kasi dito sa
Sige po, sir.
Para po dun sa paggawa po namin ng ID niyo.
Sige po sir. Send ko na po ngayon.
Okay po. Yun po. Maraming salamat po at natapos natin itong 5 days na training. Yung iba, 10 days na po namin kasama yung dalawa. Si Sir Bon and Sir Mark Joseph. Then si Sir John Michael, March 5 po.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Documentation po.
Yes po. Mag-email na lang din po ako sa inyo para dun sa link.
Thank you po.
Okay po, Sir Arman.
Yes, sir.
May concern pa po kayo, sir.
Wala naman po. Just a closing remark on my part. Every time po magkakaroon kayo ng training, yung iba kasi 10 days na daw. Si Sir John Michael, meron pa po siyang trainings. So maximize po natin every trainings, conventions. This is an opportunity po para to build your network. Okay? So dumami po yung connections natin. Dumami yung mga kakilala nating professionals. So always make it a habit to ask for their details. Okay? Magiging network nyo. Malay nyo. Let me just share an example. I took up yung COSH training noong 2009. So after a few years, nakita kami dun sa DOE convention. So, it turns out na isa na rin siyang safety manager din sa isang power plant. So going back, parang ang tagal, parang kailan lang, ano lang pa kami, aspiring safety officers, then we are sitting side by side already, safety managers for different companies. So maganda sana kung in the first place, nag-share notes na kami. Okay, tulad po niyan, hindi natin masabi, mga magiging safety managers yung iba dito. Ngayon po, mas madali na. Pwede na kayo makapag-usap, makapag-chat, makapag-Zoom meeting para po mas gumanda yung inyong mga reports, makapag-share ng other informations. Ngayon po sa mga bagong safety officers natin, yung talagang first time yung iba kasi galing abroad lang eh. Ang trabaho po ni safety officer, hindi po ganun kadali. Yung iniisip, magtitingin lang, sisita lang ng violators. Hindi po. Malaki po yung responsibility natin as safety officers. Pwede tayong makipag-argue, makipag-discuss, baka minsan pa nga nakikipag-away pa sa mga work supervisor or even the management. Pero wag sana mahinaan ng loob, ma-discourage because ang goal po ni safety officer is to save lives, to prevent accidents.